The students were discussing tomorrow's exam, and someone shouted to Lao Mo to wake up. Otherwise, he would sleep through everything. The main character immediately opened his eyes, but then jumped out of fear and wondered what kind of place this was, because it was not familiar to him. Lao Mo grabbed his head, and a wave of memories came over him which did not let him go for some time. The celestial body was called the Blue Star, and it was not much different from the Earth. But 100 years ago, the familiar world collapsed and then changed radically. Millions of monsters came to these lands, causing countless people to either die or be seriously injured. But fortunately, in this world, people are born with unique talents, which can be found out after passing the awakening exam. After a person discovers his talent after an exam, he must fight an influx of monsters. To summarize, we can say that this world exists only thanks to the awakened ones, and they are the masters of this world. Lao Mi was tense and wondered if the setting of this world wasn't similar to the game called Apocalypse that he had previously played. When he played the game, he was able to defeat all the enemies and was just one step away from success. But something stopped him. Due to the cooldown time of his skills and limited damage, he was never able to kill the last boss, who constantly summoned new mobs. The tired and exhausted hero got down on one knee, trying to gather his remaining strength to fight the boss. Hope was already fading in him, but crowds of mobs were running towards him and he understood that he could not give up now. Lao Mo hit the table in anger because he was just one step away from becoming a true god, but lost. Suddenly, someone tapped on the back of a young man sleeping in class, who immediately jumped up in fear and surprise. It was his desk neighbor Li Hong, who worriedly asked Lao Mo if he really had time to daydream. The delighted young man immediately grabbed him by the shoulders and said that he was glad that he too had been reincarnated. But the guy was dumbfounded and did not understand what he was talking about. Li Hong grabbed his head and tremblingly asked not to frighten him, calling Lao Ma quite smart and a good student. The hero assessed the situation and realized that interpersonal relationships and the situation had not changed much, because Li Hong's appearance and character were the same. The neighbor at his desk began to cry, and began to complain that his fate would depend on the result of awakening. And if he failed the exam, his dad would kill him. In a game called Apocalypse, talent awakens after touching the awakening stone in the secret realm. Li Hong asked Lao Mo in a whisper if he would help him if something happened, and the hero asked him to tell him directly how he would have to help him. The guy awkwardly began scratching the back of his head, and said that the most important thing for him was to awaken a good talent that would satisfy his father. Lao Mo said in his thoughts that even if he had accumulated enough combat experience in the game, he had no idea how things were in this apocalypse. Then he patted his comrade on the shoulder and said that he would go to the secret realm first and think of something, so he didn't have to worry. Li Hong rejoiced and shouted joyfully that if everything worked out, he would treat the main character all year, and wished him good luck in the end. Soon, Lao Mo came to the training hall, where there were many people discussing a plan to exterminate the monsters. The young man raised his head up and paid attention to the portal, suggesting that the entrance was located here. He immediately approached the entrance to the secret realm and said that it was time to see if reality was similar to the game. A few seconds later, the surprised Lao Mo found himself in another world and realized that this was the village of Apocalypse newcomers, and everyone was really one-to-one. Then he tensed up because he received a notification that the system had detected the owner and was connecting to the transformation system. The young man was surprised by the ability to convert active skills into passive ones, and realized that if this was the same Apocalypse, then the system must be very powerful. Almost all skills in Apocalypse are active and have limitations, and it is simply impossible to launch them on an ongoing basis, so everything is not very profitable. But passivity is not limited and can be used on an ongoing basis, and as the level increases, the likelihood of success will increase. Lao Mo promised himself that he would definitely succeed this time, and the system asked him to choose the skill he wanted to transform. The hero chose the Wave Cut skill, which allows him to use a powerful shockwave to attack the enemy with a wave cut. The conversion to a passive skill was successful, and there was a 30% chance that the slash would be released during an immediate attack. The main character began to swing his sword and said out loud that in short, he increased his attack power. But at that very moment, he drew attention to a huge monster with wide hips, who was approaching him and was unfriendly. Lao Mo was not at all afraid of the third-level Minotaur, and realized that it was just time to try a new skill, and then rushed into battle with a sword. The main character managed to deliver an incredibly accurate and amazingly powerful blow, but it had almost no effect on the enemy. The young man tensed a little, because after superficially looking at the enemy, He realized that there was not a scratch on him after the blow. The Minotaur was ready to counterattack and rushed at the young man with a huge cleaver, making a sharp jump and swinging in flight. Lao Mo was not going to give up so easily and tried to repel the attacks, realizing that now he was only at the first level and would not be able to defeat the Minotaur right away. The huge monster once again swung the cleaver at him, forcing the main character to tense up even more. The adrenaline in his blood was at an incredibly high level, but at the last moment he put his sword under the cleaver, saving his life. Then Lao Mo found himself a little perplexed because the wave-cutting passive skill suddenly activated, which was unexpected. The main character's strength was increased by 1.5 times, and he suddenly sat down, causing the third-level Minotaur to be a little bewildered. The level of adrenaline in the blood of the main character increased even more, after which he was about to attack the enemy again. The blow with the passive skill of cutting waves bore fruit, and after a few seconds the Minotaur was thrown aside. The huge monster fell to the ground and opened its mouth wide, from which teeth flew out, and its eyes were rolled up. Lao Mo took a slight breath, realizing that the passive skill had brought incredible benefits and helped him defeat his opponent. Then he stood up from his haunches and, trying to catch his breath after the fight, looked at the dead monster that was lying on the ground. The young man was pleased because after transforming into a passive skill, he was not only able to expand the damage area, but also increase the attack power. Lao Mo, looking at the mesmerizing sunset, said that in this life he will definitely achieve more and will definitely become God. But suddenly, the main character heard strange sounds behind him, and as it turned out, a huge monster like a praying mantis attacked him. The young man immediately turned around and tried to come up with a plan of action on the fly, trying with all his might to inflict damage on the monster. The monster turned out to be not that strong, as a result of which, after a short period of time, Lao Mo exhaled after the fight. Taking a breath, he decided that he needed to find out where exactly the exam would be held, and then he would definitely be able to help Li Hong. The system asked Lao Mo to choose a second skill, and he began to choose, taking into account that usually beginners die due to lack of attack power and long recovery. The hero chose a weapon-switching skill that was aimed at recovery, and which remains active for half a minute. Lao Mo opened his backpack, realizing that there were quite a lot of basic weapons in it, and now he would be able to switch faster with the help of a skill. The hero smiled confidently, and striking his fist against his palm, said that the problem with changing weapons had been solved, and therefore there should be no problems. Everything was ready and all that remained was to wait for tomorrow's exam, after which the young man entered the portal again. It was time for the exam, and one of the guys showed his colleague a backpack, which had as many as 9 compartments filled with medicines. Li Hong ran up to Lao Mo and exclaimed that he had asked his father to use the power of money to get the card. The hero advised him to speak more quietly, because others might find out what methods he uses, and the young man awkwardly admitted that he was guilty. The young man opened the scroll and saw a map of the Burning Rift, and Li Hong said that according to rumors, Professor Liu himself chose this secret realm. Lao Mo looked at the map and said in his thoughts that the distribution between the levels of monsters varies from 3 to 10, so you have to work hard. Then the main character asked Li Hong what level of monsters was his limit, and the guy hesitantly answered that around the 5th. Lao Mo did not expect such weakness from the guy, and placing his palm on his forehead said that he could only run after him, while Li Hong awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, Li Hong was approached by a guy who mockingly asked if he should use such vile methods, since he also has a lot of money at home. The second-generation rich man, Mao Feng, pointed his finger at the guy and asked why he didn't just refuse to take the exam and disgrace his father. His impudent remarks offended Li Hong, who immediately became furious and began to roll up his sleeves, preparing to start a fight. Lao Mo asked him to calm down, but the incredibly angry guy asked him not to stop him and said that today would be the end of Mao Feng. The impudent rich man pointed his finger at the guy again and said that trash like him could only wait for help from others. But unexpectedly for Mao Feng, someone tripped him, and he fell to the floor after his impudent statements towards Li Hong. He was tripped up by Lao Mo, who grinned slightly and said that he shouldn't express himself like that, while Li Hong standing next to him looked at it with his mouth open. Mao Feng became furious after this act and asked Cheng Qianmu if he really wanted to die, since he was acting so rudely. He immediately jumped up from the floor and rushed with his fists at the calm hero, who stood still and expected further actions from him. Lao Mo stopped his blow, tightly grasping his fist, and asked the second-generation rich man not to forget, but he did not understand where the guy got such strength from. The main character asked if he really wanted to make a bet with him, and added that he was ready to bet that Li Hong's success would be much higher than Mao Feng's. The second-generation rich man and his two friends laughed out loud, and Mao Feng asked if he had heard correctly. He was confident of victory and said that he agreed to the bet, adding that the loser would run 10 laps around the court naked and then shout the opponent's name 3 times. Lao Mo confidently and calmly replied that there were no problems and the conditions suited him, and Li Hong, standing next to him, looked at him with great trepidation. People in the area were surprised that Li Hong would compare his strength with Mao Feng, because the difference between them is colossal, and this is clearly a one-sided game. The frightened boy tremblingly asked Lao Mo if he had gone crazy, but the hero confidently asked him to just trust him. Li Hong nervously grabbed his head and said that he just wanted to pass the exam to look good in front of his father, and asked why the hero was selling him. Lao Mo grabbed his hand and asked him to listen carefully. The limp guy completely changed his face. The main character whispered something into the frightened young man's ear, and with every word some joy appeared in his eyes. After a few seconds, the hero finished speaking and joy and hope appeared in Li Hong's eyes again, and he asked if it was true. Lao Ma confirmed the veracity of his own statements, after which Li Hong joyfully exclaimed that today, Mao Feng was running naked across the site. The head of Jiangcheng Academy, a second-rank specialist, Zhang Lei, announced that the exam was beginning and asked the students to go through the teleportation point. Li Hong approached the teleportation point and, showing a gesture to Lao Mo, asked the hero to wait for his speech, after which he stepped into the portal. Soon, Lao Mo found himself in a flaming rift and felt a pleasant feeling that he had not experienced for a long time, feeling the hot lava around him. But at one moment, the hero heard strange sounds and turned around and saw 2 ugly orcs who were followers of the burning blade. The ill-wishers immediately rushed to fight the main character. I'm not going to show any compassion towards him. One of them tried to pierce Lao Mo through with a sharp blade, but the hero, although confused, still tried to step aside. At the last moment, he managed to jump to the side, after which he began to analyze the actions of his opponents. But everything turned out to be not as simple as we would like. Bleeding with a lot of sweat, he tensed even more when he heard other orcs behind him. Within a few seconds, a crowd of orcs surrounded Lao Mo, who froze in place and did not even know what to do in this situation. Previously, the hero controlled the game using a computer and mouse, but now he needs to rely on the instincts of his own body to be able to survive. Orcs were completely different from the monsters in the training arena, and it was difficult to attack 5 at once, so the hero needed a different plan. The experience began to transform the physical instinct, and Lao Mo immediately felt that something was wrong with his body, which made him even more nervous. The ugly orcs still continued to advance, and the main character froze in place, as if the realization of something had come to him. Suddenly, a violet light began to shine from his eyes, and he himself began to jump from side to side, sneaking up on his opponents. He soon approached one of the orcs, after which he deftly somersaulted to strike with his leg. Lao Mo made a spin in mid-flight and then kicked directly into the face of one of the orcs, which was quite unexpected. The huge monster was thrown aside, and the rest of the orcs were discouraged by what they saw and began to get even angrier. Lao Mo could control every muscle he had, and now his physical instincts were similar to those he used in the game. Then he looked at the remaining orcs and asked if they were not so angry anymore, and with a provoking cry, he asked them to attack. The orcs froze in place and were stunned by what had happened, but the anger still did not leave the eyes of any of them. The crowd of ugly orcs finally realized that there was no more time to waste and that they needed to attack, after which they attacked the guy. Lao Mo skillfully and timely did a backflip, leaning on his sword, which prevented one of the orcs from striking. The hero decided that it was necessary to introduce opponents in a certain direction, which would be rational in this situation. He began to follow his plan and led the orcs in a certain direction in order to lure them into a trap and strike. After a while, he continued to move forward and stopped, after which he got down on one knee and touched the ground with his hand. The ugly orcs were completely bewildered by his action and did not know what to expect from the nimble boy. Lao Mo realized that this was his chance and used the novice sliding skill, knocking all the orcs down, which is what he needed at that moment. He then grabbed his sword and used his wave-cutting skill to prevent his opponents from recovering from what had happened. The passive skill was used, and with its help, the main character managed to quickly deal with the confused monsters. Lao Mo did not at all expect that the passive attack would be so powerful and he would be able to destroy all the monsters with one blow. Using a wave cut, the main character struck another blow to finally finish off all the ugly orcs. A few minutes later, the monsters lay on the ground dead, and Lao Mo received notification that the Burning Blade follower had been destroyed. The level increased, and the hero realized that by killing monsters, he could raise his levels, because for 5 monsters, he rose 2 levels at once. Lao Mo jumped from one platform to another, saying in his thoughts that everything was much more interesting than the apocalypse from a past life. One of the spectators, meanwhile, suddenly and excitedly told his friend that everything had suddenly changed on the leaderboard. The spectators understood that the first place was taken by Lao Mo, who within a minute raised his level to 3rd, thereby taking first place. Zhang Lei was also surprised and couldn't believe that Cheng Qianmo actually took first place, which was a minor sensation. Then the manager folded his hands to his chest and said in his thoughts that it would be interesting to see what else the guy would show them. Lao Mo, meanwhile, continued to rapidly move forward across the terrain, jumping from one rock to another. He stopped at the exit from the gorge and began to look forward with caution, because he saw a small danger for himself. The hero carefully examined the target and realized that this was a 2nd-level warlock with a hunting dog. Lao Mo remembered that in the apocalypse there was some kind of mistake with them, and in order to defeat them, you do not need to kill everyone sequentially, but attack them all at once. The hero realized that everything should be very simple, after which he used a pistol with a hook because there was no time to waste. He successfully managed to climb to a hill from where he had a good view of the 3 warlocks. Then Lao Mo took out a shuriken from his backpack, which was also one of the main weapons of newcomers. Within a few seconds, 4 shuriken were released towards the warlocks, who did not suspect anything. The main character was very accurate, and the bladed weapon successfully achieved its goal, hitting the opponents in the head. But the hit did not mean anything, and the warlocks went into a fighting state, looking angrily at the main character. Lao Mo tensed slightly, feeling their gaze on him, but at the same time he knew how to act and tried not to be nervous. The warlocks used the shadow arrow skill to quickly deal with their newly minted enemy. The hero hid behind a ledge and understood that the warlock was of low rank, so he could only use 2 skills, shadow arrow and hound. The warlock left a mark, after which the return to normal began and he gradually calmed down. Lao Mo understood that the enemy could not see him and could not attack him when he disappeared from sight, so the first step was completed successfully. Then the main character grabbed 2 more sets of shuriken in each finger, and the second step was the warlock's attack. He also needed to kill the dog, which he immediately did, precisely hitting the dog directly in the head with a shuriken. The second step was also completed successfully, and the last one remained, which was the most interesting, and it was a bug. The skill of summoning a hound is more important than releasing shadow arrows, which was known to the main character, which subsequently happened. The warlock actually used this skill, and Lao Mo was encouraged, because this indicated that this was another success. Since the warlock does not see the target, he changed his skills, and thus, he continuously summons his hounds, and the magic will accumulate again and again. But once Lao Mo kills the warlock, all his dogs will immediately die, and thus he can gain a lot of experience points from killing hounds. After that, the self-confident protagonist lay down on the ground and said that for now he could sleep, waiting for the right moment. 8 hours later, the ratings changed again and one of the spectators, shocked, asked a friend to look at the table. He exclaimed that Sister Luo Jingjing was the first to hit the arrows, and in the blink of an eye she was in first place, achieving level 10. Headman Sun Ke became a swordsman, and people wondered if he could defeat the boss Zalin and touch the Awakening Stone. Zhang Lei recognized in his mind that gradually outstanding disciples began to show up, and wondered what about Cheng Qianmo and where he was. But after a few seconds the leader's face changed, because he saw that the young man was in last place in the table. One of the spectators said that Cheng Qianmo performed so well at the beginning, but fell down at the end, which caused inevitable laughter. Zhang Lei understood that the secret realm was accessible within 12 hours, and according to Qianmo's speed, he was unlikely to even reach the 6th level. Suddenly, the man behind the manager pointed at the table and exclaimed that the score was changing and that we needed to pay attention. The leader looked in surprise at how quickly the table was changing, and Qianmo's name was rising higher and higher on it. Zhang Lei opened his mouth wide from the shock he was experiencing at that moment and tried to understand what this guy was doing. A minute earlier, Lao Mo finally woke up, and stretching said that he had finally gotten enough sleep so he could begin to act. But looking to the side, he was very surprised because there were a lot of dogs, and offhand, he guessed that there were about 400 of them. Lao Mo confidently took out a machine gun from his backpack so that he could deal with a huge number of dogs without wasting extra seconds. He was curious how many levels he would rise, after which machine gun fire was opened on many opponents. The bodies of warlocks and other evil spirits absorbed a huge stream of machine gun bullets, and the hero was not going to stop. During the shootout, Lao Mo laughed and looked at the opponents, who were absolutely powerless at that moment. Soon the warlock and the hound were killed, and the system congratulated the hero on his promotion, and he received 4 free attributes. Passive skills were increased to the 2nd level, and the hero realized that as the level increases, passive skills also improve. Lao Mo was pleased with the decent growth and wondered if he would be able to activate a new passive skill since the level was increased. It was very noisy in the auditorium and people could not understand how the guy managed to complete 10 levels in just 1 minute. Zhao Erlong, Cheng Qianmo's class teacher, attracted attention and said that this was his student, thereby trying to show off. The director suddenly appeared behind him, and the man, slightly confused, scratched the back of his head and asked what was the matter. Zhang Lei asked in a stern tone what kind of behavior this was and said that such a student should have been warned in advance. And Erlong asked for forgiveness. The leader admitted that it was safe to say that Cheng Qianmo was the most talented student among all the students in Jiangcheng. Lao Mo, meanwhile, moved forward, and the system congratulated him on his promotion to level 13 and informed him that he could choose a specialization. The main character suddenly slowed down and began to think about his specialization, remembering that in Apocalypse's past life, he had never chosen something. People with the freedom-loving ability can use any attributes, and thus will not have any restrictions. But the disadvantage of this ability is low damage, and although in the early stages he will be able to enjoy this specialization, but in the later stages he will no longer be able to, he decided not to change his specialization and was assigned the hidden specialization of Spellbinder, after which the download began. Meanwhile, the audience saw that Qian Mo with the freedom-loving specialty took first place, and Zhang Lei asked Zhao Erlong, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Zhao Erlong was very nervous, and fingering his hand said that the previous students chose the warrior specialization, and he doesn't know what's wrong with Qian Mo. Zhang Lei closed his eyes and lightly pressed his eyelids, saying that choosing such a specialization was tantamount to giving up a bright future. One of the spectators said that it was possible that freedom-loving people also had some tricks, but another guy said that he simply did not understand anything. Their advantage is that they are not limited to the choice of weapons and can combine skills in accordance with the skills of the enemy. But there is an advantage only in the early stages, and in the next stages it will be quite difficult to develop skills, and the damage is generally not enough. The guy added that all hopes would be ruined and asked why specialization was needed, in which it was impossible to develop at later stages. Lao Mo, meanwhile, said that thanks to the transformation system, he would be able to compensate for all the shortcomings of low damage and increase strength. On the board, he read about the spellcaster and was surprised that he would not be able to learn skills in educational institutions, but only those that dropped from bosses. The hero confidently hit himself on the chest with his fist and said that for Apocalypse this is not so scary, because he still has quite a lot of advantages. After some time, he again came across ugly orcs, who became wary when they heard strange sounds. They were no longer opponents to the main character and did not pose any danger, so he easily dealt with them. Lao Mo was surprised by everything and called this world interesting, because increasing the attribute greatly simplifies the battle, and studying it was entertaining. The system notified him that a special attribute had been thrown away, namely the Book of Demons, which could help him in opening hidden missions. The hero opened the book and began turning over the pages, remembering that it was better not to rush to fight the bosses, because the main thing was to collect attributes. The exam was coming to an end. The students were gradually approaching the boss, and what awaited them would be the final test. Only by killing the fearsome boss Zalian and touching the Awakening Stone can you truly complete the exam. The purple beckoning Awakening Stone looked mesmerizingly beautiful and was located right behind the back of the monster who was guarding it. One of the students was covered in dirt and looked at the monster, realizing that if he defeated Zalin, he would be able to touch the stone. After this, the young man rushed into battle, and the huge orcs immediately rushed to protect their boss. Zalin used the sacrifice technique, which randomly releases an ancestor's curse, reducing the attacker's damage. The young man understood that because of this technique, everyone else would die, but if he relied on his speed, he would still be able to deal with the boss. But everything turned out not at all as he thought. as a result of which his chest was struck with incredible force and the guy spat out blood. He slid half a meter on his back, and the orcs began to gradually approach him, expecting further actions from him. The young man's health worsened after the fall, and he looked forward with narrowed eyes, seeing Zalin's boss in front of him. In front of the guy was a huge monster who smiled bloodthirstily at him. His young man realized that it was all over and he would not be able to defeat the boss. There were exhausted students in the examination hall, and suddenly another injured student appeared from the portal. In the hall, races began to discuss the situation. People were surprised, because even the elite was defeated, and the boss clearly remained stronger. Lao Mo was close to the boss and realized that it took him an hour to collect the items that would unlock the hidden mission. Fortunately, he reached Boss Zalon in time, and for several seconds he silently looked at the orcs who were looking at him. But suddenly huge monsters rushed at the main character in order to quickly deal with him and ensure peace for the boss. Lao Mo remained calm and adamant, only loudly saying that these big guys were not fast. But then he grinned and confidently said that there would be no problems with them, after which he repelled the enemy's attack. The main character used all the different techniques and tried to fight off the blows with his feet and hands, without even giving himself a break. Soon the orcs were defeated and scattered in different directions, and the young man put his hand on the ground so as not to fall. Lao Mo realized that Boss Zalin was defenseless without his orcs, and then rushed straight at him without wasting a second. At the last moment before the main character struck, Zalin once again used the sacrifice technique. But this time it did not play any role and did not save the boss. And the main character successfully kicked his head, throwing the enemy aside. After that, he again grabbed the machine gun and began shooting non-stop, because there was no time to waste. Boss Zalin was humiliated and could not resist Lao Mo, who still continued to shoot at him. Soon the machine gun was empty and the hero stopped shooting, realizing that he had spent all the bullets on the boss. But this was of little use. After this, the bloodthirsty monster fell into a state of rage, and Lao Mo remained calm and remained in place, thinking about a plan of action. He came to the decision to use the weapon switching skill, and admitted that this skill was quite good. After this, the main character rushed at the boss to crush the bones on his feet and make him unable to move. The difficulty of this kingdom was that when the spell is cast, Zalin cannot fight, but is under the protection of two orcs. Lao Mo approached the boss lying on the ground, loudly creaking his sword, which touched the floor and creaked unpleasantly. The main character looked into the eyes of the monster and said that now he was defenseless, and his orcs were killed. He called Boss Zalin a defenseless weakling who could no longer resist him, and that was the end of him. The young man then called the boss too vulnerable and stuck a sharp blade straight into his head, ending his existence. Luo Jingjing, meanwhile, told Sun Ke that this time the first place was hers, and the guy said that he had made a mistake and congratulated her on her victory. But being shocked, he turned around and said worriedly that it wasn't her name in the first place, which made him nervous. The girl was dumbfounded and quite angry because she couldn't believe that she lost to some Li Hong, who didn't even have a specialization. Luo Jingjing's associates began to reassure her and said that the first place rightfully belonged to her, and Li Hong must have cheated. Sun Ke said that people from the ordinary class sometimes use sneaky methods, but the girl said that she is not surprised if it is deception. Li Hong was soon in the academic affairs office, where he proved to the education officer that he had not cheated. Lu Yanming sternly shouted that the guy was still lying and asked what skills Boss Zalin used in the last stage and how he was able to pass it. The education official angrily asked if he really wanted to be the first expelled student from Jiang Academy. Li Hong was very scared and knelt down, after which he said that he asked Cheng Tianmo to help him and asked him not to hold him accountable. Earlier, Lao Mo explained to the guy the unobstructed passage to the Awakening Stone and said that he only needed to touch it as quickly as possible. Lu Yanming looked at the guy in surprise and asked if there really were people as brilliant as Cheng Tianmo in their academy. Then he looked at the real Zhang Lei next to him and asked how he was doing with his studies, and he replied that Qianmo set a record by reaching the 13th level. After that, he held out the tablet and showed him the full video, and Lu Yanming happily exclaimed that this guy had a very bright future. People said that Luo Jingjing and Sun Ke came out very quickly and deserved to be in the elite class, and everything is amazing. One of the spectators noticed that Cheng Tianmo had not yet come out, and his friend added that this guy had already failed the exam regardless of the level. Lao Mo understood that as soon as he touched the Awakening Stone, he would immediately be teleported back, and he decided that he needed to complete a hidden task. He used all 6 attributes, including a broken sword, a clear crystal, dead wood, obsidian, a book, and a demon dog skull. The main character laid out all 6 found attributes in front of him and said that they could be summoned, after which the process began. The process was going well, and a frightening voice asked the question, who dared to wake him up? Because he would have to answer for this. Lao Mo rejoiced inside. His smile was confident, because he realized that this was the voice of the secret boss. A few seconds later, the insatiable elite boss of the 12th level, who was a demon warrior and called Tamon, stood in front of him. The huge monster immediately paid attention to the guy and used his blade, hitting the floor to knock him down. Lao Mo became very tense and nervous because the cavity under his legs began to crack and he realized that he needed to act. Tamon managed to lower the floor several tens of meters down, and the main character looked down on him, not knowing what to expect. The hero looked at the enemy and admitted that he deserved the title of secret boss because he was much stronger than Zalin. Tamon's advantage is high strength, but its disadvantage is flexibility, and as long as the hero can limit his attacks, he will be able to win. After this, the young man understood that it was time to start the game, and the bloodthirsty boss looked sternly into his eyes, confident in himself. He only wanted to kill his insolent opponent, who dared to disturb his peace and call him to fight. With a sharp start, Tamon rushed at the main character, who remained unusually calm and cool. Lao Mo used his main skill, namely throwing sand at the enemy, which should have slowed down his actions. Tamon immediately fell into a state of blindness because throwing sand at an enemy reduces his speed and impairs his vision for 3 seconds. Soon the boss activated a passive skill that caused him to go out of control for 1 second. Lao Mo admitted in his mind that Tamon deserved to be the hidden boss, but it was his turn to speak and he grabbed a grenade. After that, he lay down on his back and slid a few meters on it to get closer to the enemy. The hero understood that it was not so easy to break through Tamon's defense, so he had to act with confidence in order to avoid mistakes. He got close to the enemy and punched one of the areas of his body to weaken his defense. Lao Mo understood that an important criterion was for Tamon to lose his vigilance, after which he would be able to take advantage of it. Having gotten close, the main character used a dagger to stab him in the back and finally deal with the enemy. He did what he had planned, after which he used his main skill, namely a front blow, and launched a kick. Tamon was unable to withstand the series of blows, and ultimately fell straight onto the grenade, which soon caused a large explosion. Even after the explosion, he tried to kick, but the main character foresaw this and grabbed the blades, which he immediately threw at him. Lao Mo stepped on the prone opponent and said that no matter how strong he was, he clearly could not stand against him. The main character pointed a machine gun at his head and said goodbye to Tamon, after which an obvious outcome for the monster occurred. The audience, meanwhile, became angry and began to riot, considering it all a deception because Chung Tianmo had so quickly risen to first place. People shouted that they would capture him after the test, and Lu Yanming stood aside and thought about the situation. He heard about the evil intentions of the disciples and intervened, calling them ignorant children who would allow such words. Zhang Lei said in his thoughts that he had not seen Mr. Lu so excited for a long time and assumed that he believed Chung Tianmo. The test was coming to an end, and the system notified Lao Mo that he would receive 200% experience for killing the Tamon boss. The exhausted protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he had to waste a lot of time on a secret mission. He understood that this was not in vain, because he had received a new title. Then he wondered whether the Awakening Stone would be useful to him. The main character approached the alluring Stone of Awakening, which glowed with a dark blue light, and extended his hand to it. An unknown voice congratulated Lao Mo for passing the exam, which worried him because he did not understand who was speaking. It was as if there was an electric charge inside the hero, and the transformation system was elevated to the 2nd level, and he could add a passive skill. Then Lao Mo started scrolling through the digital display and realized that this was great, and now he had 2 transformations available to him. The conversion of the Gatling gun was completed and the hero was pleased, because it would greatly help him during the battle. When fighting a high-level monster, all attributes are suppressed, but now he can kill monsters as much as he wants. Lao Mo also realized that the number of transformations was limited, so he needed to choose wisely, and his choice fell on knocking down. With the knockdown skill, there is a chance that a normal strike will cause a subsequent shockwave within a 2-meter range. Lao Mio knew that compared to the levitation skill, which requires a lot of energy, the energy required to knock down, if not so great, the combat power was about to reach 10,000, and then he would go to the active Apocalypse continent and start the real battle. The heroes decided to exit the portal. Everyone present was blinded by an incredibly bright yellow light. All the spectators present were stunned that it was Chung Tianmo who had finally awakened. Lu Yanming was touched and surprised by what was happening. And in his thoughts, he admitted that the guy had succeeded and that he truly had a limitless future. The spectators present asked the gentleman to annul Chung Tianmo's result, shouting that he was a banal deceiver. Lu Yanming held his hands behind his back and suddenly shouted to the entire room that he needed silence in the hall. Everyone present immediately fell silent, and many of them did not feel well after the very loud scream. Mr. Lu approached Chung Tianmo and asked if it was true that he himself had passed the test, and the guy was surprised to hear his voice. The young man was surprised that he was behind him so quickly, but he tried not to show it and answered in a calm tone that this was exactly so. Lu Yanming, with a spark of joy in his eyes, told the guy that he had a limitless future, but those present shouted that he had obvious problems. Sun Ke was unhappy and said that they could not be fooled, and Luo Jingjing supported him and said that they needed proof. The society joined them, and everyone shouted that this young man should be immediately expelled from the academy. Lu Yanming became angry and shouted that Chung Tianmo single-handedly withstood the secret boss and killed more monsters than all of them. He said that if this guy takes the lead, then a herd like them will take the lead, and everyone in the area was excited. Luo Jingjing said that she had never heard of the secret boss and asked how Chung Tianmo knew about it, and Sun Ke completely called it a hoax. Class teacher Shui Qin suggested that some kind of deception had happened to the boss, and everything needed to be checked, because an ordinary student took the lead. She ran over to the others and asked Chung Tianmo to share with them information on how he was able to summon the hidden boss. The young man looked at her and excitedly asked why he should explain himself to them if it was his merit. The class teacher was shocked by his statement and could not find an answer to this question, because she was in a stupor. Everyone in the area was dumbfounded and understood that teacher Shui would not forgive Chung Tianmo for this kind of humiliation. Sun Ke looked at the class teacher and angrily asked how Tianmo dared to talk to his teacher like that. He suddenly used his fiery blade and pointed it at the guy and said that he was challenging him to a fight, but Lao Mo calmly just grinned. The main character calmly asked the guy if he was sure he deserved to fight him, which was even more stunning. People angrily shouted that the elder Sun Ko took the initiative and offered to engage in a duel, thereby considering him equal. Luo Jingjing put her hand on the old man's shoulder and said that if classmate Chung is so self-confident, then they will join forces. Chang Tianmon looked arrogantly at the girl and boldly asked who else she was to interfere in their showdown. His insolence amazed the girl, and she became angry, then asked how he could not know the first beauty of the academy, Luo Jingjing. Sun Ke shouted furiously that if he didn't stop behaving inappropriately towards his rocket-class classmates, he would be forced to teach him a lesson. He shouted that he wanted to fight him and the fight would be life and death. But the elder's words did not frighten the young man at all. What's there? Zui Ting analyzed the situation and understood that the duel was a forced battle between awakened ones, and it was not worth refusing. She was sure that Chung Tianwei would lose, as she simply could not stand up to head girl Sun Ke. The main character confidently told the elder that since he is in such a hurry to die, then he will kindly escort him to the next world. Lu Yanming silently observed the situation and realized that this child had a lot of energy, and through the battle he would be able to learn about his true strength. He exclaimed that since both sides had expressed their agreement, they would set the stage for battle right away. The gentleman also expressed the hope that they would not regret their chosen path, and the headman said that he would not regret it. Chain Qianmon again showed arrogance and said that they would see what Sun Ke was capable of, and added that there was no point in wasting time. The main character invited his opponent to finally start fighting, because they had already lost a lot of time. Sun Ke was furious and called him an impudent boy, and then asked him not to blame him for anything when he destroyed him. The duel began and the headman used a talent, thanks to which you can instantly increase the speed of an attack by 50%. The spectators watched the fight in awe, and were surprised that Sun Ke would develop his skills so thoroughly. Sun Ke self-confidently told her classmate Chung that he was clearly finished, because he was simply not able to resist him. He swung his sword at the main character in order to quickly deal with him and prove that he was much stronger. But at the moment of the blow, the absolutely calm Lao Mo made a sharp jump to the side, thereby avoiding the blow. The protagonist grinned provocatively and asked the headman if this was all he was capable of. The spectators were stunned and could not understand how he dodged the attack, because Sun Ke had just transformed his skill. The headman tensed and said that he had only made a slight mistake, But now he would take up the blade and definitely correct his mistake. He was sure that he would now exterminate the main character. But Chung Tianmo used a new skill, namely shooting down. The young man squatted, waiting for the next blow from the enemy, so that he could use his skills in time. Sun Ke immediately used the charge skill, after which he immediately rushed to attack the enemy. Lao Mo used his jump in time, which gave him the opportunity to repulse the enemy's attack right in the air and not receive damage. The headman was a little confused, because the enemy was approaching him, but he still did not inflict damage on him. Unexpectedly, he used the skill of changing shape and shadow, which made the main character a little tense at that moment. In a crazy tone, Sun Ke shouted that he had won, after which he used the skill of repelling the attack, and Lao Mo was confused due to a lack of understanding of the situation. The spectators shouted that the headman showed the perfect combination of terror and lethality, and Luo Jingjing said that it was a great strike. There was smoke all around, and the headman said that no one had yet been able to cope with his incredible speed, but it was too early to rejoice in victory. His self-confidence at one moment was trampled by an unexpected blow to the jaw, for which he was not prepared and was unable to react. Lao Mo then kicked directly into the opponent's chest, thereby throwing him several meters to the side. All the spectators present were stunned by such an unexpected move by the protagonist, and he also used the skill of cutting waves. Chung Tianmo made his opponent scream in incredible pain and then said that his extreme speed was still at an inappropriate level. The spectators could not believe that one of the Academy's geniuses, Sun Ke, was instantly killed in less than half a minute. Lao Mo looked at Luo Jingjing below and asked if she still wanted to fight, and the girl replied that she was not worthy of it. The hero began to leave silently, and everyone began to admit that he was really strong, and also began to apologize for what he had said. Luo Jingjing followed Chung Tianmo, admitting that she did not expect him to seem so strong, and found herself thinking that she wanted to become closer to him. Lu Yanming understood that this guy could become a new legend of the 5 circles, and such a good seedling should remain with them. The gentleman said that you would like to make a very important announcement to the Academy, which attracted the attention of those present. He said that Chung Tianmo would be awarded 1 million coins, as well as the special title of student leader. Everyone present, including the class teachers, were stunned by such an unexpected statement. Lao Mo immediately began to think that the title was quite impressive judging by their reactions, and wondered if he could exchange it for money. Zhang Lei said that they had not had a single student with such a title in the city for more than 20 years, and asked why give this title to Chung Tianmo. Zui Qing, like everyone else, was shocked and realized that in the future the guy would also be able to reach 4 circles. She began to take steps towards the guy, realizing that she should take such a talented student into her class, and in the future she could become famous. Approaching him, Shui Qin asked if he would be interested in transferring to the rocket class as a prefect. The people in the area were stunned, because many of them would have dreamed of learning from her. But Lao Mo boldly removed her hands and said that he did not need anything from her. The main character said that it's not just her, but that no one from the academy can teach him, because they are all not freedom-loving. Zui Qing nervously asked why she couldn't train him, and Lu Yanming intervened and said that she couldn't train him because she had a different specialty. He said that after accepting the specialization, they had no initial skills left, and they clearly did not have enough experience in his specialization. The gentleman added that no one in the Xia state is able to train this guy, so Chung Tianmo must act on his own. He said that the specialization of freedom-loving people is very difficult, and expressed hope that in the future the guy will not regret his choice. Lu Yanming said that he would give him permission to study on his own, and said that he hoped that in a month he would shine in the exam. Chung Tianmo thanked the teacher and said that there was one problem, but the master said that it did not matter. The main character awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked when his 100 million would come, which knocked everyone present off their feet. Soon, reporters arrived at the academy to interview Lao Mo, but Zhang Lei said that he was not here at the moment. The hero at that time was in the Management Association, where the necessary checks of systems for personal identification were carried out. 100 years ago, ferocious beasts from Oblivion descended into Blue Star, and after committing murder, they retreated. To combat the cataclysm, humanity discovered the so-called apocalypse, and an era of training began to be able to get into it. Lao Mo knew that there was a lot of trouble in apocalypse, and the most important thing now was to reach level 20 as quickly as possible and pass the unified exam. Soon he found himself on the Broken Islands and smiled, because these places made him nostalgic, because this is the same place as in his past life. The newcomers offered to unite into a team, and the hero understood that the newcomers had only this way of fighting against monsters, but he had other knowledge. He also knows that it is best to complete the hidden task first, since he will receive the most points for it. After some time, Chung Tianmo was in a dilapidated village with traces of people, and searched one of the houses. He managed to find a piece of paper on which it was written that yesterday, while fishing, someone discovered some strange huge shadow. This was a secret task which, according to the hero, no one else could complete, because it requires a lot of experience. Meanwhile, on Hernan Beach, there was a battle between the awakened and the mutated turtle. People managed to cope with the turtle, but unexpectedly the fireball technique was used, which caused many to become confused. The fireballs reached their target and some of the awakened were injured by incredibly powerful fire, and also received burns. One of the guys angrily asked Ding Hong how he dares to break the rules, since fighting is prohibited by the rules of the academy. The insidious Ding Hong grinned and said that all the monsters on this beach belong to them, so they must get out of here immediately. The guy shouted that this is a public place. They are the private territory of the Demon Academy, so they have no right to kick them out. Ding Hong smiled intimidatingly and asked to repeat it, and then promised that they would not get a single monster. The guy's colleagues said that they needed to take care of the wounded man and not waste time, so they needed to leave the place immediately. Zhao Yana here told the headman that there was one more left, and he immediately looked in the direction where she was pointing. Chain Chanmo continued to exterminate the turtles without paying attention to anyone, and Ding Hong said that apparently this guy got lost. He got angry and without warning attacked the main character, saying that he would teach him a lesson and he would no longer dare to kill their monsters. The headman decided to simply kill all the monsters with one blow, so that he wouldn't get anyone and he couldn't profit from it. The main character realized that the enemy wanted to use the high damage caused by the two magicians to get rid of all the monsters. But the one who first destroys a certain number of monster hit points will be able to take possession of them, and the rest will not receive a reward for killing. Chen Qianmun assumed that ordinary people did not know about this yet, and it was a pity that they met him today. He took advantage of the change of weapons and picked up a dagger, and then used the assassin's skill, Instant Step. The hero knew that he needed to reduce their hit points without changing the object of their hatred. Otherwise, he would face inevitable deaths. The rest of the awakened were stunned that the freedom-loving man continued to attack and did not understand what he was planning. Ding Hong laughed and wondered if the guy really thinks he can take possession of his turtles, not knowing that the group attack of magicians is only available to him. Sun Zaijin called the hero trash and asked if he really wanted to die, and Ding Hong said that the Demon Academy was on top as always. One of the awakened ones said that the freedom-loving man was unable to resist two magicians, and his comrade in arms added that nothing good came of this. A few seconds later, there was a loud explosion, and the freedom-loving comrades were surprised that the snowstorm did not kill him. They did not understand how he survived, because the storms that the magician releases should instantly kill an enemy with the same level. Ding Hong became nervous and ordered the team to activate the storm again, because they must kill Chung Tianmo. Chung Tianmo activated a passive skill to avoid damage from the storm, and then used it to slow down, after which the machine gun came into action. He opened fire with a machine gun, and his comrades were shocked because he continuously uses a machine gun, although its action lasts for 8 seconds. Everyone in the area was shocked and looked at this with their mouths open because they understood that the freedom-loving man had taken the prey. Lao Mo said that everything happened just in time, and he considered the damage from the machine gun to be amazing because everything happened as he planned. There were many dead mutated turtles lying on the shore of the beach, and the main character decided to collect prey from them. They received 32 tails of a mutated turtle, after which he thanked the guys for their help while giggling. Ding Hong was incredibly angry with the freedom-loving man and said in his thoughts that he would still pay for robbing them. The red-haired boy said that demons could only hide behind each other, and his comrades said that they should not have rebelled on the continent of the apocalypse. The ridicule of the opponents angered Ding Hong even more, and he wanted to start a fight, but Zhao Yanhair stopped him and asked him not to do so. The frightened girl told the old man that this person was much stronger about them, so there was no point in getting into a fight. Then they began to leave, and finally, Ding Hong told the main character that he remembered his name and he would still pay for what he had done. But unexpectedly, their eyes almost popped out of their heads because Chung Tianmo asked in a stern tone if he allowed them to leave. He said that he was giving them exactly a minute to give him everything they had managed to get here. Otherwise, they would have to increase the level again. Sun Zijun shouted that he was not going to give up, and even if he was on the verge of life and death, the hero would not take the equipment from him. The red-haired boy said that even though Chung just reproduced the attack very strongly, he was not able to withstand a fireball attack of this level. The magician actually used the fireball technique, and meanwhile the main character stood aside and was still abnormally calm. Sun Zijun asked Chung Tianmo if he was really so afraid that he couldn't even move and called him another show-off. He then sent a fireball straight towards the main character to quickly end this whole show. But Lao Mo was not going to give up at all and changed his weapon to gloves, and then used his boxing evasion skill. After that, he gathered all his strength and used his explosive fist, striking directly at his opponent and knocking him down. The main character again used evasion and found himself behind enemy lines with a large amount of saliva running down his chin. Next, the flying technique was used, and Chung Tianmo hit the opponent's torso with a precise kick, throwing him to the side. Sun Zijun was defeated, and everyone in the area was stunned, because the heroes in the blink of an eye dispelled the enemy's equipment and attacked with their own. Chung Tianmo told the frightened Ding Hong that they had 20 seconds left, and now he needed not only the attributes, but also all the apocalypse coins. Zhao Yanner immediately fell to her knees and held out a bag of jewelry, fearfully saying that she would give whatever he asked. Sun Zijun still survived and, rising from the ground, said that they were not finished yet because the hero dared to mock. He rushed at Chung Tianmo, but Ding Hong stopped him and asked if he really thought that he had not disgraced himself enough. Then the young man gave the main character a bag of jewelry and asked him to accept all their things, and Sun Zijun was shocked. There were 120 taels in the bag, and Chung Tianmo was glad that he had saved a few hours, after which he told the squad that they could go. The trio of demons ran away, and the freedom-loving comrades admired him and said that they had never seen such an amazing person. Cheng Chamo was offered to create a team in which he would be the captain, and Luo Jingjing ordered to make room for God to collect attributes. The hero understood that strength is the most important thing in the world of the apocalypse, but no one should stop him from collecting attributes, and the secret task was half completed. There were still 239 taels left before the task was completed, and the hero understood that the day would be boring. The next day, he tiredly fell to the ground and said that he had finally finished. The secret mission took a lot of time, but he had gained a new level. Cheng Chanmo's agility surpassed the 100 mark, and his combat power reached 10,000 points, and he knew that few people would achieve such success. The main character pulled his hood over his head and said that since everything was ready, it was time to complete the task. At the Demon Academy, Ding Hong, meanwhile, said that if they want to destroy the Freedom Lover, then they need to act carefully. Yunner said that she had found someone who could help Chung Chanmo with this, and Zaijun said that there were students in the first group who would help them. Ding Hong smiled and said that there was still one thing left, and Zhao Yunner asked if he meant the champion Gu Yunfei, tried to say that this is exactly so, and added that, according to rumors, the champion has a talent called Fullness of Magic. He began to laugh eerily and said that, moreover, in just a year, Gu Yunfei had risen to level 21 and became the best freshman. Sun Taijin said that the champion does not bend for anyone, and Ding Hong only said that everyone in this world is greedy for money. He then used the fireball technique while contemplating his next course of action. His comrades as elders were behind him and were devoted to him at every moment, being ready to follow him. Ding Hong said that it is not surprising that such a person became the best in the academy, since he releases such power using the fireball technique. Gu Yunfei asked what the richest man in the academy had forgotten here, because no one had come here for several months. The headman said that he had a battle plan and would like to invite him to participate, but Gu immediately replied that he was not interested. He then jumped from the elevated area to the floor, and Ding Hong became nervous and told Gu that he hadn't even finished speaking yet. He asked if Yunfei wasn't going to make it to the second round and said that he could help, but the champion replied that he didn't need it. Gu Yunfei began to leave. Ding Hong tried to stop him and tenderly said that he wanted him to help teach a lesson to one scoundrel. The guy said with even greater trepidation that this scoundrel was very strong, and even the three of them could not cope with him, but the champion did not care. Ding Hong exclaimed that moreover their opponent is freedom-loving, after which the champion suddenly stopped. Gu Yunfei turned around and asked if he had heard correctly that the guy was indeed a freedom-loving man. He said that he thought people with this specialization were complete trash, but he finally found a really good opponent. Cheng Tianmo, meanwhile, came to the fishing tackle shop and asked the salesman to show him his best fishing rods. Collecting broken tails was the first point of the task. So now the main character needs gear, and he has some money left for it. The seller adjusted his glasses and said that all prices are indicated in the price list, and he can find the goods there, so the choice is his. The hero said he wouldn't mind a little help, but then asked for an exquisite purple bamboo fishing rod and 10 daphnias. The seller jumped up because he was surprised that the guy made up his mind so quickly and realized that, judging by what was said, he was interested in more expensive goods. The man understood that even if he was ready to go fishing in the womb, it was impossible to have such extensive knowledge. He asked if he was from a fishing family or a guy, and Chung Chanmo replied that it was just his hobby, but the man didn't believe it. The man smiled at the guy and said that give him a discount and take only 10 gold pieces because he understood that the guy had a lot of experience, but he also added that if in the future the young man catches something worthwhile, he can bring it to him for sale and he will not leave it. After some time, the main character came to the sea, near the coast of which other people were exterminating monsters. Chang Chanmo, looking at the water, said in his mind that he had tails and tackle, but there was only one thing left. From his previous life, he remembered that on the opposite island there was a boss who appeared every 3 days, but he was too tough for newcomers. All the hero needs is a small part of this boss, after killing which he will be able to breathe underwater, and this is an important part of the puzzle. The rest of the awakened ones on the island were dumbfounded, because they noticed that someone had rushed into the water, and this person was a hero. The limit of stay in water for all residents is 2 minutes, and if it is exceeded, the blood itself will begin to leave the body and soon the person will die. People were delighted with the guy's coolness and tried to understand whether he was really not afraid of anything, since he rushed into the water. 2 people in the bushes were talking, and one asked whether it was worth going into the water if it was very dangerous there, and his comrade in arms replied that the wealth was worth it. There he added that it is unlikely that many bloodthirsty monsters live here, and suggested moving away from crowded places. They watched Chung Tianmo, and one of them said that since Zhao Yaner gave them so much money, then this guy should not be underestimated. The main character, meanwhile, came to the place he needed, where he would have the opportunity to summon the boss he needed. He stepped on the blue line and green slime immediately began to appear around him, which signaled something important. The young man grinned and said that it seemed like he was lucky today, after which he picked up the novice staff from his inventory. Within a few minutes, a huge monster of the 18th level, called Sticky Mud, appeared in front of him. Lao Mo immediately rushed at the elite blade monster and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, so he was very happy to see him. The damage was successfully dealt, a small amount of health points were destroyed, but the hero was not going to stop. He deftly moved from side to side, striking at the same time, but Sticky Dregs also did not stand still and tried to attack. Chao Chenmo asked mockingly if he really decided to zoom in since he used the corrosive mud. The hero remembered that if dirt gets on him, he will immediately slow down and such damage can be applied over and over again. Having approached the sticky mud, the main character changed his weapon to a long blade, after which he squatted down to strike. Following this, the wave-cutting technique was used, which was supposed to help deal with the elite monster. Cheng Chenmo lunged forward, continuously swinging his blade in different directions and causing sticky mud damage. The elite monster made ear-piercing sounds from the incredible pain it was experiencing due to the enemy's masterful blows. A few seconds later, he crashed onto the ground with a crash, and poisonous green clouds were released from his body. Lao Mo understood that this was a radiation cloud, and if he got into it, he would lose life points every second, after which he picked up a machine gun. The hero knew that Sticky Muddy had a hard time against ranged attacks, and besides, his slowness also worked to the guy's advantage. The machine gun was activated, and continuous shelling began towards the huge monster, which could not do anything. One after another, the bullet passed into the body of the Sticky Mud, which angered the monster, and he tried to resist with all his might. But nothing worked, and after a few minutes there was a strong explosion, and upon landing, Chung Tianmo said that he was finished. The main character picked up the staff of the water vine, and joyfully raising it up, said that this was exactly what he needed. The young man understood that now that all preparations were completed, the time had come to catch the vanishing shadow. The next step will be a fierce battle, because after all, this is the strongest hidden boss in the rookie village. In his thoughts, the hero said that since yesterday he had noticed surveillance, but this did not stop him from continuing his journey. Soon he threw himself into the water, under which he could breathe unlimitedly thanks to the action of the water vine staff. The pursuers could not find the hero for 4 hours, and one of them said that if he returned to land, he would definitely not pass them by. The second guy said that the hero must have already been killed by some monster, and his comrade in arms told him that if that was the case, then they were just wasting their time. After some time, the pursuer admitted that Chung Tianmo had slipped away from them, and the second one fearfully said that they would no longer make such deals. Lao Mo arrived at the place to catch the vanishing shadow and told himself that he would need to start fishing after all the preparations. The hero was a little surprised because someone was already sitting on the fishing bank, and he realized that this person had taken the place. Cheng Tianmo soon became very worried because he did not see the stranger's attributes, which indicated that their difference in strength was too great. A tall man with a long beard saw the guy and said that if he came here to fish, then there was a place for him, but the young man was shocked. The man then praised the guy's caution, but said that with Chung Tianmo's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to finish him off. The hero began to silently lay out his things and decided that at first he would just sit, and when the stranger left, he would get back to work on the task. The bearded man noticed that the guy was not afraid of him at all and mentally admitted that he was a daredevil. 2 minutes later, a joyful Chung Tianmo was already pulling a fish from the pond, which weighed 8 kilograms. The young man was pleased with the catch, and in his thoughts he said that in a past life he had upgraded his fishing level to the highest level. A minute later, the stranger was very surprised because Lao Mo caught a red maple fish weighing 9.5 kilograms. A couple of minutes later, a fish weighing 8 kilograms was caught again, and the man was dumbfounded because he had been sitting there for half a day and had not caught anything. The man said that he did not expect that one day he would meet such a wizard and said that it would be nice if the hero gave him some advice. Lao Mo thanked the elder for the praise, and in his thoughts he wondered if after so many years he had not gotten used to fishing. Then the young man said that first he needed to find a better quality bait for fishing, and the man listened to him carefully. After a while, the man laughed and called the guy strange, because at such a young age he was already so well versed in fishing. But suddenly, his eyes turned red, and he said that, according to his observations, the main character is good at more than just that. He pushed the hero aside with the force of the wind, and then asked why he chose the freedom-loving specialization. And Lao Mo took out a machine gun. He looked at the man with a smile and asked, why not choose this specialization? Because the freedom-loving person goes his own way. The man asked if he wanted to become his student, and the hero replied that he wanted to go this path on his own and thanked him for the offer. Then my acquaintance threw a ring into his hands and said that if any problems arise, he can safely come to the association. Chung Tianmo looked at the ring and wondered why he decided to give this particular piece of jewelry as a gift. Meanwhile, the Demon Academy was noisy, and Ding Hong walked at the head of his comrades and said in his thoughts that Chung Tianmo would die today. Gu Yunfei was supported and expressed hope for him, but he decided that he would give them the opportunity to start first, and in case of seriousness, he would intervene. Xiao Jiang reported to the boss that Ding Hong was going to the Apocalypse continent with company and asked if something was coming. Wu Chongming tensed after hearing this and ordered him to follow them and report if something happened, and he himself began to get even more nervous. The man grabbed his head and said that this guy from the Ding family would bring him down someday and hoped that nothing would happen today. Chung Tianmo, meanwhile, continued to catch the tails and assured himself that 400 tails should be just right because he could not make a mistake. Suddenly, Ding Hung and his team appeared, and the heroes asked what was wrong. Could it be that they couldn't cope on their own, and therefore decided to run for help? Ding Hong became angry and shouted, asking if Lao Mo thought he could escape after insulting the spirits of the academy. The hero did not pay attention to them and was inspired, because the system notified him that a big catch was coming, which he had been waiting for so long. The crowd froze in place, because everything that was happening was very alarming, and it was as if a huge monster was crawling out from under the water. Everyone was shocked and looked at it with their mouths open, because this was a hidden monster that Chung Tianmo knew how to catch. It was a vile monster with red eyes, who was a level 22 elite, whose name was Prince Naziak. Gu Yunfei understood that even he could not cope with a boss of this level alone, and assumed that his appearance was connected with the freedom-loving. Sun Zaijin said that the boss is quite rare, and since there are so many of them, it is worth killing him and taking the treasure, and then dividing it among each other. Cheng Tianmo laughed and threw his tails at them and said that they would have to sacrifice their lives if they wanted this. Meanwhile, the huge monster was awake and stood up to attack the targets on the shore, and a small wave of panic began in the group of students. The elite boss attacked the group, many members who were scattered in different directions from the incredible power of his blow. Gu Yunfei remained calm and used the freezing technique, after which he ordered the others to attack the boss. Everyone began to damage the frozen boss, and Din Hong praised the young man and said that only thanks to him they would be able to resist Prince Naziak. Cheng Chamo stood aside and said in his thoughts that Ding Hong was a little out of his mind since the students of the Demon Academy decided to interfere with his plans. But with him, any tactics make no sense, and using the clearing skill and a spear, the hero began to attack the Academy students. Then he used the main assassin's skill, namely Shuriken, to make it easier to deal with opponents. The main character became very nervous because everything turned out to be a little different from what he wanted, and the skill began to be interrupted. He was not at a loss and immediately used the blade, and then, using the crescent, destroyed 3 students of the academy. The wounded disciples did not understand how Chung switched weapons so quickly, because even other freedom-loving students had twice as much time to change weapons as he did. Boss Prince Naziak, meanwhile, weakened his control and entered the second stage, and his hatred for people grew rapidly with every second. The impulsive monster could no longer restrain himself and hit the ground with all his might, shouting that he would destroy everyone and everyone. He began to mercilessly attract and deal with every member of the group in the water, not giving them a chance to get out. Many people drowned underwater, and Chung Tianmo was happy that the second phase had begun, and he had a clear advantage in the water. Prince Naziak began to move into the second stage of his state, which was invincibility, and the remaining duration of action was only half a minute. Yana Air excitedly told Ding Hong that their magician was not able to attack in such an area and they would not be able to stay in the water for long. The headman was nervous and did not understand why he was gathering such a crowd then, and whether God himself was helping Chung Tianmo, which irritated him. Gu Yunfei said that if they want, they can leave, and he himself will meet with this freedom-loving man and sort it out. Ding Hong suggested leaving Prince Naziak alone for now and putting all his efforts into killing Chung Tianmo, and promised to double the reward if they defeated him. His tempting offer satisfied all members of the group, after which they rushed to kill the main character with hatred in their hearts. Chen Tianmo chuckled insidiously and wondered if they were seriously planning to finish him off, since they were heading towards him so quickly. The hero understood that the 30-second countdown had begun, and very soon it would be impossible to restrain the boss. Ding Hong was annoyed because he did not see Lao Mo, and wondered if he had really decided to commit suicide since he had disappeared. Prince Naziak reached an invincible state and the end of the action began, after which he opened his mouth wide and his eyes turned red. Ding Hong clenched his teeth in anger and told himself that he too should not stay underwater for a long time, but apparently he would not be able to get out. Within a minute, a deep-sea vortex began, from which many members of the group died, unable to escape. People panicked because they could not take control and tried with all their might to get out, not having the desire to die, but it was all in vain. A few more minutes later, a fireball exploded right next to the elite boss's eye, but it didn't do much good. Gu Yunfei became nervous because he did not understand how this was possible, since his technique did not affect the boss at all, despite his level. Ding Hong nervously said that fire techniques noticeably reduce their power underwater, so they are not at all rivals to this boss. Then the head woman suggested retreating because Chung Tianmo was already dead, and Gu Yunfei said upsetly that next time everything would definitely work out. The remnants of the group began to climb up, but Prince Naziak intimidatingly asked if they had decided to first anger him and then run away. The elite boss used the ice shackles, stopping the group's escape and causing them to panic. The smell of oxygen was exhausted and they only had 10 seconds to live, and Ding Hong promised himself that after being revived, he would end Chung Tianmo. But after a couple of seconds, his face changed because he saw in front of him a picture that he did not expect to see at all. Chen Tianmo swam up to him and greeted him as if nothing had happened, and Ding Hong asked why he didn't die. Finally, he asked how he managed to survive in this environment, because he didn't even surface. He obviously had to run out of oxygen. Lao Mo never gave an answer to this question, and told the boss Prince Naziak that now the entire action scene belongs only to them. The elite monster immediately used the ice shackles to quickly deal with the main character and go to rest. Cheng Tianmo just smiled confidently and used the skill of a mask of awareness, which envelops the thoughts of any opponent. He used this skill to even out their speeds, making it easier to fight the boss later. Then the hero used level 18 running shoes because he needed to close the distance with the boss. Following them, the main character activated the effective use, namely speed, which finally came in handy for him. He switched to a homogeneous sword, and his second specialization doubles his attributes by 1.5 times, and he even reaches the 25th level. Chung Qianmo firmly decided that the time had come to crush Prince Naziak, and then dealt damage directly to the boss's head. This vile action immediately angered the prince, and he shouted at the top of his voice that he would destroy the main character for his action. Although the main character was thrown aside, he managed to react and switch to a machine gun to quickly finish off the boss. The young man grabbed the machine gun tightly and, gritting his teeth, opened heavy fire on the monster, who did not expect this. He never missed, and within a few seconds, Prince Naziak's health bar was practically zero. Cheon Chanmo said it was great that the elite monster only had 101 health left, so it was time to finish. Prince Naziak opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his voice that the main character was like a corpse, since he allowed himself to treat him like that. But in response to this, the young man grinned, after which he used rotation, and soon the system congratulated him on completing the hidden mission. He also received a notification that he was moving to the 17th level, and as a reward, he was given a large chest. After some time, Chung Tianmo climbed ashore with the chest and wasted no time opening it to find out what was in it. The system congratulated the main character for receiving an epic attribute called Tide Ward, which inflicts a shockwave on the target. Lao Mo chuckled insidiously, because now he can easily kill monsters, and for players of his level, he is simply invincible. In the education department, a man named Li Tian asked the man why he was against giving a quota to Chung Tianmo. The man admitted that the young man is a real genius, but he doesn't even really have a specialization, and he chose the path of a freedom-loving person. Wang Tianfeng got angry and, hitting the table, asked why they should give a quota to this particular guy and oppose this proposal. Li Tian also angrily hit the table and asked with a shout whether he really thought that no one knew about his affairs and wanted to cover everything up in this way. A man with glasses intervened in the argument and said that in any case, at the last discussion, they decided to send the quota to Li Daoyu from Fenghua School. He added that the young man not only reached the 12th level, but awakened his talent by choosing the specialization of a magician, so everything has already been decided. Wang Tianfeng proposed to give the young men the opportunity to fight, and the winner of the fight would receive a precious quota. The seller was glad to see the hero and apologized for keeping him waiting, and then said that his catch amounted to a whopping 734 kilograms. He asked how he would cope with such a quantity, and then promised that he would return 30% of all his purchases. Cheng Chamo turned his attention to the TV, where the reporter was saying that the recording was being made from the Jiang City Academy. The seller said that there were rumors that Jiang Academy and Fenghua Academy would hold a competition between students to determine who should get the quota. The main character asked why no one told him about this, but then he saw a lot of missing ones, and the question immediately disappeared. The man said that the competition would consist of 2 parts, where 10 points were given for a team competition and 20 for a battle of attrition. Next, the greeting of the participants from the Jiang Academy began, among whom were a fighter, a magician, a shooter, a priest, and a warrior. Among the members of the Fenghua Academy team were an assassin, a boxer, a spellcaster, a swordsman, and even a horseman, all of whom looked menacing. The spectators wished good luck to those they were rooting for, and among the participants there was even the strongest student of Fenghua Academy, Li Daoyu. Wang Tianfeng laughed and asked if Cheng Tianmo was afraid to compete, but Lu Yunming said that he would definitely come. Li Daoyu mockingly asked if they really thought that scum like them could compete with him and wondered where Cheng Tianmo was. The girl from the main character's team was nervous and tried to understand where he was, because we were talking about an important quota, and he couldn't miss this. She told her comrades that the magician must be protected by the priest from knife blows and cover his back because there is no healer on the other side of the stage. The shooter added that she attacks with fire, and the fighter and boxer must hit Li Daoyu in the face, because he cannot be allowed to cast a spell. Li Tian, as usual, held a cigarette in his teeth, and adjusting the microphone, said that he was announcing the start of the competition. The shooter immediately pulled out a machine gun and opened fire towards the opponents, and the rest of the team began to do as she ordered. An unimaginable battle began on the battlefield, which even from the outside looked terrifying, because the fighting did not subside even for a second. The commentator said that Luo Jingjing, relying on the firepower of an A-rank talent, has increased her strength and is rapidly suppressing the enemy in front of her. The fighter, meanwhile, approached the spellcaster, and without thinking twice swung his fist at him while his back was turned to him. But his plans were thwarted by the horseman, who used the skill of support and defense and threw the enemy aside with an incredible blow. Another member of the Manhwa Academy team used the assassin's special skill, namely invisibility, to sneak up on enemies from behind. Luo Jingjing ordered to monitor the priest's protection, but at that moment he was dumbfounded and asked her to turn her head back. But the girl did not have time to react, and at that very second the enemy killer's blade found itself in her back. The shooter was not going to give up, as a result of which she kicked the enemy aside, harboring incredible anger towards him. Wiping the blood from her lips, she wondered why she was the target of the killer, and not the priest who needed to be killed in the first place. The caster smiled and said that the shooter was the backbone of their formation, and then used supreme demonic magic to detonate a thunder bomb. The spectators were very excited and did not understand how he developed such speed, because it is not characteristic of an ordinary person. Wang Tianfeng smiled and said that Li Daoyu awakened a talent that is the speed of casting a spell and reduces the casting time. The caster's thunder bomb was thrown directly towards the archer, who at that moment was a little confused and froze in place. The priest was afraid for Sister Luo Jingjing, as a result of which he managed to use a spell and create a shield around her. The girl clenched her teeth in fear, and Li Daoyu said that it was useless to run, because the thunder bomb would still reach its target sooner or later. Everything turned out exactly as he said, and the shield did not save Luo Jingjing at all, resulting in her being seriously injured. A few minutes later, the unconscious girl lay on the floor with serious burns, black smoke emanating from her body. The class teacher ran up to her and said that she needed to heal the girl as quickly as possible, otherwise she would die. Li Daoyu laughed and said that their leader was defeated, and Cheng Qianmo never dared to come out, so Zhang Academy would sink to the bottom. After some time, a battle of attrition began, which involved the magical swordsman Zhang Xiaoxia and the fierce warrior Wang Dalei. Fans of Team Jiang were disappointed and blamed Li Daoyu for everything, who was considered too strong, because he defeated 8 people on his own. Wang Tianfeng advised Lu Yunming to admit defeat and not disgrace himself, but the man remained calm and asked him not to rush things. The impudent man continued to provoke more laughter and said that so be it, they will enjoy the brilliant performance of Manhwa Academy. Zhang Lei nervously continued to call Cheng Qianmo, who still did not answer the phone, and the man did not understand why he did not answer. He wondered if the young man was really afraid to go on stage, and at that time the battle of attrition between the teams still continued. Confident and daring, Wang Dalei swung his sword at his opponent, and Zhang Xiaoxia was thrown aside due to the incredible blow. Wang Tianfeng was shocked and looked at this with his mouth open, and Lu Yunming began to smile because his faith in the team was not in vain. At the last moment before the fall, the girl was caught by the sudden appearance of Cheng Qianmo, who said that she could rely on him. The audience was happy to see the main character and shouted that they still had hope and asked him to take revenge for their team. The enemy asked if this was the main hope of Zhang Academy and said that today, luck was clearly not on the hero's side. After these words, the impudent, self-confident Wang Dalei rushed at the cool-headed Cheng Qianmo, who was standing in one place. The main character was not at all afraid of the enemy and used one of his skills to prevent the enemy's attack. At that moment, Wang Dalei experienced incredibly severe pain, as a result of which he dropped the bladed weapon and could no longer resist. Following the axe, the man himself fell, because the damage that the main character inflicted on him was unbearable. Cheng Qianmo looked at the others coolly and asked, "Then the next one wants to fight and show himself." The spectators literally went wild after what they saw and could not understand how he was able to destroy the enemy in just a second. The fans understood that there was a chance to win, because the main character was already level 17. Wang Tianfeng was dumbfounded and tried to understand how the freedom-loving man could reach such heights in such a level. He asked Old Man Lu if he really didn't cheat, and although the gentleman answered no, in fact the hero wrote to him that he would have time to come. Li Tian was happy for the main character because he was able to do it, and even smiled when he arrived at his destination. The fans loudly shouted the young man's name, and Cheng Qianmo meanwhile looked at the guy who was standing nearby. It was an injured guy named Zhou Luoqi, who, breathing heavily, asked the main character to give him some instruction. The guy was scared and wondered if he would have to fight Cheng Qianmo, and the hero asked to act faster because he had little time. Zhou Luoqi gathered all his strength into a fist and rushed forward, mentally telling himself that he could only hope for some miracle. After a few seconds, the killer used the disappearing skill to mislead the enemy. But Cheng Qianmo bypassed him and used a fighter's skill, namely an eagle step, thereby counterattacking the enemy. The fans were delighted with the hero's charming move, because he managed to catch and outwit even the Invisible Man. Many people wanted to ask Brother Chung for advice, because their teacher did not teach this, and the hero was looking at a dead enemy. Zhang Lei realized that the academy supports Chung Tianmo because he helps the students raise their spirits, and now everyone will look up to him. 10 minutes later, a guy burst into the break room and told Li Daoyu that their business was bad, and he didn't even know what he was talking about. The elder, tired, asked, "Why shout so much, and didn't the guy see that he was resting after hard battles?" The boy exclaimed with trepidation that Cheng Tianmo arrived at the last moment and needed 15 minutes to equalize the team's score. After hearing this, Li Daoyu was shocked and immediately became angry because he could not believe that this was possible. The fans were happy and shouted that Fenghua were now in a bad situation and could only hope for a miracle. Boxer. Li Jiamu was nervous and did not understand that he should only calmly wait until Chung Tianmo defeated him, but he could not stop being nervous. Li Daoyu asked the hero if it was normal to intimidate a person of the 10th level when he himself was of the 17th. The caster looked sternly at Chung Tianmo and asked if he would risk fighting him to settle everything once and for all. A man intervened in the conversation and said that this was nonsense because the rules were established in advance, and Li Daoyu had already taken a break, so he had no right to fight. No one listened to him, and Chung Tianmo, looking calmly at the enemy, said that he agreed to fight and he could attack. Fans shouted that Fenghua Academy was a disgrace and that the hero needed to be careful, because the enemy's talent increased the speed of spells. Li Tian looked at Mr. Lu with a smile and said that he knew that the man would definitely not be able to refuse such a sight. Zhang Lei said that since both sides agreed, then they would have a doubles match between Li Daoyu and Cheng Tianmo. The caster jumped into the arena and said that his ally only needed to deal one blow, and for the rest, he could rely on him. Zhang Lei waved his hand and declared the fight started, after which the hearts of the spectators began to beat faster due to excitement. The caster's companion immediately angrily rushed at the main character, and soon his fist was right in front of his face. Cheng Tianmo changed his weapon to boxing gloves, and deftly dodging the blow, was about to strike his opponent in the stomach. But at the last moment, he changed plans and made an uppercut, thereby throwing the enemy aside with incredible power. Then the young man again approached the enemy, who was still in the air, in order to finish him off. The main character decided to do it more brutally and used the dragon style, which immediately attacked the enemy. The hero himself was thrown several meters to the side, and at the place where the fighter landed there was a huge column of smoke. The spectators shouted that Chung Tianmo is great, but you should be careful because Li Daoyu is using a thunder bomb. The caster actually did exactly as the spectators said, and the lightning bomb was already created. Li Daoyu laughed insidiously and released a thunder bomb towards the main character, who understood that this was a big problem. He used the air dome and told himself that it only took him 3 seconds to defeat Li Jiamu. Also, the main character understood that the enemy was acting half a second longer than him, and in the meantime the bomb hit the dome. A very serious explosion thundered. The caster stood in place and looked at the spreading column of smoke. Cheng Tianmo came out of the smoke and said that although Li Daoyu shortens the casting time, it is worth trying to do it in 3 seconds. The main character asked with a smile if it was true that he had received some kind of reward in the secret kingdom and underwent secret baptism. Li Daoyu was shocked and did not understand how he survived, and then stammered and asked what nonsense he was talking about and asked him to close his mouth. One of the spectators asked what kind of secret baptism was, and the man answered him that this was a kind of bonus and it was a sin not to know it. He began to explain that it is divided into 2 types, where from the 1st to the 10th level you can awaken your specialization of various kinds of talents. Next, you can get secret baptism and special bonuses, and given Li Daoyu's level, he would never have passed the secret realm on his own. The spectators shouted that they were for justice and that it was necessary to investigate Fenghua Academy because they were unusually strong. Li Tian looked at Mr. Lu Yanming sitting next to him and asked if he saw what was happening right now on the podium. He replied that without Chung Tianmo, they would not have suspected anything, but asked why not contact the Management Association. Wang Tianfeng became very nervous and asked the main character how he managed to reveal Li Daoyu's abilities if others failed to do so. Viewers also wondered how he managed to see this, and his vision is beyond the standard and the whole thing is somehow wrong. Cheng Tianmo tried to remain calm and, after analyzing the situation, realized that they had decided to shift attention to him. Wang Tianfeng was sure that a third-year Nick could not reach level 17 so quickly, and he probably also took a crooked path. The hero confidently answered that this was because he, like no one else, knew all the specialists. So he was able to see the shortcomings at first sight. After these words, the man became furious and shouted that a simple boy could not see this, and he refused to believe in this nonsense. Chung Tianmo calmly said that students cannot be so knowledgeable about specializations, and human energy is limited to remember everything. Wang Tianfeng suggested testing the hero and said that first he would like to discuss the Blue Fist Holy Envoy and asked what he thought about this. The audience discussed that no one specializes in this, so the hero definitely has no information on this matter, so it's all over. The insidious man was sure that he would destroy the guy and told himself that if he had not encountered this in his youth, he would not have known anything either. Cheng Qianmo confidently answered that the main skill is mind control, which allows you to stick a spear into the ground or increase your movement speed. Wang Tianfeng almost frothed at the mouth in shock and anger, and in his mind he wondered if there was anything this guy didn't know. The audience was delighted that their eldest was such a talented and great fellow, because he even answered such a question. Li Daoyu said that since the hero understands his specialty, can he tell us about the hidden characteristics of the caster? The audience immediately began to throw mud at him, and shouted that he immediately wanted to deliberately put the person in an awkward position. Chung Qianmo replied that the hidden characteristic of a spellcaster is that if he learns a spell, he can translate it into magic. He added that the Thunder Bomb was a type of golden spell, and by reversing the second circle, he would be able to create powerful techniques, which left Li Daoyu dumbfounded. The caster was thrown into shock and could not stand on his feet because they began to give way and he simply collapsed on the floor. Li Tian looked at the desperate Wang Tianfeng and said that today's farce has come to an end and the results can be announced. In response, he said that he just wanted to pave the way for his student to a bright future. But unfortunately, he stumbled. It was announced throughout the entire arena that Fenghua Academy would lose all the achievements acquired at the event, and Jiang Academy would win. The spectators began to shout loudly that their academy had won, and everyone's beloved Chung Tianmo was the invincible champion. Lu Yanming officially stated that the only quota of this house goes to Jiang Academy student Chung Tianmo. The hero said, "Sir, that at present there are only 10 universities in the country that have taken over the secret kingdoms." After some time, he was in the director's office and looked at the catalog of universities, where he came across Shenyu University. The young man excitedly said that there are many secret realms in this university and asked why it is not among the top 10 of Xia country. Li Tian began to say that 50 years ago he was in first place, but over time, other universities also began to develop secret realms. The Shenyu Secret Kingdom was much more difficult than in other institutions, and over time it became difficult for students to follow them, and they began to give up. Cheng Qianmo understood that this university had what he needed. Although it was not among the top 10, it was not scary at all. He slammed the book shut and enthusiastically declared that he wanted to pass the entrance exams himself and go where he wanted. Concerned, Li Tian said that such a chance comes only once and should not be missed, but Mr. Lu sitting next to him asked him to calm down. The man calmly told the young man that they had no right to put forward any demands on his account if he had decided everything for himself. Chung Tianmo asked if the academy could provide the necessary letters, and Lu Yanming replied that there would be no problem. But after a few seconds, he read the letter, and with his mouth open in shock, he asked if the guy really wanted this. Meanwhile, the subordinate reported to Wu Zhongmeng that they had downloaded data about the beach area and would be able to understand Chung Tianmo's personality in more detail. The man was about to look at the data, but he couldn't even imagine which educational institution would decide to take on this guy. But after reading the information, he was pleasantly surprised and said that the country needs such a genius and they should not miss him. The subordinate pointed his finger at one of the sections of the data table and asked Mr. Wu to pay attention to it. Wu Zhongming became very tense and with sweat on his face, wondered why he was together with Chung Tianmo, because this was unusually alarming. The man's subordinate was informed by radio that people from the Demon University had arrived, which made him immediately alarmed and began to sweat. Meanwhile, in the reception area, there was a crowd of people who were stopped by Mr. Cold-Blooded Security Guard. Soon, a slightly confused Wu Zhongmeng came down to them, and people immediately rushed to him and began to ask for help. The man froze in place. One of the women begged to reveal the data of Chung Tianmo, who is to blame for the decline in her son's level. Then Zhong Hongshan, who was the vice director of the Demon University, greeted him and asked to provide them with information about the hero. Wu Zhongmeng replied that as far as he knew, Cheng Tianmo had nothing to do with it, and it was the Demon University that provoked the incident. The hot-tempered vice director immediately flew into a rage and asked in an angry tone what would happen if they insisted on this. Mr. Wu understood that the main character had great potential, and this was their hope for a bright future, and said that he would protect him. The situation in the room was heating up with every second, and everything was heading towards a duel, and the frightened mothers of the cadets stood aside and were sweating. Zhong Hongshan laughed and said that before Wu Zhongmeng came, he asked for advice and then received the necessary instructions. The man began to get angry. Then he realized what the vice director had done for the main department a long time ago, but still decided that he would be on Cheng Qianmo's side. Suddenly, a notification came and someone said hello to Director Zhong, because when was the headquarters on his side? But the cadets' mothers immediately lost all joy because the system suddenly gave out a failure, and the vice director himself was shocked. Wu Zhongming wondered if those at the highest level also don't want to spread information, and he's not the only one who believes in Cheng Qianmo. He smiled and said in his mind that he would work hard to help this boy overcome all the difficulties. One of the women said that it looked like her children had done something wrong and needed to be dealt with, and the second woman also agreed with her. Zhong Hongshan said that it seems that there was a misunderstanding, and since others trust this boy, he will too, and asked him to say hello to him. After that, he left, and Wu Chongmeng looked at the exchange card and called it generous, because there was an opportunity to exchange it for level 60 armor. He thought with a smile about Cheng Qianmo, who surpassed 90% of the country's population, and hoped that he would let them down and not disappoint. Lu Yanming, meanwhile, told the hero that they could only give him a third of everything he needed, and Li Tian said that his demands were too big. The young man was very surprised, and then said that everything became clear to him and decided that there was no point in wasting any more time. He then stood up and bowed his head in respect and said that he remembered something to do, so it was time for him to go. Li Tian said that he had a feeling that the guy was planning something dangerous, but the gentleman sitting next to him stopped him. Lu Yanming said that they can settle everything, but not killing people, and asked what the hero still wants to make from these materials. Cheng Qianmo stopped at the door and said with a smile that they were going to create the strongest weapon of all time. There was a meeting going on in one of the offices of Manhwa Academy, where the head said that they had been sent a message from the Education Bureau. Director Kang Yang read out that the decision of the Education Department was that the Academy must return all honorary awards within 3 years. He added that Li Daoyu will lose his academic status, and all teachers involved in this incident will no longer be able to be hired. It was also said that Wang Tianfeng should prepare for punishment first, and after these words, panic and despair began in the office. Kang Yen bowed his head and said that they had fallen on hard times and were most likely going back to the beginning. A concerned man suddenly burst into the office, asked for forgiveness, and said that disciple Cheng Qianmo had come. The nervous and worried members of the academy jumped up and wondered what kind of punishment this was and why he still hadn't gone anywhere. One of the men clenched his fist tightly in anger and told the director that he would go to this guy and find out why he came. Cheng Qianmo, meanwhile, stood on the street, and passers-by who recognized him recognized that he was strong and handsome. Soon Kong Yang and his subordinates came down to him, introduced themselves as the director, and asked if he had really come to make fun of them. Hiroev smiled sarcastically in response and said that he had come to start the battle for the Secret Kingdom and not to make fun of them at all. All the members of the academy were stunned, and people asked if he was kidding him, and the student actually decided to start the battle for the Secret Realm. People called the hero a fool, because if the Secret Kingdom was in the hands of the academy, they would have full control over it. The members of the academy did not understand how the child even dared to pose such a challenge and asked him to go to his academy, and he was not welcome here. Cheng Qianmo calmly and smilingly asked if they were afraid of him, and that is why they did not dare to challenge him. The calm director Kang Yang asked his embittered colleagues to be silent and told the guy that they were not afraid of him and asked what bet he would offer. The guy replied that he needed about 20 materials. If he won, they would provide him with 5 of them. Kang Yang looked at the list of materials and wondered why the student needed these materials. And did he really want to create something? The director emotionlessly asked the main character what would happen if he were defeated, because this was also an important factor. The young man laughed and said that if he loses, then he will be ready to do whatever they say. Kang Yang agreed to his terms and said that their entire team agreed and asked Cheng Qianmo to come to them. Soon, the members of Manhwa Academy and the main character were not far from the entrance to the Secret Kingdom, where he would have to go. Kang Yang said that as soon as the hero completes 1 level in 3 attempts and sets a new record, he will immediately become the winner. The members of the academy assumed that the guy would go to the simplest location, the Mine of the Dead, because at least the recommended level there was lower than his. But they all almost fainted from shock, because Chang Qianmo suddenly said that he had chosen the most difficult location, the Dark Abyss. Kang Yen said that they will not be responsible for him, and the terrain is difficult, so given his level, it is almost impossible to set a record. Confident Chung Qianmo smiled and said that he was confident in his abilities, after which he went to the entrance to the portal. The excited director ordered everyone to turn on the screen, because everyone should watch the young man. The members said that their morale was very strong and the guy could not break them, and they should see his failure with their own eyes. Chen Tianmo, meanwhile, was already inside the secret kingdom, where it was dark and damp around him, and he began to slowly move forward. The young man remembered that in a past life, the Dark Abyss was a kind of labyrinth, and fishmen predominated among the monsters. The fishmen of the 16th level were not far from the main character, making terrible sounds and sensing the approach of the victim. Within a few seconds, they jumped out of nowhere and looked at the main character, who was a little confused from surprise. But confusion gave way to self-confidence, after which he swung his sword and said that it was time to go fishing. With one swing of the blade, each monster received damage, which had a significant impact on their overall condition. Chung Chen-mo had no intention of stopping and continued to strike with his sharp blade directly at the monsters' heads. The students looked at all this with the help of cameras and admired the incredible strength of the hero, realizing that they would hardly have been able to cope with these monsters. But still, there were people who did not believe that the hero could deal with the monsters, because there were hundreds of them. The young man understood that if the attributes were affected by the whirlwind, it would be difficult to find them, but he had a freedom-loving specialty, so there would be no problems. The main character then used the general jump skill to dispatch every monster in one fell swoop. Chen Qianmo made a sharp jump, backing it up with a dash forward, thanks to which many of the fishmen were killed. The members of the academy watched the guy and did not understand how he so easily dealt with the piranhas that had been tormenting teacher La Lo Yong for a very long time. The excited director asked how much time had passed, and the man replied that it was 12 minutes, which was shocking, because the guy had surpassed the teacher. Excitement gave way to a state of shock, because when teacher Lo Yong needed a quarter of an hour to complete the location, Cheng Tianmo, meanwhile, approached the sleeping monster, which was curled up and did not show any signs of life. But still, the Lord of the Lobsters, Baltia, sensed the presence of a stranger, after which he immediately opened his furious eyes. The main character was not afraid at all and realized that there would be no problems because the boss's characteristics were not the highest. The self-confident young man immediately used one of the techniques and threw a fireball at the boss, who did not have time to react. Lord of the Lobsters. Baltia attacks the enemy at the moment when the opponent is at close range and begins to attack. The academy members continued to watch and gloated that Chung Qianmo was unlikely to be able to defeat the boss because he still did not have much experience. It took the teacher more than one attempt to achieve results at this level, and yet he managed to avoid a direct battle with Baltia. The members understood that if the boss died, the fish would begin to commit atrocities, so the boy would be in trouble anyway, and they would witness his death. Baltia, meanwhile, continued to try to attack the enemy, but Chung Qianmo was more maneuverable and moved to the rear of the boss. The main character used the sliding skill to get behind enemy lines as quickly as possible and deliver an unexpected blow. Next, the takeoff skill was used, which gave the main character some advantages over the enemy. He acted very quickly and landed a punch to Baltia's head, after which he jumped to the side and successfully landed on one knee. The Lord of the Lobsters laughed fearfully and said that water was his element, and the guy would not be able to resist him. Chung Qianmo used the glove and said with a confident smile that it depends on whether Baltia dares to dive under the water. After this, the main character plunged the blade into one of the areas of the monster's body, and he began to scream loudly from incredible pain. Baltia became furious with every second, and his blood attracted the piranhas, which would now begin to attack, but this was only to the advantage of the hero. Chang Qianmo inflicted several more wounds on the boss, after which he was about to finish him off and begin dismantling him with spirals. The hero used his gloves to twist the boss's head, and he intimidatingly said that he would not leave it like that and would definitely take revenge. The young man did not listen to him, and turning his head, he simply pushed him away in order to quickly go down and continue the battle. Baltia crashed to the ground, and Chung Qianmo switched his weapon to a grappling hook to safely descend to the ground. The hero was pleased with himself and mockingly said that the Lord of the Lobsters was not yet up to his level in terms of development. He continued to jump from one slab to another, reaching a small shore and continuing to move deeper into the cave. The concerned director said that they were wrong about the guy and that he had an unusual mindset, because even the teacher had to spend a lot of time. Kang Yan was even more surprised when he saw that Chung Qianmo was continuing to advance, and he had chosen the right cave. The members were excited because the guy is good at spatial awareness, and even teacher Luo Yan did not behave like him. The men tried to find some kind of catch in the guy's action, but the director said that it was worth recognizing that someone had better abilities than them. Kang Yang was disappointed and said that it looked like their academy's dungeon was about to fall into the hands of a high school student. The students also watched the actions of the main character and said that today they would witness a new record that no one would break. Chung Qianmo, meanwhile, reached one of the destinations, and looking around said that this was clearly the final destination. He remembered that each time the brazier was lit, 4 snakes would appear, and as soon as all the braziers were lit, the meeting with the final boss would begin. The self-confident hero understood that he had come on the right path and understood that with his current strength there should be no problems. He waved his fire staff and told himself that in this case, everything would end quickly, so there was nothing to worry about. All 4 braziers were successfully lit by the protagonist, who awaited the appearance of the snakes and the battle with the final boss. The students watched the hero's actions in awe, realizing that many high-level monsters would soon emerge. One of the academy members said that the guy would be under a lot of pressure, and the second man said that they would only benefit from his defeat. The director silently observed the situation in his thoughts and said that now they will see what Chung Qianmo will do this time. Many huge level 18 snakes gradually surrounded the guy and were getting closer and closer to him. Chung Qianmo used a destruction skill that allowed him to reduce the enemy's attack power and increase his defense by half a minute. He took a position in the very center of the room, leaning on one knee, and the snakes began to fall on him in a herd. The main character aims everyone at one place, after which he made a sharp jump to the side, realizing that his plan had worked. At the moment of the jump, he used a napalm bomb, which he was going to release directly into the place where the snakes were gathering. The explosive was thrown directly into the center of the monster cluster, which should have destroyed them all in one fell swoop. One of the team members was shocked and said that the guy has extensive techniques, and his destruction can reduce attack and increase defense. They all continued to closely monitor the actions of the main character, and each action made them more and more nervous. Chung Qianmo approached the snakes and grabbed one of them right by the tail, followed by the snake's terrible cries of pain. Following this, the main character used the stone summoning technique, and the snake continued to scream at the top of its voice. The young man's plan worked successfully, and the snakes were blown up, and the place where they had accumulated caught fire, while the hero himself remained intact. The members of the academy were stunned and understood that the freedom-loving specialization was not so simple because the guy was even able to create a chemical reaction. Kang Yang called Chung Qianmo a genius who combines techniques well, and admitted that their academy is significantly behind his skills. At the same time, a monster from the Hydra clan, Akumal, was summoned in the Secret Kingdom, who asked who dared to summon him. The main character smiled confidently and told the boss that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked him to show him his strength. Akumal was furious and said that he would make the boy pay for summoning him, after which he used the corrosive poison technique. Chung Qianmo was not at all afraid of his threats and began to move forward, gradually approaching the enemy. The hero understood that he needed to get rid of all Akumal's heads because he can resurrect, and he used the backstab skill. The main character successfully stuck a dagger into the left side of the monster's head, whose entire voice screamed in unbearable pain. The confident young man then used his hook skill to hook the monster's lip and cause damage to it. He used the hook to pull the monster towards him, and then used the long blade and activated the blade slash skill. Chung Qianmo carried out a series of successful strikes, as a result of which all of Akumal's heads were destroyed, and he finally fell. The main character was congratulated on successfully setting a new record for the Dark Abyss dungeon, and the completion time was less than 2 hours. The hero reached level 18, for which he received a chest with attributes, which he immediately decided to open. From the chest he received a Hydra tooth, a sea turtle shell, and void tentacles, and he was very happy because this is what he needed. The academy students were incredibly happy and admired Chung Qianmo, who was able to break the record and set a new one that is unlikely to be broken by anyone. An excited Kang Yan, standing with the others in front of the portal, said that they had paid a high price for a decade spent in comfort. Chang Chamo came out of the portal and confidently said that he had broken the record, so it was time to fulfill the promises they made. The director said that the academy would not go back on his words and promised to get everything he wanted within a week. The hero said that he needed their secret kingdoms and asked if they would dare to put them on the line. Concerned members of the academy told the director that if they continued to play with the guy, they would be left without any pants. Kang Yan angrily shouted that according to the rules, they cannot refuse to fight for the kingdom and asked if they were stupid. He asked Chung Tianmo to place a bet and said that if he could take all of their secret realms, then he would double the amount of materials he promised. But at one point, the director added that there was one more condition, namely Fenghua Academy to merge with Jiang Academy. The director of Tianhe Academy, Chen Chengyu, read the news about this and realized that Fenghua had lost all her secret funds, and Kang Yang took advantage of it. A subordinate burst into his office and said excitedly that Chung Tianmo had come to see them, so things were bad. Chen Yu asked teacher Wang why make a fuss over a small thing, and the restless teacher would ask if he was ready for the guy to come. The director believed that Chung Tianmo was not so simple and would encroach on their secret kingdom, and they would not be able to refuse him. But there was one thing. Zheng Chengyu chuckled insidiously and said that they could do anything to make sure that the boy simply could not pass the secret realm. The main character, meanwhile, was at the entrance to Tianhe Academy and saw a man in an orange robe ahead. The man introduced himself as Zhang Yushi and said that he was a Qigong master by specialization and would like to fight the hero. Chang Tianmo just smiled and asked if he really thought he could stop him from going further. People in the area were alarmed because a teacher with a 22nd level wants to fight with a student of an 18th level. There was a nervous mood in the conference room of Tianhe Academy as they watched the arrogant hero looking for weak points. Zhang Yuxi used Thunderstep and told Chung Tianmo that he could only blame himself for not going to their academy, not him. Then he rushed at the main character, about to give him a special 2-kick to the head, but the guy just stood still. Chung Tianmo's gaze at that moment was unusually stern, and he stopped his opponent's strike at the last second with his glove. Zhang Yuxi was surprised, because the young man blocked his attack within 1/10 of a second, and no one had ever done it so perfectly. The enemy was thrown aside, and the main character decided not to waste time and made a jump to run into the prone enemy. He took advantage of the eagle kick and delivered a knee strike to the chest of Zhang Yuxi, who barely remained conscious afterward. Chang Tianmo, as if nothing had happened, continued to move forward, but the man could not survive and, being not a resident, remained lying on the ground. The people in the windows noticed this and realized that this time the guy decided to attack their academy, and no one knew what would happen next. One of the teachers went to the guy and the hero asked if he really decided to prevent him from entering their secret kingdom. The man smiled confidently and said that after so many battles, Chung Tianmo would have no strength left for the secret realm, and he would show him true strength. The main character said that he should end this as soon as possible because he had no time to talk at all. He activated the Tide spell, allowing him to stun the player for 4 seconds and take 2 minutes to recover. The teacher was discouraged and began to sweat because he could not move. I did not know what he should expect from the enemy. Cheng Chenmo used a machine gun and aimed it at the enemy, calmly looking into his eyes and showing his readiness to kill. A few seconds later, they opened merciless fire from a machine gun, and the teacher still had no way to resist. The people in the conference room were stunned and did not understand what kind of skill this was and where such power came from, because even teacher Shu Likun could not defend himself. The main character looked at the camera with a stern look and in a rude tone told them not to keep him waiting and to come up for battle. After this, the video camera stopped working, and silence reigned in the conference room, and fear settled inside each of the members of the academy. The head said that since he didn't take them seriously, they would all go down together and not be afraid of some kid. Within a few minutes, Chung Tianmo looked at the members of the academy who came down to him, who froze in one place from what they saw. Each of the members of the academy hated the main character, who came to their territory and behaved so brazenly. One of the heroes' eyes was red, and he said with a smile that since they had arrived, then they could line up. They all seemed hypnotized, but suddenly a voice found her, shouting that a level 27 player was about to teach him a lesson. The player approached him at incredibly high speed. Getting closer, he swung his hammer. Cheng Chenmo still remained calm and knocked him down with one easy movement, holding a Gatling gun in his hands. He then looked sternly at the members of the academy present and asked which of them would be his next opponent. 3 players whose level was above 30, attacked the main character, and they threatened that they would punish him for everything. The hours passed, and the time approached evening, and around Chung Tianmo lay the corpses of many heroes who were confident that they would defeat him. Zheng Chengyu understood that according to the rules, he could not restrain the guy, but he also could not allow him to take everything away. He held his powerful hand behind his back and wondered if he should try to personally deal with this impudent man. But suddenly, something flew past his head and he tensed, wondering if this was the work of that guy. The director tried to remain calm and understood that if he did anything, he would definitely lose his life. He put on a hypocritical smile and told Chung Tianmo that he had amazing powers and were surprised by his visit. Continuing to smile hypocritically and sweat, Zheng Chengyu asked the main character to follow him. Soon, at a meeting of Zhang Academy, Lu Yunming said that now everyone realized the difference in their strengths, because Chung Tianmo had occupied many secret realms. The gentleman admitted that all this was thanks to the main character, who made incredible efforts to prove it. Lu Yunming said that they were planning to give Chung Tianmo the title of honorary director and asked who was for and who was against it. For a short period of time, silence reigned in the conference room as everyone pondered this proposal. Mr. Lu stood up and said that since there were no objections, they would wait for the main character to return. Then he wondered where Chung Tianmo had gone again, and had he really caused such a stir and simply disappeared? The main character, meanwhile, was on the continent of the Apocalypse, where he dealt with monsters and finally reached level 20. Chung Tianmo was happy because the passivity of the machine gun was increased, like many other things, and more opportunities opened up for him. He understood that, fortunately, he had already visited all the academies in the city, so he had everything he needed to create weapons. The hero came to the forge and asked if he could learn to forge here, and the blacksmith announced the price and said that he could leave if he wasn't happy with something. Chung Tianmo asked if he was overpricing and realized that from the looks of it, the blacksmith was greedy, and probably one of those who was obsessed with making weapons. The blacksmith replied that it was inexpensive and had always been so, and also advised the guy to think about whether he really needed it. The hero began to bluff and said that the day could have been outstanding, but unfortunately, the man would never see his drawing. The bluff worked, and the interested blacksmith immediately asked him to wait and stop, and the hero realized that he was caught. The man immediately fell to his knees and asked where he got the drawing from, and asked to let him look, and his hands were literally shaking with excitement. He promised to help the young man in his studies if he would let him look at the drawing in his hand. Chung Tianmo gave him the drawing. The blacksmith said that there was no need to pay and he could start training right now. The training was successfully activated, but so far he could only create low-quality items, and average ones required experience with silver. The blacksmith said that the person who created this drawing is a real genius, and even he, in 30 years of working with iron, has not achieved such success. The hero said that he himself improved this drawing, and he also understood that ordinary people would not understand the method of making it, after which he began to leave. The blacksmith begged to be allowed to participate in the manufacture of weapons and said that he would provide materials for free and sort everything out. Surprised, Chung Tianmo said that he only had one copy of the main material. They would have to collect everything again if nothing worked. He also said that for the rest there are drawings and added that he would not refuse the help of a blacksmith because he is a professional in this matter. 2 hours later, the sweaty man said that the main character could look at his work and added that he tried very hard. Chung Tianmo was very pleasantly surprised because the blacksmith managed to make a glove with sharp claws that was just right. Everything he wanted was also made, and soon he put on the armor, recognizing that the quality of the blacksmith's production was excellent. He then noticed that the combat power had increased and realized that there was no player with 16,000 points of combat experience yet. The blacksmith asked if it was true that his skills were not bad at all, and Chung Tianmo said with a sincere smile that the quality was good and he had passed the test. A guy named Huang Tian returned to the forge and told the blacksmith that he had collected all the necessary materials and they could begin. Despite the fact that the blacksmith does not like people, he is considered one of the best craftsmen of the apocalypse, and many are willing to spend a lot of money for him to help. Huang Tian heard someone in the back room asking in a loud tone how this person could even take so much money. The guy immediately went to the pantry, where the main character asked the blacksmith why he could not distinguish between forging methods. Chung Tianmo instructed that when supplying liquid metal, the critical number should not exceed 25,000, but the blacksmith had never heard of this before. Huang Tian almost fainted from shock and wondered if he had heard wrong and someone was condemning the great master. He tried to attract the blacksmith's attention and said with a smile that it was him and that he had finally returned from the search. The main character drew attention to the boy who had appeared, after which he stopped the dialogue with the blacksmith. He looked at the boy with a strange look, as if at a victim who didn't look entirely safe from the outside. Huang Tian fell into a stupor, because he did not understand why the hero was looking at him so strangely, and did not remember seeing this man before. Chang Qianmo knew this confused boy, and in his thoughts he admitted to himself that he did not expect to meet him here at all. He was a famous swordsman of Apocalypse, was always calm and became famous all over the world, and they even became friends in the real world. The blacksmith was unperturbed and asked if he was begging to help him forge a weapon, and asked Huang Tian to come another time. Chang Qianmo said that he had not prepared everything yet, and besides, he would like to see how the blacksmith could cope with the boy's weapon. After these words, the man got angry and asked if he really decided to mock him, and realized that some guy was manipulating him. Still, the blacksmith understood that the guy's skills were much higher than his, and he had no other choice, as a result of which he agreed to his conditions. After just a short period of time, he grabbed a hammer and began to forge a weapon for Huang Tian, putting in incredible efforts. A couple of hours later, the guy looked at the sword with a sparkle in his eyes and said that they even helped him create a weapon of the 24th level. The happy young man could not stop looking at the ball, and the stout blacksmith said that few could surpass him in forging. Huang Tian began to try the sword and was surprised every second because its speed is very high, and it has about 100 points. For one moment, he looked at Chang Qianmo and wondered why he decided to help him, and decided that he needed to be careful with him. In the dead of night, the blacksmith completed the manufacture of an umbrella-shaped spear of the first rank, which shone with a bright yellow light throughout the entire room. The blacksmith was very surprised and said that at the moment of completion such a golden light is always emitted, but the spear only has the first rank, and this is surprising. The umbrella spear had the color of fire, and it could be changed into several forms, one of which was a one-handed spear, a machine gun, and a combat spear. Chang Qianmo couldn't stop admiring the spear, and understood that no one would even think that a level 20 student would walk around with such a powerful weapon. Then the main character decided to try out the capabilities of the spear and changed it to a machine gun, which happened instantly. The blacksmith was shocked and said that the design was too elegant, and Huang Tian was surprised that the weapon could be so modified. Chang Qianmo had a stern look and decided to take advantage of the change to the spear form to fully test the capabilities. With a snap of a finger, the weapon immediately transformed into a spear, which is what the main character needed because the speed was high. The system congratulated him on receiving an S-class weapon, and also added that now no one would be able to evade his blow. Over time, in the swampy area in front of the Secret Kingdom portal, there were many teams and their participants. Among them, wearing a burgundy robe, stood Chang Qianmo, who thought that everything would be exactly the same as in his previous life. Still, he understood that in any case he should prepare for the battle and use the digital scoreboard. To begin with, the main character decided to try to transform the elementalist's sphere of nothingness to test the changes. He liked the result because after converting the sphere into a passive skill, its attributes increased, and all this would be in his favor. Chang Qianmo then decided to transform the dazzling pattern skill, but he was not sure whether he could do it. Nevertheless, everything worked out for him, and there was a possibility of an increase in attack, as well as an increase in physical and critical damage. Cheng chose Dazzling Pattern because it boosts damage and fits well into the realm of nothingness, so there is no need to trigger other skills. He was inspired and wondered if in the future he would be able to create 5 dazzling patterns at once with the help of a spear. One of the members of the other team drew attention to the freedom-loving man, and his comrade saw Huang Tian nearby. Those around him admired the guy because he was young, but already at level 28, and he could be considered a living legend. Huang Tian saw the main character and, calling him God, said that it was time for them to go, and he replied that the young man could call him Lao Mo. They went to the portal, and people were shocked that the guy called the freedom-loving God, and in general that they knew each other. The swamp is located deep in the jungle, and according to legend, the formation of 2 secret kingdoms is associated with an ancient demigod. God Nirukam participated in the battle with the Lord of the Abyss Manos, and this battle engulfed the entire continent of the Apocalypse, and sharp thorns appeared from his blood. Eventually, a group of wild boars came to enlightenment and became loyal followers of Nirukama and wait for the day when he will be reborn, guarding the lands. Huang Tian said that there are 2 forks in the depths and added that Chang Qianmo can help get rid of the mobs, but do not forget about safety. The hero suggested splitting up and choosing a path, and then seeing who would be the first to deal with the boss, which surprised her. Shocked, Lao Huang asked if he was sure, because he was level 20, and there were even level 26 mobs ahead. Confident Chang Qianmo smiled and asked how he still views this idea, and is he really afraid of his proposal. Lao Huang understood that it was pointless to argue, and putting his hand to his forehead, he asked not to blame him if the main character died. Then he turned his attention to the left and realized that there were more monsters there, so that's where he went. But unexpectedly, Chang Qianmo got ahead of him and ran onto the same road, and the shocked guy simply froze in place. Looking at the hero's back, Huang Tian wondered whether he was a desperate daredevil or just a fool looking for adventure. Suddenly, he heard strange rustling noises behind him and turned around to see 4 wild boars in front of him, who were in a negative mood. Lao Huang was happy and took out his sword with a smile, because in front of him were as many as 4 victims, which would not be particularly difficult. The inspired guy shouted that it was time to destroy their formation, after which he swung his sword and threw the boars aside. He continued to confidently attack the boars, not giving them a chance to catch their breath and try to attack him. The impulsive Lao Huang grew wilder with every second and continued to swing his sword in different directions, destroying his opponents. Having finished off the monsters, he wondered if Lao Mo could keep up with him, because he had already covered 2/3 of the distance in less than 10 minutes. He was not sure whether the main character would survive, but in the meantime he covered 2/3 of the distance on the left road in the same way. Ahead, the main character saw a large crowd of aggressive wild boars who were defending their lands. His gaze studied the violet light for several seconds, and he, being cool-headed, analyzed the situation around him. Encouraged, Chang Qianmo grabbed the umbrella spear and asked with a smile to let him try his new weapon on them. The hero immediately changed the form of a spear to a machine gun, after which he held his breath and took aim at the wild boars, who did not suspect anything. The machine gun was immediately brought into action, but the boars could not resist and were taken by surprise, receiving great damage. After a short period of time, all the boars were exterminated, and Chang Qianmo lowered the machine gun and simply looked at their bodies. He raised the machine gun and said with a smile that it was not in vain that he spent so much effort, because it was a truly good thing. Lao Huang, later that day, continued to fight with the boars, swinging his sword and using the phantom blade technique. His deft blows and precise techniques bore fruit, thanks to which the huge boar was defeated and fell to the ground. The young man was pleased with the results because he had become much stronger, and he also assumed that Lao Mo had already been caught by a monster. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face, and in his thoughts he suggested that most likely the main characters were already in the grave. Then the young man continued to move forward along the road, and at one point came across a swampy area where a stranger in a robe was sitting. Lao Huang was very surprised, because it was Lao Mo, and he immediately asked why he was sitting here. But the hero was initially silent. His eyes were covered by his bangs, and he tilted his head slightly upward, but there was a small grin on his face. Lao Huang laughed and said that given his level, it is clear that running away is the best possible option, and there is no need to be shy. He turned around and began to leave, finally telling the main character that he could rest and rely on him for the rest. Then the guy continued to move forward and was surprised, because there was not a single monster on the way. But soon he saw a bunch of dead monsters and was surprised. Lao Huang again continued to walk forward and became even more wary, because he saw a total of 7 corpses. He immediately tensed up, because no one could do this and did not understand how Lao Mo managed to cope with so many monsters at once. The guy stopped at the area and began to think, because there should have been about 27 elite wild boars on it. He was bothered by the fact that even their bodies were not there. But suddenly Lao Mo appeared behind him and asked him to look up. Lao Huang did not ask anything and immediately looked up, and his eyes opened wide along with his mouth in shock. A dead elite boar was hung on a tree, and the main character asked the guy what he would say about this. But he couldn't muster the words and was simply dumbfounded, and in his mind he wondered if Lao Mo had killed a level 27 boar single-handedly. The excited young man told the main character that he was mistaken and admitted that he was very strong, and it was a grave mistake to underestimate him. He was very interested and asked if this was the work of the hero, and Lao Mo replied that everything was not so difficult and the guy would have succeeded too. They sat down on the ground, and the main character began to give some practical advice, and Lao Huang wrote them down with a great desire to learn. Lao Mo smiled imperceptibly, because he understood that the development plan for the strongest character of the future was declared to have begun. After a short period of time, Lao Huang was in a difficult fight with wild boars who tried to surround him, but their attempts were in vain. The enraged young man continued to swing his sword in different directions, but one of the vile boars attacked him from above. But unexpectedly, the boar's head was shot through and Lao Huang was very surprised because he did not understand whose hands it was. As it turned out, the cold-blooded Lao Mo lent a helping hand and fired a bullet right on target, hitting the boar. Lao Huang looked at him in a state of shock. The hero said that the guy's attack speed was 0.2 of a second slower than his. But it was too early to rest because two boars were still in the ranks and rushed at the guy, who froze a little in place. After the young man saw Lao Mo's abilities with his own eyes, he realized that he still had a long way to go. And he was also shocked by the hero's composure. Lao Huang continued to resist his opponents, but one of them was in his rear and swung at the unsuspecting guy. The young man tensed very much at that moment and clenched his teeth. I understand that his skills are not enough to resist. Suddenly he was thrown aside and the boar was killed by the main character, who again extended a helping hand to his comrade. Lao Huang slid on his back for several meters, and Lao Mo calmly held back the enemy's onslaught with the help of his abilities. Then the hero looked at the guy and asked if this really was a brilliant swordsman, and if he really decided to make fun of him with his performance. Exhausted, Lao Huang admitted that the main character is too strong, and although he killed the monster and his brother, he is still far from him. The smile from the protagonist's face disappeared, and he asked in a serious tone if the guy knew why he still couldn't reach the top. He began to explain that being a warrior, a person often ignores his injuries, which should not be done, because it disrupts his own rhythm. Lao Mo added that the blow depends on accuracy, not on speed, and that is why Lao Huang is unable to achieve the desired result. He asked the guy to understand this and expressed the hope that his knowledge would still be useful to him, and Lao Huang looked at him with great surprise. The young man realized that first he needed to calculate everything, and the hero said with a smile that he was becoming like Huang Tian, whom he knew. The hero then asked if he wanted to become the first swordsman of the Apocalypse continent, which shocked Lao Huang, who was sitting on the ground. Lao Mo extended his hand to the guy and said that if he learns from him, then he will definitely be able to achieve the desired success. Confident Lao Huang shook his comrade's hand and said that he believed him and was ready to learn everything he needed in battle. The inspired guy grabbed the sword, ran forward and shouted that he would become the first swordsman of the Apocalypse and no one would defeat him. Ahead stood the vicious boars, who were waiting for the target to appear so that they could continue to defend their lands and exterminate their enemies. One of them immediately rushed at Lao Huang, who made great efforts to exterminate each of them. The boar swung at the guy, and he was confused for a few seconds while the main character already saw the shortcomings in his actions. The enemy will change his attack position if Lao Huang starts moving, so he should wait until the enemy can no longer change direction. The swordsman looked sternly at his opponents, carefully thinking through everything and realizing that he needed to wait another 0.2 of a second. At one point, he realized that it was time to act, after which he grabbed his powerful sword and rushed to destroy the enemy. Lao Huang was surprised at his speed and wondered if this method of fighting, carefully thinking through all actions, was really that good. Lao Mo watched on the sidelines and said in his thoughts that he was finally seeing the strongest swordsman of the Apocalypse in all his glory. Soon, the fight ended and the guy told the main character that he was very cool. And he replied that the young man achieved the result thanks to his own talent. Kalga was the great shaman of the Wild Boar clan, mastering 4 skills, with cleansing and restoration techniques being auxiliary. Lao Mo said that the purpose of the lesson was to try to interrupt the shaman's skills, and for the rest, Lao Huang could rely on him. Within a few seconds, the battle began, and fire was opened in the direction of the boar, which immediately infuriated him. The cold-blooded protagonist used a combat spear while looking intently at the enemy and thinking through his every step. Lao Mo told the elite boar that his blood would make a great decoration for his spear, which made him even angrier. The hero knew that Kalga's chest had a high recovery ability, so attacking from a distance was not suitable for him, and he needed to act directly. He did not feel a drop of fear and deftly approached his enemy, striking him in the chest with a sharp movement. Kalga suffered enormous damage and had numerous wounds on his chest while he screamed in pain. Lao Mo admitted that the spear form was the best weapon at the moment, as it provided a quick strike and helped inflict blinding damage. The shaman flew into a frantic rage and shouted that he would destroy this boy. While his restoration began, The main character was tense and told the confused Lao Huang that it was his turn to join the battle. The guy did not know what to do, but still, he managed to quickly come to his senses and gather all his strength, after which he rushed at Kalga with a series of blows with his sword. Using the piercing rib technique, the shaman's recovery was successfully interrupted, which could not but please Lao Huang. Kalga began to hit himself in the ribs and the recovery process continued, thanks to which he recovered in a matter of seconds. Lao Huang was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it, and Lao Mo asked him to concentrate and not miss the next chance. The main character again grabbed the spear and continued to non-stop strike at the chest of a huge boar. Kalga continued to hit his ribs to recover, and Lao Huang grabbed the sword and jumped to finish off the monster. He used the demonic cut skill, thereby successfully interrupting the recovery and causing massive damage to the monster. The recovery continued again, but Lao Huang's demonic cut skill had not yet rolled back, and he became wary. The confident swordsman was not going to give up, because he remembered the only remaining method that needed to be used. He used a piercing skill that deals multiple horizontal and vertical strikes in one move. Confident Lao Mo said that the guy began to understand, and it was time to show him the skill of reducing health units. At that very moment, he used the launch of a blinding blow, after which he began to inflict critical damage on Kalga the boar. The shaman could no longer use the recovery, and after only a few seconds, he fell to the ground with a roar. Out of incredible anger, he shouted that he could not die, because he had not yet waited for his master, but death was already inevitable. Lao Mo concentrated and used another technique to finally deal with the boar. A purple disc-like object flew up to Kalga's head, and at that time he did not even understand that there was an enemy object in his rear. Everything went well and the huge boar suffered fatal damage, after which it fell to the ground with a roar and never got up. Lao Huang was delighted with the amazing skills of the main character. He said that he was great because the only enemy had been eliminated. The delighted young man said that in the future the hero would achieve great success and acquire students, and Lao Mo remembered that Lao Huang always praised him. He told himself that if he could unite all the friends from the past in the near future, then he could cross the entire Apocalypse continent again. Lao Huang pointed to the map and told the hero that there were a total of 100 elite boars on the last level, and after passing them, they would complete the task. The young man added that so far it had only taken them 2 hours, and he also suggested that they would soon be able to break the record. Lao Mo asked the guy if he had the courage for something more exciting, and Lao Huang couldn't even imagine what it could be. The hero unexpectedly kicked the guy, and he flew off the cliff at high speed, screaming from incredible fear and adrenaline. One of the boars, meanwhile, was in the camp tent guarding the territory, but not suspecting that Lao Huang was flying straight into the tent. A few seconds later, the young man landed straight into the tent, and with his not-soft landing, he crushed an elite wild boar to death. For the first few minutes, Lao Huang tried to recover from his fall, and the green worm, with tears in his eyes, begged to be saved. The young man hit him on the head and grabbed him, after which he ran away from the camp, shouting that there was no time to talk nonsense and they needed to run away. A pack of wild boars rushed after him, and Lao Huang shouted in great trepidation that this was too exciting and he was about to die. The main character, meanwhile, used an ice block, thereby creating a wall between the crowd of wild boars and the young man, which saved him at that moment. Lao Mo shouted to Lao Huang that his only task was to protect the goblin, and he could leave the rest to him. The young man was afraid for his comrade in arms and shouted that he was crazy and asked, "Why make such a fuss?" because there were about 100 wild boars here. Still, he took the goblin and said that he would sacrifice himself to help the main character, because he could not do anything else. A huge crowd of wild and angry boars moved towards Lao Mo, who took them aside and at one moment stopped in one place. Then he smiled sarcastically and said that the end had come, because all the representatives of the race were here and it was time to start the show. The insidious Lao Mo changed his weapon to a powerful cannon, intending to deal with all hundreds of wild boars in one fell swoop. At the moment of firing, the cannon throws the enemy a long distance, and it can also be used to move. The main character moved from one place to another, simultaneously trying to deal with wild boars. Excited, Lao Huang ran up to him and asked if he was really here to save him, and would it be possible to get out with such a herd of wild boars. Confident Lao Mo suddenly took out his staff and said that he would now demonstrate one thing to the boars. With the help of a magic staff, the main character created a ball of nothingness, which was supposed to help him destroy the wild boars. Soon, each of the vile monsters began to be drawn into a ball of nothingness, which played the role of some kind of black hole. Lao Huang understood that the ball was accompanied by a large explosion, and although it lasted 4 seconds, the recharge time would be about 15. Lao Mo knew that he had everything under control and, being calm, used magic bullets to the desired effect. Meanwhile, the frightened Lao Huang asked his brother in a panic what he would do when the ball stopped working, because this was about to happen. The hero asked him not to rush and said that the magic bullets had not yet shown themselves, but the passive ball of nothingness had worked successfully. Lao Huang was extremely shocked and could not believe this miracle because 2 new balls of nothingness appeared out of nowhere. Lao Mo admitted that this is an ideal skill, because after the passive skill is triggered, the ball of nothingness changes and can be used several times. The system congratulated the hero on completing the task in which he took first place, and he told Lao Huang that many more miracles awaited them. People admired the fact that in just 2 hours, Lao Mo and Huang Tian managed to pass the test, taking first place. The hero successfully completed the Secret Kingdom and set a record, and the umbrella with thousands of blades was successfully soaked in the blood of the boss Kalga. He also received a treasure chest as a reward, opening which he received new equipment, namely a ghost cloak. The joyful Lao Huang said that after opening the treasure chest, he received level 35th shoulder armor and asked what the hero got. The young man was shocked when he saw the second circle and the shape of a ghost, and advised him to put it up for no less than 50 million if sold. Suddenly, they were approached by a little goblin, who thanked them for saving them and said that he had accidentally revealed the secrets of the boars. He said that he wrote down the contents in a letter, and he needed to be buried at the specified coordinates and hoped that they would help complete his mission. The goblin threw the letter on the ground and began to dissolve, finally thanking the guys once again for the help they provided. Lao Mo unfolded the letter and said that this was a legendary mission because it was necessary to free the goblin within 10 minutes. He said that the task required a lot of effort, but their current levels were not enough and decided that it would be better to challenge a little later. Lao Huang smiled and said that they need to hurry up with the upgrade while lightly punching his palm. The young man said that they already need to go to train, and the main character stopped him and said that first he would take him somewhere. After a while, Lao Huang swung his sword using a dragon slash, and this caused a lot of dust to rise around. He said that the wall was somehow frail, and then asked Lao Mo how he learned about this in an interesting place. Then they went inside and the worried Lao Huang became very tense, after which he asked the main character what it was. Lao realized that it was an altar and said that he did not think that he would find such a thing, being at his level, because with its help you can steal the skills of other specializations. Lao Mio said that earlier on a hidden mission, he was given a map and it showed the way to this place, and Lao Huang was still shocked. With joy, the young man was ready to kiss the main character and said that it was very nice that he was ready to share such valuable information with him. The main character slightly pushed him away and asked him not to behave like that, and it was better to activate the altar to see what kind of prices and skills there were. The swordsman immediately approached the altar and placed his hands on it, after which the activation process began, which was mesmerizing. After a few seconds, Lao Huang became furious and felt powerful because he had acquired the outburst of anger skill. The excited young man said that he had learned the warrior's temper tantrum, which is a very good skill for a swordsman. He then jumped off the hill and asked the main character to come to him, saying that he wanted to see what he would come across. Lao Mo understood that level 26 players could only master one skill, but he wondered what he would be capable of. The cold-blooded protagonist approached the altar, after which he put his hand to it and began to wait for activation. A few seconds passed, and he was very surprised, but clarity appeared in his head and the puzzle was gradually taking shape. The system informed him that he could choose any skill, including Tombstone, Mountain Crush, Quantum Bomb, and Annihilation. Lao Mo understood that he had to choose one thing, and his choice fell on the Mad Warrior Quantum Bomb, which would be very useful in battle. The system congratulated the hero on successfully mastering the first-level Quantum Bomb, the explosion of which spreads over a radius of 10 meters. The hero told himself that this was enough for now, and we can say that now he is definitely invincible, because he has super powerful weapons. After some time, he again came to the forge, where the blacksmith immediately looked at him and asked why he had come to him. The blacksmith said that he did not expect that they would even be able to set a record. And Lao Mo said that he wanted to borrow the stove because he wanted to bring forging to an average level. He added that this was necessary for the entrance exams. The stunned man asked if he was not in his 3rd year. The man asked if it would be better to just practice, since he only had 4 days left before the entrance exams. The blacksmith praised the guy's skills, but said that to achieve an average level you need a lot of experience, and even 40 days would not be enough for this. But the confident Lao Mo said that he understood everything and threw dozens of gems on the table, which surprised the man at that moment. He was shocked, because these were Kalga's bloodstones, and then asked how he managed to find so many stones. Lao Mo said that he had his own methods, and in his thoughts he remembered that his critical hits had done their job. The ball of nothingness helped him a lot. The blacksmith told the guy that now he could fully use the equipment, and with so many stones he could work miracles. By evening, the hero made himself a blade, and the blacksmith was very pleasantly surprised because he not only forged the first part of the weapon, but also did an excellent job with the rest. He couldn't believe it and asked how the guy dealt with all this and said that he himself needed to learn from him. 3 days later, the system congratulated Lao Mo for successfully reaching the middle rank of forging and announced the requirements for advancing to the next level. The blacksmith, having learned about this, was stunned, and stuttering from shock told the main character that he was a real monster. The man was shocked because in 3 days the guy not only earned the necessary experience points, but also made almost all possible products. He had a headache because the newcomer was already almost 100% closer to final success, and even he was not close. Lao Mo said that he would give it all to him. And as for the price, let everything be at his discretion, which surprised the blacksmith even more. In parting, the young man waved his hand and said that as soon as he passed the entrance exams, he would immediately return to him. Soon he came to the educational institution, where he was met by Lu Yanming, who said that he already thought that the young man had forgotten about the entrance exams. Lao Mo began to follow him and asked if he had really decided to ambush him, and the man replied that he would find out everything later. Lu Yanming said that the exam would be held in Hanwu City, but the hero asked why move the exam to another place, and he replied that Jiang was too small. Then the director added that there would be about 4 bosses, and at least 2 of them needed to be defeated in order for the exam to be taken into account. He said that everyone was on edge because Lao Mo was their main pride and they would like to show him a small surprise, which surprised the guy very much. Lu Yanming decided not to chatter in vain and pulled the curtain in front of him, and the main character was stunned and froze in place in surprise. Behind the curtain were the directors of other academies and other people who supported Lao Mo and were very happy to see him. Lu Yanming said that all students should go to take the entrance exam today, but before that, he would like to announce something. He loudly declared that they had made a unanimous decision to award Chung Tianmo the title of honorary director of the academy. After hearing this, the main character almost fainted and asked how an ordinary third-year student could become an honorary headmaster. Kang Yang said that he deserved it, and another man said that Jiang Academy will always remain Lao Mo's home. The main character hit his chest with his fist and confidently stated that he would never let Jiang Academy down, and inside he felt a great responsibility. Everyone was proud and admired the hero, and Lu Yanming said that since Chung Tianmo refused the quota, the academy gave it to Luo Jingjing. The girl was very embarrassed, and she asked the main character which top 10 universities he plans to enroll in. The guy in armor approached Lao Mo and said that Jingjing fell in love with him and wants to enroll in the same place as him. Chang Tianmo grabbed him by the ear and asked if he had read his recommendations well, and the young man replied that he had and there was no need to worry. Everyone around shouted that the main character and Luo Jingjing were an ideal couple, and the young man himself approached her and tried to say something. He was very embarrassed, but at one point someone called him, and after introducing himself, Chung Tianmo asked who he was talking to. It was Wu Zhongmeng, who introduced himself as a member of the Standing Committee of the Tianhai Association and who invited the hero to meet. The day of the entrance exam arrived, and while sitting with the main character on the bus, Li Hong asked why not start dating Luo Jingjing. Lao Mo was thinking about something completely different and began to believe that this Wu Chongmeng was the same mysterious old man with whom he had previously fished. The protagonist's face was very serious, and he admitted that he could not have coped without this old man, and all this put a lot of pressure on him. Li Hong leaned out the window and asked the man what was the matter, and he replied that they didn't have enough parking spaces, so they took someone else's. A showdown began and someone shouted and asked everyone to wait and not make noise because they did not inform about the number of their people, and they also took other people's places. Director Guo Lian asked if they didn't know that parking spaces were allocated as much as the budget allowed, and his assistant was adding fuel to the fire. The situation around was tense, and Kang Yan wanted to say something to Liu Yanming, who was very serious and tense at that moment. Guolian's assistant was very surprised because Wu Zhongmeng, who only obeys his government and is a member of the committee, suddenly appeared. One of the men said that he was coming to report to the management, but the gentleman said that there was no need, because he came on personal business. Wu Zhongming walked up to the surprised Liu Yanming and extended his hand to him, asking how the legendary Cheng Qianmo was doing. Guolian and Han Yuefeng were terrified and decided to give the parking spaces to Jiang Academy to avoid conflict. Mr. Wu looked at the legendary protagonist who was standing in front of him and said that he looked very good. The man handed him a box and said that the Demon University had given him a gift, and the young man immediately reached for the box. All members of the academy were shocked and did not understand what Cheng Qianmo had done that even one of the best universities would give him gifts. The main character smiled at Wu Zhongmeng and asked him to thank the members of the Demon University for this wonderful gift. The man chuckled slightly and said that the guy must be bursting with pride right now and promised to convey his gratitude. Liu Yanming looked at Cheng Qianmo with pride and understood that the academy would receive even greater favor because he even knew a member of the committee. People and experts soon gathered at the monitoring center and discussed that Hanwu Academy had been publicly humiliated. One of the academy members told Liu Yanming that the first 300 on the list were their students and then more useless people would come. Soon the man was dumbfounded because even Ma Sha was in second place and he wondered who was in first then. He saw that the 20th level Cheng Qianmo was in first place and shouted angrily that this could not be. The man shouted and asked what kind of monster this was and where he got such results with an SS grade, because there had never been such students in Hebei province. He then calmed down a little and told Liu Yanming that his disciple was too arrogant and would definitely let him down. After a while, candidates gathered in the arena, and the commentator announced that the exam would take place in the secret kingdom of Nomorigan, where there would be 4 bosses. Cheng Qianmo understood that today's results set the limit, so he would have to demonstrate his true strength. He used the ghost cloak and told himself that he didn't want to lose everything again and didn't want to have to ask the old man for help again. The main character decided that he needed to become stronger, and it was time to take action that would change everything today. The system notified him that he could upgrade the secret realm in the Blue Star system, and also use only one enhancement. Cheng Qianmo was calm because he had a choice. Fortunately, he had updated all his skills in advance. He chose base height, and 5 basic attributes became available to him, and his attack speed, as well as his movement speed, increased. People were shocked because his table changed, and he was the first student in the history of their country to get SSS grade. Morrigan was formerly called the City of Wonders, and was the place where the most high-tech items were invented. Now he is infected with radiation, and only mutated monsters remain, as well as technology that has gone out of control. The candidates were teleported to the entrance to Morrigan's underground palace, after which the exam was declared to begin. Cheng Qianmo learned that the first boss was at the end, and the stairs were full of wolf-sized mutant mice. He realized that he should have removed them while going down the steps, and in the meantime, 2 rats rushed at him. Still, the hero did not want to waste time and ordered the system to hide his equipment, after which the opening of the equipment was activated. The main character kept his umbrella ready and moved forward, while feeling the dangers and being ready for anything. A strange monster appeared a few meters away from him, which looked very vile and was like a slug. Cheng Qianmo smiled strangely and said that they had met again, which encouraged him at that moment in time. It was a level 20 elite monster, nicknamed Sticky Dregs, who looked at his old friend and wanted to get even. The stern hero changed his weapon to a machine gun, realizing that this sticky mud is much stronger than the previous one, but he has a 50% chance of victory. The main character did not stand on ceremony and immediately opened heavy fire on the monster, causing him enormous damage. The vile monster was defeated. The young man said that only 1 shot was enough for him to deal with it. The man in the meeting hall admitted that the results were not bad, but the results could only be summed up if the secret kingdom was successfully completed. He also added that at the moment, only a quarter of all participants are showing success, and they need to be closely monitored. Suddenly, the shocked academy member exclaimed that he couldn't believe it, but Cheng Qianmo had already destroyed the sticky dregs. Everyone was shocked, because only a couple of minutes had passed, but it was still too early to draw conclusions. All we could do was continue to observe. The main character, meanwhile, was in front of a large crowd of robots who were aggressive against him. The Academy members were excitedly discussing that the robots were dropping a bomb towards the enemy, and even level 20 was unlikely to help defeat them. Another member of the Academy said that, apparently, an SSS-RANK student was not just words, and admitted that the buff was really good. Chung Chanmo calculated all the details and used the bomb, after which he threw it at the robots and quickly began to move away. Discontent arose in the meeting hall because not a single bomb hit the young man. Someone admired the fact that he probably predicted the future. People were worried because the hero was running from hundreds of robots at once, and this indicated that now he would be attacked from all sides. Lu Yanming tried to remain calm, but in his mind he wondered what the plan was for his dear Chung Chanmo. The main character, meanwhile, continued to move away from hundreds of robots, as if luring them somewhere and pursuing some goal. In front was Electrocutioner, who was a level 20 elite monster and was spider-like. Chain Chanmo looked at him and was not at all confused, but on the contrary realized that this was his chance to kill two birds with one stone. The main character jumped on Electroshock, after which an electric shock was activated, which affects a radius of 5 meters. Meanwhile, a large number of robots were using bomb drops, and the situation around was heating up. The main character only calmly said that the time had come for the killings, after which, with a sharp movement, he picked up the staff. He used the magician's distinctive skill, namely changing shape, thereby pitting the robots and Electroshock against each other. Chung Chanmo then rushed towards one of the robots and used the nearby mountain skill, striking it down with unimaginable force. Many robots were hit, and the stun gun used a powerful attack, with robot bombs flying everywhere. All this came together and bore fruit, as a result of which an incredibly powerful explosion occurred and all opponents died. Academy members watched the main character and saw that there were many remains of burnt robots around him. People shouted that he was a genius, and one of the men even cried, saying that they had finally seen a genius in the last 100 years. Director Guo Lian, meanwhile, stood up from the table and suggested switching the main screens to Chung Chanmo. People agreed because they had to closely monitor his actions, and if someone was against it, they could watch others on the screen nearby. Han Yufeng was very angry inside because the glory should have belonged to Hanwoo Academy, but some brat decided on this opportunity. However, he understood that now Chung Chanmo had 100 eyes watching him and he had no room for error, and they would still see how he would cope further. The main character, meanwhile, stood in front of the group striker, who was also an elite monster, but already at level 22. He called him Morrigan's superior killing machine and realized that if he could defeat him, he would have the opportunity to enter any university. The attacker had the aging energy skill, thanks to which the enemy would lose more than half of their points in just 1 minute. Although he was a real killing machine, the main character was in no way inferior to him, and his self-confidence did not fade away at all. Chung Chanmo, staff in hand, rushed towards the killing machine, calling him nothing more than a bug in his mind. The main character managed to hit the group attacker with a spear directly in the stomach area, who did not have time to react. Following this, the young man used a slide to get behind the enemy's rear and perform another series of blows. Chain Chanmo's eyes were filled with anger and hatred towards the enemy with every second, and he managed to grab onto him. The protagonist then used a turning technique to immobilize the opponent and deliver a fatal blow. People didn't understand the guy's actions, because he didn't even want to use basic knowledge about the monster, and some stopped considering him a genius. Han Yufeng gloated and exclaimed that this was the guy's true ability, while the rest of the people were excited. Still, people were surprised, because the young man was not hurt at all, and his gaze was animalistic and bloodthirsty towards the enemy. Everyone present in the hall was shocked, and did not understand how the monster's skills did not affect Chung Chanmo. Director Guolian was stunned and froze in place because he understood what was happening, but did not want to believe it at all. He looked at the protagonist's face and wondered if this guy really understood the course of action in 1/10 of a second, which was amazing. When certain skills are activated, the time of invincibility is applied, but the time is given very little and almost no one has time to use it. The man said that each specialization has some kind of skill, and wondered if this was the reason why the hero chose this one. The main character, meanwhile, continued to fight his boss, using an arcing strike that deals great damage to enemies within a radius of 3 meters. The attack was carried out successfully and achieved its goal. The elite boss received incredibly large damage. Chung Chanmo did not stop, and continued to carry out a series of attacks, and his mind at that moment was overcome by composure and the desire to kill. The casual attacks continued and considerable damage was inflicted on the enemy, but the group attacker himself could not do anything. After a few more seconds, the main character used the power to finally carry out a decisive series of blows. Chung Tianmo was alerted that he received a 5-second warning. The elite boss attempted to carry out an attack. The protagonist's rage increased, and he took advantage of the change of weapon, replacing it with a long sword to carry out a series of blows. The observers were stunned because the guy was only level 20 and did not understand how he got access to such a weapon. Someone was surprised that he was not affected by monster attacks. One of the men realized that he had taken advantage of his instant invulnerability. The elderly man said that given Chung Tianmo's refined attacks and prediction ability, he could defeat the boss in one hit. The confident protagonist smiled intimidatingly and said that it was finally time to call it a day. Then he gave the launch command, after which the process of destroying the elite monster, which could no longer save itself, began. A huge amount of damage was inflicted on the group striker, who could only suffer until his death. A few minutes later, the elite boss was destroyed, and Chung Tianmo looked at it all with a proud grin, standing still. People in the hall were discussing that if this guy could become a battle mage, then great achievements awaited him in the future, and invincibility would help him. Wu Chongmeng said that Chung Tianmo would soon take a different path, and perhaps the freedom-loving specialty would become more popular. The hero was on the verge of the final boss Moni Yori, who became the strongest mainly due to the amount of health equal to 6,000. More importantly, he can summon other monsters and the number never stops increasing. To defeat the boss, you need to beat him and his subjects at the same time. And if you show even the slightest bit of carelessness, the person will be pulled into the crowd. Therefore, this level is considered impossible, but Chung Tianmo was confident that 2 minutes would be enough for him, because he is different from others and can handle it. The main character raised his staff up, and the summoning of elves, counterattackers, magicians, puppets, and also kamikazes began. Around him, there were many aggressive monsters that were merciless and ready to destroy anyone. Chung Tianmo cast a spell, summoning the Soul Master of the Blade, the Master of Destruction, and the Blessing of Light. Observers were shocked because the guy wanted to summon a huge army to block the entrance with a mob and then deal with the boss. Then the protagonist, confident in himself and his actions, changed his weapon to a machine gun and said that it was time to start acting. Moni Yori targeted the enemy and was ready to destroy him at any second as soon as he began hostility against him. The boss immediately spread his iron hands to the side and was about to attack, and meanwhile the main character had already opened fire. He was extremely focused and cool-headed, which led him to a successful series of attacks on the enemy. In just a second, Chung Tianmo managed to destroy the mechanical Moni Yori, which amazed everyone present in the observation room. At the same time, Hanwoo Academy's Mi Xiao, ranked second, was having a tough fight with a boss in another place. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and proudly said that he had already won for the second time, and in just half an hour, being confident that the place of champions this year would be his. Suddenly, he noticed a notice that Chung from Zhang Academy had been congratulated for passing his exams and declared a champion. Ma Xiao grabbed his head and immediately became angry, not understanding how the guy achieved such a result in just half an hour. Li Gongyu from Hanwoo Academy was stunned when he saw the notice and could not believe that his academy was defeated. But the state of shock did not last long, because after a few seconds the robot pelted him with bombs, and soon there was an explosion. Luo Jingjing, meanwhile, was furiously shooting at the robots at point-blank range because she saw incredible hatred and anger towards them. The girl saw the notification and happily said that she would try her best to keep up with Chung Tianmo. Li Hong was also happy and said that Lao Mo performed a miracle again, and it seems that now their academy will become famous. People in the audience were delighted with the main character. Some girls even wondered if he had a girlfriend. The assistant told the dumbfounded Han Yuefeng that many of Chung Tianmo's fans chose to transfer to the academy. After these words, the director became even more angry and clenched his teeth in rage, jumped out of his chair and clenched his fist tightly. Wu Chongmeng happily stated that Chung Tianmo is a true divine messenger who has brought incredible glory and pride. A joyful man sitting next to the angry director said that Jiang Academy had finally taught Hanwoo Academy a lesson. Lu Yunming said that sometimes trumps can change the course of the game at the last moment, and added that it took them a long time to win this victory. Cheng Qianmo was very happy because thanks to the summoned creatures at the right time, he managed to win even in a difficult kingdom. The system congratulated him on successfully passing the entrance exam, and he received a valuable reward for the number of points he scored. The hero opened the chest, and wondered if it might be that the entrance exams were aimed at something more than just getting a result. The system congratulated him on receiving the S-Rank skill book, which talked about the basic speed of attacks, which made the main character happy. Cheng Qianmo was happy because the effect of increasing attack speed compensated for his low agility, which he did not expect at all. He was also informed that his attack speed would now increase by 15%, and the current bonus was 32%. The self-confident hero understood that his speed was so superior to any other people, and it was even higher than those of the 30th level. Lao Mo remembered that the last hidden reward remained, after which he took holy water and poured it on the remains of the killed boss. Within a few seconds, the system congratulated him on receiving a secret award, which was called the Mask of Leprosy. Everyone was delighted with the incredible Cheng Qianmo, and the main character understood that his next step would be to enter the university. Unexpectedly for everyone, he returned to the ordinary world, and admiring people immediately ran to him and shouted that he deserved this victory. Cheng Qianmo remained calm, and happy fans said that the future of their country depended on him. The hero understood that these were people from the government who wanted to make him look like a patriot, and if the monsters overtook the country, he would have to fight fiercely. The young man understood that simply remaining silent was not an option, and offered to give the floor to his teachers who raised him. The teacher in the purple suit asked the young man if he understood what they wanted from him. Lao Mo only said that he wanted to meet his teammates who would fight side by side with him in the future. He asked the frightened crowd if it was true that, since all his teachers were so happy about his victory, they would help him in further battles. The worried teachers replied that their powers were not that great and could not be compared to him, and their previous words did not make much sense. Cheng Qianmo asked if they, level 40 teachers, are really so weak that they consider a student more powerful than themselves. He also asked if the Xia country is not their homeland and if they really have some ulterior motives. The hero asked if they really wanted to attract his forces for their own purposes and turn him into cannon fodder, and people immediately took his side, supporting the guy. Guolian said in a stern tone that all 6 teachers would be fired and they could no longer wait for good offers. Security immediately stood up to drive away the crying teachers. They begged for another chance and admitted that they had made a mistake. Wu Zhongmeng shook Cheng Qianmo's hand and said that he was the best student, adding that he not only had outstanding talents, but also intelligence. The man then told Chief Guo Liang that he hoped he could prepare a meeting room for them because he needed to discuss something with the hero. After some time, they were in a meeting room, where Wu Zhongmeng asked Cheng Qianmo if he knew the senior leadership. From the question, the hero realized that the matter was serious, but he was also curious about who the old man with whom he had fished earlier was. He admitted that he had met one man, but was not sure about his identity, and he happened to meet him while fishing. Wu Zhongmeng was stunned and changed his face because all this told him something, and the puzzle began to take shape a little. Cheng Qianmo put the ring on the table and said that it was given to him by a man whom he had previously met on a fishing trip. The gentleman was dumbfounded and spilled his drink, telling the hero that he had received a gift from Elder Qin. Among the members of the senior management, there is only one person with such a surname, whose name is Qin Fei Yu, who holds the 4th rank. Wu Zhongmeng didn't understand how Cheng Qianmo managed to win Qin Fei Yu's favor, because the old man never made friends. The man took a deep breath and mentally told himself that in any case, there was nothing to worry about and should calm down. He then said that he could not reveal information about the identity of the elder, but said that he was the most powerful person in the country. The gentleman advised the hero to bring in the ring that the old man gave him, because in the future it could greatly help him. News reporters reported that the exams had recently concluded, in which Academy student Jiang became the absolute champion. They said that the teachers and students of the Academy had won a brilliant victory, and the association representatives personally greeted each other. There were 3 guys standing at the entrance to Jiang Academy, and one of them said that today people had come to them to see the Academy and join it. The students were surprised because representatives from 16 of the top 30 universities in the country came to greet Cheng Qianmo. Soon, the meeting in the meeting room began, and Lu Yanming introduced himself and said that he would like to greet everyone on behalf of Jiang Academy. He said information about top students is displayed on a large screen and representatives can select their favorite students. The director then added that once they select a student through the panel, he will arrange an interview. One of the men was dumbfounded because Cheng Qianmo had 20,000 units of combat power and was stronger than half of their students. The director of the Demon Academy, Cheng Yuesheng, admitted that the hero has an excellent fighting spirit, because already in the 10th grade, he was able to deal with half of their students. The video also shows that the guy has a clean biography, and even if he can't recruit him, it's worth getting rid of all past misunderstandings. The homeroom teacher of Lantian Academy remembered that Huang Tian recommended Cheng Tianmo to him, and he decided that he had to get this guy. Half an hour later, Lu Yanming said that in 5 minutes they will take turns sending students into the meeting room. But there is one thing. He added that the situation with Cheng Tianmo is special, so everyone wants to talk to him, but asked not to focus only on him, because everyone is full of enthusiasm. Representatives from one of the academies were unhappy and exclaimed that they should be the only ones who would take this guy. Chang Yuexing said that the genius Cheng Tianmo deserves to make changes for his sake, and the Demon Academy agrees with this. A representative from Langtian University said he also agreed and suggested an open interview. Members of another university were talking among themselves and realized that they might not bear the consequences if they refused. They nevertheless agreed, and after them, Beijing University also agreed, after which the situation began to heat up even more. Zhonglei told Lu that the results had been received and 28 people would be joining their academy, and the acceptance rate had exceeded 60%. He showed the director the list of names and said with a smile that Luo Jingjing had entered Beijing University. Lu Yanming was surprised and asked when their students became so amazing, and realized that the representatives were fighting to conquer Cheng Tianmo. He said that we need to see what the young man himself will choose, because he will not be able to help, because 16 universities are applying for him at once. The director told the guy that regardless of his choice, from this moment on, his reputation would skyrocket. Chang Yuexing from the Demon Academy greeted Cheng Tianmo and hoped that he did not hold grudges over past misunderstandings. The hero realized who Zhang Hushan was working for, and that the Demon Academy intended to put an end to their civil strife. Wang Kaifu from Lantian University said that an acquaintance of Cheng Tianmo is studying at their academy, who highly recommended him. The young man was a little shocked and wondered if the brat Huang Tian had really said something to this man since he was the one studying there. The representatives were asked to sit down and then asked Cheng Tianmo not to make decisions based solely on his attitude towards the university and its members. The hero suddenly saw a representative of the Oracle Academy from the edge and was a little surprised because he did not expect that the academy would sink to such a level. A representative of the Qingbei Academy asked the main character for what purpose he chose the freedom-loving specialization. Cheng Tianmo answered in a confident tone that he chose this specialization in order to lead the apocalypse. Members of educational institutions considered such a bold statement by the young man to be too arrogant, but he did not care about it. Ice Mage. Zhenheng asked the student how he was going to achieve dominance in the apocalypse since he was so confident in himself. Chang Yuexing understood that even with Cheng Tianmo's strength, freedom-loving people still have a limit that needs to be taken into account. The main character asked if anyone thought that freedom-loving people were weaker and said that they could check everything themselves. One of the representatives excitedly stood at the table and said that this was wonderful, after which he called the guy pushy. He said that if Cheng Tianmo could defeat him, then he would not only take back all his bad words, but also treat him with honor. Another representative of the academy said that since the parties had agreed on everything, then the battle could begin. The opponents stood a full conference table length apart, staring intently into each other's eyes. The man said that he had reduced his power to the 21st level and said that today he would show the difference in power between the same levels. One of the men asked if it was too much to show strength, but the students and Elder Gen's speed skills amazed everyone. After this, the embittered elder used ice shards, which he released towards Cheng Tianmo. But this technique only made the main character smile and provoked him to ask if this is all he is capable of. He looked confidently into his opponent's eyes and said that now I will demonstrate what real speed is. Cheng Tianmo with a sharp movement pulled out a machine gun from his inventory, after which he opened heavy fire on the enemy, frozen in shock. The machine gun's passive skill was activated, and Elder Gen could only take the bullets into his body, because he could not resist. The main character looked at the others intimidatingly and asked if anyone else wanted to try to fight him. Representatives of the academy were stunned by the incredible speed of fire and the uniqueness of the weapon that ended up in the guy's hand. Concerned, Chang Yuexing realized that this was exactly what Ding Hong and the rest of the Demon Academy members were experiencing. The dumbfounded Wang Kaifu wondered why Huang Tian did not say that the guy was so strong and realized that this was a terrible defeat. Within a few seconds, representatives of the academy began to offer many books as a scholarship and various trinkets. Wang Kaifu confidently stated that once Cheng Qianmo entered Lantian Academy, he would have access to a whole library of A-rank books. Chang Yuexing became angry and called them cunning, saying that Elder Wang was too ruthless because he gave access to all the books. A representative of one of the academies told the silent man that he was the only one who had not spoken out and could put forward his own conditions. The excited man said that the Oracle Academy would grant Cheng Qianmo the right to access the secret realm, also help strengthen. Representatives of the academies were stunned and asked whether all this would really want to accept such conditions. The hero understood that all these books did not make much sense to him, but the secret kingdom of the Oracle Academy was just what he needed, and this was a good offer. Cheng Qianmo said in a resounding tone that he understood that they were all very serious, so he was ready to make a statement. He said that he had his own thoughts on this matter and was about to voice his choice, and silence reigned in the room. The main character looked at the excited representative of the Oracle Academy and confidently declared that he was choosing the Oracle Academy. The Academy representative was shocked and immediately jumped up from his seat, beads of sweat immediately appearing on his face. Soon Cheng Qianmo came to the blacksmith, who, shocked, asked why the champion of Hubei province chose the worst academy. The hero asked Mr. Zhang not to worry and asked how much equipment he had sold recently while he was away. The blacksmith said that this was not something worth discussing and added that he sold 46 pieces of equipment, and this brought him 920 gold. Then the man threw the bag of gold to the main character, after which he asked what he would do next because after all, there is still time. Cheng Qianmo put the bag in his pocket and said that he wanted to go to Duanlei and resolve some matters along the way. The blacksmith said that it would take about 3 days to get there and added that this was a good decision because sometimes it was also worth exploring the outside world. At one point, Mr. Zhang handed the main character a token and said that he thought it might be useful to him. Soon Cheng Qianmo went about his business, and looking at the token, he thought that it seemed that the blacksmith suspected something, and this was clearly a difficult token. The hero has 933 gold coins left in his account, and now he needs to purchase additional materials. He was a little surprised because he remembered that he had a map from Zhang Hongshan, which could also be useful. The sun was setting outside, and Cheng Qianmo decided to continue his journey with a smile, thinking about life along the way. After some time, the hero used one of his techniques, which allowed him to summon a huge monster like a lion. In the past 8 days, all he had done was hunt and gather materials, so his skills in gathering, mining, and processing had increased. Cheng Qianmo held the skin of a lion in his hand and said that at this rate, by the time he arrived in Duanlei, all basic skills would reach their peak. Suddenly, the main character noticed loud sounds coming from the forest and realized that it was Mozgis's voice. Mozgis was a very rare boss in Apocalypse, and if you hit him even once, there is a high probability that his level will jump to 40. Confident, Cheng Qianmo rushed towards where the voice came from, simultaneously saying that luck would obviously be needed today. Arriving in the forest, he heard someone complaining that the boss was difficult to deal with and realized that someone was already there. The hero immediately approached the rock, from where he had a good view, and realized that a pink-haired girl had come to fight Mozgis. It was a magician named Lin Ruoxi who was worried, saying that her stamina was definitely not enough and she needed to run away immediately. The huge Mozgis rushed at the girl, and she ran away and shouted that he should not dare to approach her. The mage used her staff to escape the boss and used the blinding light, hoping that it would help her break away from him. But the monster didn't care about her magical blows and excitement flared up in his eyes, after which he continued to pursue the girl. Lin Ruoxi exclaimed that the time had come to strike the meteorite, after which she swung her staff towards the enemy. Cheng Qianmo watched from the heights and was very impressed, but he understood that unfortunately, this Mozgis girl would not be able to be killed. All the girl's attempts to exterminate the monster were in vain, but he did not stand on ceremony anymore and used his signature blow. Mozgis used an earthquake against the girl, and Lin Ruoxi was confused and terribly scared, not knowing what to do. Dripping with sweat, the frightened girl closed her eyes and said that it was all over, so all that remained was to accept death. But at the last moment before her death, the cold-blooded Cheng Qianmo appeared, who at the last moment stopped the onslaught of the monster. He used various techniques against Mozgis, including double strike, command dance, sudden strike, and slash. He then used a blinding blow and destroyed the boss, reaching the 22nd level, and Lin Ruoxi froze in place in surprise. The charming girl was delighted with the incredible strength of Handsome, who came to her aid and saved her from the monster. Chung Tianmo did not pay attention to her compliments, and the system congratulated him on receiving a weapon called the Consonance Staff. The hero understood that this was a rather rare weapon, and despite the fact that he himself would not be able to use it, it could be sold. Surprised, Lin Ruoxi asked where he got such strength because even she, being at the 24th level, could not kill Mozgis. The girl burst into tears and said that she thought it was her lucky day since she met a rare boss, but it turned out that she could not defeat him. Chen Qianmo removed the staff from his hands and said that her talents provide high attack speed. He added that according to the most conservative estimates, they are higher than 38%. And the girl was shocked and asked how he knew. The hero surprised her even more, saying that her ability was still very weak, but her melee techniques were very good and her tactics were not bad. The main character stopped talking and turned around, after which he began to leave, and Lin Ruoxi asked him to stop. Soon, Chung Xianmo showed the girl how skillfully he could deal with vile monsters that stood in his way. The delighted Lin Ruoxi said in her thoughts that she only had to watch him to realize the emergence of new abilities. The hero said that Duanlei was ahead and he should go there, and the girl introduced herself and bowed her head, thanking him for his help. Suddenly, it became known that the blood moon had crossed the horizon, and Duanlei was overtaken by monsters who would arrive in just 5 minutes. Lin Ruoxi burst into tears and said that she thought today would be a good day, but now there are still monsters to face. Qianmo said that Duanlei is a small town that should not have strong monsters, and suggested that they check if there is a secluded place nearby. Then he saw clearly and remembered a place nearby, after which he grabbed the girl's hand and immediately rushed there. To speed up the process, he lifted the girl onto him and headed to a hut nearby where they could hide. Ling Roxy was left angry because she didn't understand what he was allowing himself to do, and Chung Tianmo said that he was only saving her life. A huge crowd of monsters was approaching the place where they were, but thanks to the hero's speed, they went unnoticed. The girl asked the guy if he needed help, but the hero replied that it was better for her to sit and keep her head down, because she would have little effect on anything. Ling Roxy began to strangle him, and Chung Tianmo wondered if she was really a representative of demons, and what should he do now? One moment he stopped and showed her the path where she needed to hurry and said that he would buy her time by staying here. This seemed very sweet to the girl, and she wondered if he really wanted to save her by sacrificing himself, considering that they had just met. Ling Roxy decided not to go anywhere and rush into the arms of Chung Tianmo, and he shouted and asked what she was doing. He asked her to run away immediately, but the girl rushed into his arms, jumping down with him. She clung to him tightly, and Chung Tianmo tried to understand what was wrong with her, and understood that if they continued to fall, they would die. Lin Ruoxi exclaimed that they were saved and asked him to take control of his lower body without wasting any time. Nearby, the screams of monsters that were approaching could be heard, and the hero understood that he couldn't give up. He had to move. The girl asked the shocked Chung Tianmo not to talk to her about all this after it was all over. Then she said with surprise that she still didn't know his name, and the main character immediately introduced himself without hiding his name. An angry Lin Ruoxi, blushing a little, asked why he was pursuing her and said that he only had 3 seconds to answer. In his thoughts, Chung Tianmo called her a devil, and said that he only wanted to see her abilities in fighting the monster. The hero got nervous because the monster had been raging for too long, and he also understood that he couldn't stand the girl's questions for long. After some time, the main character grabbed the girl by the arm and then used the hook to climb up. Chen Chenmo breathed a sigh of relief because they had finally chosen, and Ling Roxy asked him not to look at her because her clothes were torn. The hero said that his leather processing skills still leave much to be desired, but he can offer her at least something to help. Lin Ruoxi grabbed the leather robe and asked him to leave and not to peek, and the young man only chuckled in response. A few minutes later, the girl put on leather rags and asked if this was really his creation, and if he had sewn it that way on purpose. Chen Chanmo made a leather cape for her, and the girl immediately grabbed it, asking why he didn't give her the cape earlier, and the hero froze in shock. An angry Lin Ruoxi recalled her mother's words that there was not a single good guy in the world, and the hero felt very sorry for her father in her thoughts. After some time, they reached the city, and the girl asked where they should go next, and then drew attention to a man in the crowd. Chen Chanmo to his left saw a wooden sign on which it was written that the auction was nearby and said that he needed to go there. Lin Roxy said that she could take him because this place was familiar to her, and the hero said that he would just compensate for the cost of the clothes. The girl was delighted and grabbed his hand, after which she ran forward, and Chung Tianmo was shocked and even a little confused. She said that her clothes were not cheap and expressed the hope that he would not run away, because he also did not look like a rich man. The main character smiled. I confidently said that she need not worry about this and choose whatever she wants. After some time, they came to an expensive clothing store, which fascinated with its incredible beauty. The saleswoman looked at them and said in her thoughts that they were obviously poor and she was wasting time with them. And Chung Tianmo looked at her incredulously. Lin Roxy, holding the dress in her hand with a sparkle in her eyes, asked the main character if it suited her, and the young man answered with a smile that it was even very suitable. The grumpy saleswoman asked me to try on the clothes carefully and said that if they tore them, they would have to refund the full price. The girl saw the price and offered to go to a cheaper store, but Chung Tianmo said that if she liked it, he would pay for it. Lin Roxy was embarrassed and whispered that the price tag indicated gold coins, not silver, but the guy smiled and said that everything was fine. After that, without much emotion, he threw a bag of gold onto the saleswoman's table, and her jaw almost dropped from shock. She realized that she could make some good money and took Lin Roxy, saying that she could show her a new collection of clothes. Soon the girl was dressed in a stunning red dress, and the prudent saleswoman said that she would be happy to pack it. Chung Tianmo realized that something was wrong here and grabbed the dress, saying that she could take her time because he wanted to look at the quality. Having felt the things, he said that the quality of the things left much to be desired, and given the price, they could try to make something worthwhile. Then the hero looked at the saleswoman's eyes with a serious look and asked what kind of unprofessionalism this was. The saleswoman immediately got angry and shouted that this was slander, because their store had been operating for more than 20 years and no one had complained until now. Chung Tianmo was pleased to argue with her and asked to call the owner, saying that he would demonstrate how to sew clothes. At the same hour, a woman appeared who introduced herself as the owner of a shop and tailoring studio and asked what he wanted to teach her. The hero said that the material ratios in her store's products were incorrect and asked why put such a price on a product with terrible quality. Then he added that even the sewing on the clothes is crooked, and the color is duller than it really should be, and the prices clearly do not correspond to the quality. The store owner was stunned and asked how he managed to see all this and called it all impossible. Lin Roxy stood silently with the main character and wondered in her mind if there was something he didn't know. The woman began to get nervous because she realized that she had encountered a real pro, and if others found out about it, the store would close. She bowed to the hero and admitted that they had missed a couple of defective products, after which she promised to provide compensation for moral damages. Lin Roxy intervened in the conversation and said that the saleswoman had just been staring at them with arrogance, and the woman behind the cash register was very scared. The store owner angrily slapped the saleswoman in the face and asked how she dared to behave like that with customers. The woman with tears in her eyes tried to apologize, but the owner said that from today she does not work here and can get out of here. She then told the hero that they could take whatever they wanted from the store and asked him to accept a small token of attention by handing him a box. Chung Tianmo was embarrassed and said that since she did not specifically allow this thing to be sold, then they are even. Lin Roxy began to rush around the store, and with a sparkle in her eyes, she chose various outfits, wanting to take almost everything. Although the owner was silent, she was sweating, saying in her thoughts that the girl was too heartless because she was emptying out her store. The girl was pleased that she had purchased as many as 8 outfits, and then asked Chung Tianmo how much the woman gave him. Lin Roxy's eyes glowed with gold, and the hero's capital reached an amount of more than 1,000 gold, and he could be considered one of the richest people. Then the girl remembered that the guy wanted to go to the auction, after which she grabbed his hand and said that she would show him the way. Soon they came to the huge auction building, and Chung Tianmo was surprised by the size. And Lin Roxy said that the first impression is always like this. They then went inside, where Lin Roxy confidently placed the card on the counter and asked the employee when the auction would take place. The surprised man greeted the VIP client with the silver card and said that the auction would take place in 10 minutes. Chung Tianmo has long guessed that this girl is not as simple as she seems, because even the silver card that she has is given out mainly to elders. At one point, a trio of people entered the building and one of them asked if there were any luxury rooms left, saying that they would also participate in the auction. The man replied that the distinguished guest had just taken the last luxurious room and she was the owner of a silver card. The red-haired man asked if he really considered the silver card to be a VIP and asked to look at the color of the 3 cards that he threw on the counter. Seeing the gold card, The administrator was very pleasantly surprised and realized that he would have to allocate a room for the trio. He awkwardly told Lin Ruoxi that he would prepare a regular number for her and handed her card back. And the girl hit the counter, being very angry. The trio of men went to the room, simultaneously mocking the heroes, and one of them said that they almost ruined all the interest for them. Ling Ruoxi thirsted for justice and asked why not put her brains in their place, but Chung Tianmo smiled and asked her to leave them as a dot. In the room, the girl was haunted by this thought, and the hero asked him to calm down and said that everything was just beginning, but she didn't understand what he meant. Chen Chenmo said that one of the trio is level 26 Wei Junji, who is an elementalist. The hero confidently said that with this information, it would not be difficult for them to find them, and they would show this guy the difference between them. Lin Roxy was incredibly surprised, saying that he had a lot of good things and she had never seen the kind of blue ore that was on the table. Meanwhile, the auction began, and its host, Wang Ge, asked the audience to allow him to introduce them to the goods in auction. He said that the number 1 slot is occupied by 10 roots of long seagrass, which are considered an indispensable material for the elevation of elementalists. Wei Junji, being in the room, enthusiastically said that he needed these 10 roots, and for such a low price. Wang Ge hit the table with a hammer and said that number 414 bought the spines for 15 gold coins. The elementalist himself said that this was not bad, because for each spine there were 1.5 gold coins, and under normal conditions it is not easy to get them. The auction host said that the next lot again contained Langxi grass, but now there were 46 roots at once. He announced the starting price as 4 gold coins, and people in the hall shouted with excitement that it was even cheaper than the previous 10 coins. Wei Junji confidently said that he would also buy this herb, and it was time to look at the doomed faces of the people in the hall. He became very angry when he was rejected by the system and asked to wait for the next lot. The stubs went to another participant for 60 coins, and Wei Junji was furious because 46 stubs went to another at a low price. Chen Qianmo, meanwhile, said that the enemies were in room 414, and Ling Ruoxi asked how he understood this. He replied that he sent Longxi grass there, but limited the access of a buyer with the surname Wei, and this number was precisely not able to purchase the goods. Lin Ruoxi was admired by his intelligence and said that that guy is now out of his mind because of rage, and the hero smiled and said that it was so. Wei Junji became increasingly angry because of the refusal to log into the system, not understanding what they wanted from him, because he just wanted to buy goods. He ordered his subordinates to find the manager and said that he wanted to see what kind of daredevil this salesman was. Van Ga, meanwhile, said that the next lot will be the last in this round, and he is very happy to see this particular example in their auction. It was a staff of consonants, which adds attributes to the spirit and physique, and the damage received is immediately reduced by 50 units. Wei Junji understood that he could not even dream of such a thing and was obliged to buy this staff, hoping that nothing else would interfere with him. Participation was prohibited, and the angry elementalist said that he would not back down, even if he had to spend 10 times more than usual. His face was frightening, and he said that they would all understand that he had no problems with money. The staff was acquired, and Wei exhaled wearily, saying that he never thought that he would spend all his savings on one weapon. Chung Chenmo, meanwhile, calculated that the net profit would be 2,660 gold, which is quite good. The door to the room was suddenly opened by Manager Shu, who told the main character that someone was looking for him. The hero understood that Wei himself spent his money, but since there is no other way out, then let him not blame him for what happened. Wei Junji looked at the guy with a terrifying smile and asked if he was throwing prohibitions at him, and the young man confidently answered yes. The angry subordinates asked if he knew who he was, and how he even had the courage to do this to this man. Chung Qianmo laughed and said that Wei was a real hypocrite, and then asked what other questions there might be. Wei Junji himself was furious at what he heard and at the impudence of the young man who allowed himself to behave this way. He clenched his fists in anger and said that if the guy wants to die, then they can fight. And Chung Qianmo frivolously agreed. The main character was absolutely calm and confident, looking into the eyes of his opponent, who was shaking with rage. Soon they went outside, where Wei Junji said that the guy did this himself and this would be his biggest mistake in life. One of the men in the crowd said that the freedom-loving man is 4 levels lower than the enemy, so the winner has already been determined. The elementalist created fire with the help of a staff, saying that he would deal with the main character with his own staff and he would not be able to resist. But unexpectedly, he was dumbfounded because the cold-blooded Chung Chanmo was behind the enemy, which indicated a worse outcome for him. Then the main character used one technique and the enemy was thrown forward, flying at high speed. Wei Junji was shocked by what happened to him and wondered how this was even possible. He became even more nervous when the realization came to him that he could not escape the enemy and needed to do something. The cold-blooded Chung Tianmo used his staff, creating a fire around him to burn his opponent and end the fight. People were shocked and wondered if the guy's true goal was to take the staff from his opponent. Lin Roxy was delighted because she did not expect another guy she liked and assumed that after this Wei would lose his equipment and level. The breathless Wei Junji's consonant staff turned very red and was about to break, which made him even more nervous. The stern Cheng Qianmo said that since he likes to suffer so much, then let him do it to the end, and took advantage of the blinding explosion. After this, the staff of consonance was broken, and Wei Junji was thrown aside and he himself could no longer resist the enemy. He fell along with the staff, after which an explosion occurred, and the people around watched what was happening in awe. Wei Junji was no longer able to move and was lying face down on the ground, and the main character decided to approach him. Cheng Qianmo showed him the VIP exchange card and asked if he could see this color, realizing that it would greatly surprise the enemy. Breathing heavily, the Elementalist was still shocked because it was a black card that was very valuable. But his state of shock did not last long, because after a few seconds he lowered his head and no longer showed signs of life. People in the crowd did not understand at what level this card was given, and one of the men said that the black card comes immediately after the red one. The man exclaimed that this is Chung Tianmo, whose potential is estimated at SSS rank, and who is superior to his peers not only in strength, but also in influence. Lin Roxy, hearing this, became angry with the main character and asked why he didn't show her his card earlier. Cheng Qianmo put his hand on the girl's head and asked her not to be angry, saying that he just wanted Wei to take the bait. The girl didn't like this, and she said that people were looking at them and asked to be more careful next time, but for today she would let him go. Manager Shu said that he did not know about the hero status before and behaved inappropriately, and asked to accept his small gift. The man was very nervous, realizing that he had lost his vigilance and insulted such a great man, and it seemed that everything would not end well. Cheng Qianmo looked into the box and was happy because it contained Sun and Moon Demon Scales, which was an excellent material. The main character handed the list to the man and asked him to warn him if someone was selling materials on it. Then they parted peacefully, and blue-eyed Lin Ruoxi behaved strangely on the road and remained silent, which was very noticeable. Cheng Qianmo decided to ask the girl what was the matter, because she looked as if something was bothering her. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes, and she said that she would go home for a while, and then asked the hero if he would miss her. The young man reluctantly replied that of course, after which Ling Ruoxi kissed him on the cheek and said that it would not be for long, and Cheng Qianmo froze in place from shock. She said that this was his reward and ordered him not to even think about other girls during her absence, expressing hope for him. Cheng Qianmo touched her with his index finger instead of a kiss. His soul was very warm, and he looked after the girl. After some time, the hero was making potions and received a system notification that his abilities had increased. He was pleased, because with 80% additional experience, he was able to complete the beginner level in just a day. Soon the hero was in the city of Iza, inhabited by elite monsters who would become his prey, because there were no other players here. A confident Cheng Qianmo then spread his umbrella spear, saying in his mind that the night of killing officially begins. He called many allies and told them that they had only one task, namely, to draw all the monsters into battle. After this, the main character ordered his allies to move forward because they did not have much time to complete the tasks. All the summoned allies rushed to complete the task at incredibly high speed, being loyal to the master. Cheng Qianmo ordered the remaining two allies to head to the central square because all the monsters should be there, and he would go there too. The main character jumped out the window to lead two monsters, and already below they were supposed to fall into a trap. The monsters got caught in the net, after which Cheng Qianmo used his running shoes and drank an acceleration potion to be faster. Many vile monsters were gathering in the central square, as well as the main character who was already there. Several of them fell into the protagonist's trap and were in the net while the allies vigilantly guarded it. Cheng Qianmo remained calm, saying in his mind that they would all be here soon, so he needed to be prepared. At one point he raised his hand up, thereby recreating an ice wall to protect himself from the attacking monsters. After this, the hero used the grappling hook, smilingly saying that it was time for his performance. With a snap of his finger, he used a quantum bomb, which creates an explosion spreading over a radius of 10 meters. Chung Chenmo himself, with the help of a grappling hook, rose to a higher ground so that the radius of the explosion did not reach him. The explosion of the quantum bomb occurred, as a result of which the monsters died from incredible torment, and there were columns of smoke all around. The hero, pleased with himself, said that the quantum bomb is a real weapon of mass destruction, and having reached the 30th level, it will become more destructive. He was incredibly pleased with everything, and called it an excellent skill, and his level would now increase to 40. Then the main character said that since everyone was here, it was time to start the performance that he had been thinking about for so long. Cheng Chamo raised his hand while remaining completely calm and used the level up command. After a while, the main character sat on the roof of one of the buildings and was happy that he had reached level 25 in just one evening. In the status table, he saw that after adding bonuses from equipment, the strength attribute was almost equal to the agility. Then he began to come down from the roof, saying that in 4 days he would need to report and should continue his practice. 3 days later, Chung Chanmo complained of incredible fatigue. Although he had gained enough experience, he could not rest, because classes awaited him tomorrow. The next day he was in the library, where a nice woman handed him a book on leatherworking for an intermediate level. The stranger behind him said that the hero had improved his skills quite quickly, considering such a young age and this amazing skill. People in the area noticed that this was the head of the city association, and next to him was the champion of the northern province, Chung Tianmo. The main character looked incredulously at the man behind him, and asking for forgiveness, asked who he was. The head introduced himself as Gao Jin, and said that he would like to invite the young man to join their association because he had heard about his abilities. Cheng said he was not interested, and the agitated man said that he was simply not inviting him, but offering him the position of Member of Parliament. People were shocked, because the position of a permanent Member of Parliament is the 3rd level from the top, and in front of him are only the head and elders. Cheng Qianmo decided that he still shouldn't miss this opportunity because he didn't have such an opportunity in his previous life. But unexpectedly, he still answered the dumbfounded head of the association that his proposal was not at all interesting to the hero. Gao Jin tried to restrain him with all his might and asked if he knew little about the status and powers of a Member of Parliament. But the main character turned around and replied in a calm tone that a place in Parliament was not enough, so he did not need it at all. People said that these were two impudent words and that Cheng Tianmo was taking too much on himself if he allowed himself to behave this way. Gao Jin said that this is the limit of what he can offer given the two developed skills, but apparently there is nothing left. He put his hand to his tired face and said in his mind that he was wrong, because Cheng Tianmo turned out to be arrogant and constantly striving to grab a star from the sky. But suddenly, the head froze in place because he heard a question from the main character about who said that he only had 2 skills. The head of the association was shocked and asked the young man in a loud tone what he had just said. He exclaimed that if Cheng Tianmo developed the 3 skills, then he would give him the position of elder, and all stores would have a lifetime discount for him. In his thoughts, the main character said that this was not bad, and he did not think at all that this was turning out to be something surprising. The people around were shocked when they saw Cheng Tianmo holding a mid-rank skill book, which was empty because he had completed it. Gao Jin also opened his mouth wide in shock, because when did he not achieve this, and wondered where the guy had so much energy. Soon he was walking with the hero and said that he did not think that at such a young age, anyone could surpass him in developing skills. The head said that there was an association building in front, and he would give the guy a badge, and in the future he would be given a big discount in stores. Cheng Tianmo decided to ask the head of Gao what kind of relationship their association currently has with the Blacksmiths Association. He replied that this association is not connected with them, and in general they prefer not to enter into close contacts, and their demands are high. The hero scratched his chin and began to think about it, and Gao Jin suggested that he could help with something. Soon they came to the conference room of the association's main headquarters, where members asked the head if his relative was next to him. Gao Jin said that in front of them is Cheng Tianmo, the champion of the entrance examination, and from this day on, he will be an elder. All members of the association present in the conference room were shocked by what they heard, because such a position was not given to anyone just like that. Elder Qin Yuchong said that no matter how talented a guy is, it is too much, because their association has a strict system for selecting members. Chung Chamo said that it is not surprising that the Forging Association does not cooperate with them and asked if his data does not suit them. Qin Yu Chong said that if the guy can pass the test, he will not say a word against him again, but if he fails, he will get out of here. The hero was not at all afraid and agreed to this without any problems, and then asked if they wanted to place bets. Elder Kui Feng said that the offer was not bad, and if Chung Chanmo could pass the test, he would receive a large reward. The young man decided to talk about his skills and said that he was studying herbalism, harvesting, forging, and 6 other ways of making leather objects. He also added that, moreover, he had already developed all these skills to an average rank, which already says a lot. Elder Qin Yu Chong was stunned by what he heard and asked what the hell this was because it was almost impossible at his age. He asked the head of Gao why he did not report this earlier, and the man replied that the guy wanted to tell about everything himself. Chen Qianmo asked how they viewed a game of 7 battles with 4 victories to be won and asked them to think more actively. Gao Jin said that this is not bad because it will not cause problems, but first the hero needs to answer some questions. He was asked what the difference is between soft and hard iron and was also asked to tell more about gases. Everyone present froze because they themselves did not know the answers to the questions, and Cheng Qianmo scratched the back of his head. "I'm going to give the answers." He confidently answered the questions, and then said that he thought the topics would be more difficult, while the elders called the guy a genius. Elder Kui Feng stood up from the table and said that he should keep his promise to the young man. He handed the skill fruit to the guy, and the other elder was shocked, because this fruit costs 1,000 gold, and giving it away is stupid. Chung Qianmo bowed to the elder as a sign of respect and expressed great gratitude for such a valuable gift. The young man took the fruit of the skill in his hands, and then said with a smile that he did not think that they would be so generous. Soon he found himself on the street and, summing up, said that as a reward from the elder he received a forging, a poisonous vine, and a tiger skin. Today the hero received truly valuable things and realized that these materials would be useful for further advancement. Chung Qianmo also realized that he needed to hurry because classes start the day after tomorrow. After a few seconds, the main character was incredibly surprised because his system improved and he was also able to develop skills. He examined the condition and called the enhancement quite good. And as for the new ability, he decided that it was too early to transform it. The hero realized that it was too early to promote new skills because if he rushed, he could only make things worse. Then Chung Qianmo walked up to the portal with a calm smile and extended his hand forward because it was time for him to return. He found himself on the territory of the academy and saw a lot of people, wondering if it was the holidays and why there were so many students and their parents. Suddenly, people turned their attention to Chung Qianmo, after which the crowd ran up to him and began to ask for his autograph, with many shouting that he was their idol. With the help of a distracting maneuver, the main character disappeared into the bushes because it was very awkward for him to be in such a crowd. But behind the hiding young man, Director Lu Yanming suddenly appeared and turned to the guy, frightening him with his unexpected appearance. Worried, Chung Qianmo looked at the director and asked why there were so many people here and it was so busy outside. Lu Yanming laughed and said that these were applicants who found out that the hero was studying at Jiang Academy and decided to enroll here. Then he asked the young man to follow him, saying that they wanted to give him something, but the hero did not know what to expect. Soon, someone blew up a firecracker, and the young man stood completely serpentine from it, while it was impossible to say from his face that he was happy. The director said that they wanted to bless Chung Qianmo and send him on his way, even though it may seem old-fashioned to young people. The main character removed the tinsel from his head and said that it was great that they should continue in the same spirit. Lu Yanming said that they bought him a property for 20 million and hoped that he would accept it, and Chung Qianmo was shocked. The director handed the hero the tickets and said that since they did not know the exact time of his return, they bought all the tickets. Inspired and happy, Chung Qianmo sincerely thanked everyone present for such an incredible gift. The director asked him to come back as soon as possible and said that Jiang University would always help him if he got into trouble. The main character bowed respectfully before everyone and, thanking them for their concern, promised that he would try not to spoil the reputation of the academy. Finally, the young man said that when he returns, he will definitely stop by his favorite academy to visit them all. 2 girls were sitting at the entrance to the Oracle Academy, and one of them happily asked if a new person had really come to them. Chen Qianmo seemed strong to them and looked like a real celebrity, after which the girl asked to look up information about him. The girls immediately approached the freshman and introduced themselves as his curators, whom he could call and write at any time. And they would always answer. The slightly confused heroes replied that he was here for another reason and asked where he could find the main building. One of the girls suddenly grabbed the guy, shocking him and her friends, and said she would take him to the main building. The stunning green-eyed blonde said that their academy is very large, so he needs to get used to it, and she will give him a tour. The rest of the girls were angry with Hua Ningyu, who took away such a handsome man and infuriated everyone with this because no one asked her. Hua Ningyu told Chen Qianmo that once he achieved the third transformation, he could officially graduate. She led him to the main building and asked him to insert his ID card into the machine, and the system would automatically read his information. Cheng Qianmo inserted the card, after which all the information about him was announced, and Hua Ningyu was stunned that he was already at the 25th level. Those around him were also shocked because a freshman is at such a level, and everyone was worried about how he even got here. The girl said that he would be accommodated in an elite dormitory with only 9 rooms and said that she would accompany the guy to his area. Cheng Qianmo smiled at the beauty and said that there was no need to see him off because he could handle it himself. He began to leave and Hua Ningyu became angry because I had never been refused in this way and it was very unpleasant. The hero understood that he needed to register, but he didn't have much time, so he needed to act now. Suddenly, he noticed a man in a white robe who was practicing blows and realized that this was a supreme sage. The hero did not expect anything else from this place, because only here can one meet a representative of the fourth transformation, but the man is clearly sick with something. The representative of the fourth transformation drew attention to the guys and asked if this was a freshman. Chen Qianmo replied that he had just arrived and wondered if this was the academy teacher, but wasn't he too old for that? The old man asked the number and name of the main character, and the young man answered the questions, but assumed that the man suspected something. Then the teacher told the guy that he could go, and the main character began to leave. In his thoughts, calling this man quite strange. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxi approached the old man and asked what about the pills, and the man replied that he had literally just gone out for training. At the entrance to the secret realm of the Oracle Academy, there were many cadets discussing various kinds of issues. The director of the academy, Lei Juns, asked his colleagues whether, in their opinion, Cheng Qianmo would take the lead, as in his province. One of the academy members happily said that their academy also accepted this guy, who is a high-level professional. Another member of the academy said that the guy has very high scores in all respects, so he is a truly worthwhile shot. The representative of the Oracle Academy stood aside and was nervously silent, and at the same time bad thoughts did not leave his head, and his heart was worried. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianmo was approached by a guy named He Shuzhou, who said that he was also the champion of his province and they would see which of them was good. The main character calmly replied that they did not know each other, and Shuzhou exclaimed that when the secret kingdom entered, he would show the hero where the crayfish hibernate. In response to this, the young man called his threats ridiculous and asked if he really thought that he could withstand him. The self-confident He Shuzhou looked sternly at the main character and said that they will see what happens next. After some time, Cheng Qianmo entered the cemetery territory, and today he also opened a map for the 40th level. He saw a lot of monsters ahead and decided that he would just pass by, since the first 2 zones were not particularly difficult. Members of the academy, meanwhile, were discussing that today freshmen were going through the Monastery of Death, but few believed in their success. One of them was confident in He Shuzhou, who had good performance, but the other 2 were worried that he was in second place. In the first place, they saw Cheng Qianmo, after which a showdown immediately began because everyone wanted to get him. Everyone was shocked because the main character entered a more difficult zone, but the task did not require going through the arsenal. Opinions were divided and many shouted that this was a violation of discipline and the guy's results should be annulled. But one of the men said that Cheng Qianmo does not act recklessly, so it is necessary to calm down and not rush things. He also suggested reporting this to the rector, and Director Lei Junzi said that they would do so and asked to monitor the progress. The Oracle Academy member hoped that Cheng Qianmo would hurry up, because the director needed about half an hour to walk to the rector and back. The main character calculated that the average level of mobs in the arsenal is 30, and their number is about 100, and they are very bloodthirsty. But he was not going to give up, and with a smile he used the form of a ghost, saying that despite the difficulties, he could go further. One of the bloodthirsty monsters, who stood guard at the arsenal, did not even suspect that he had let the enemy pass by. Cheng Qianmo finally got to the explosives and it was time to act, after which he lit a match and brought it to the dynamite. He lit the dynamite and loudly greeted all the bloodthirsty monsters in the area, who immediately took notice. The monsters immediately rushed towards the dynamite, and Chung Chanmo used the ice wall to slow them down. He then used a spear to create a fireball and released it towards a huge amount of dynamite to create fireworks. The ice barrier will help the main character be immune to any damage for 10 seconds, and this will be enough to withstand the explosion. Within a few seconds, an incredibly powerful dynamite explosion occurred, but the ice barrier helped the guy survive. Lei Junzi, meanwhile, walked into Director Lin's office and said that he had something to tell him. The head of the Oracle Academy, Lin Lei, who possessed 4 circles, asked the director what was the matter and why he came in person. The nervous director said that the exam was supposed to take place only in the first 2 zones, but the cadet spent only 25 minutes on them and moved on. Lin Lei realized that we were talking about Chung Tianmo, and Junze said that according to the rules, the guy should be punished, but the rector proposed changing the rules. The old man then stuck his hand out to the side and raised it up, shocking the director standing right in front of him. Lei Junzi was shocked that the rector gave the guy a privilege that allows students to go through the secret realm without taking damage. Lin Lei ordered the director to go and not try to spoil Chung Tianmo's future, and the man did not contradict him anymore. In his thoughts, the old man said that it is useful for young people to be more ambitious and decided to give him a chance, but no more willfulness. The main character, meanwhile, was pleased with himself because he completed it in just 8 minutes. And although the risk was high, the rewards were large. Then he raised his head and, looking forward, said that now a difficult battle awaits him, so he needs to concentrate. Cheng Tianmo opened the huge doors, which opened with a creak. In a huge room, a knight in armor was sitting on the floor. The armored knights turned out to be the weapon master Halodi, who was an elite boss of the 35th level. The hero realized that it would not be easy because he would not be able to block his whirlwind strike, and he was also immune to many attacks. He said that this would be a very difficult battle, after which he decided that it was time to begin and use the ball of nothingness. To begin with, the main character decided to inflict a wave of damage on the enemy by releasing a ball of nothingness towards Halode. But the elite boss did not stand still and repelled the attack with his crushing force, which destroyed the ball of nothingness into pieces. He then rushed at Chung Tianmo, exclaiming that he had been waiting for a fight for a long time and asked the guy to wait until he showed his true strength. The main character was a little confused, but tried to remain calm, and the enemy used a gallop. He understood that it would not be possible to move at the same speed, and although Halode's health points would soon begin to fall, the blows would only get stronger and he needed to hurry. Chung Tianmo smiled and used the transformation of the spear into a machine gun, after which he opened fire non-stop on the enemy. Halode told the boy in a frightening voice that he was interested in him, and now it was his turn, and he went into a state of rage. He used an endless whirlwind strike with acceleration, and the main character understood that not everything was so bad because he was in time. The young man understood that the enemy had only 50% of his health left, so he needed to act. Cheng Tianmo rushed headlong at the enemy and began to strike him, using various fighting techniques. He then used the primordial vitality pill because he was curious about what a medicine lord was like. The main character once again used the primary vitality pill, which successfully restored 600 life points. He regained enough health, after which his eyes filled with rage and he dealt an incredibly powerful blow to Halodi. Cheng Tianmo successfully defeated the weapon master and admitted that this was a terrible monster because he had less than 1,500 health points left. The stunned hero wondered who helped him, because the system notified him that he had received a privilege called no injuries. He did not dwell on this issue and said that it was better than nothing, because he would have a safety net. Lei Junzi was dumbfounded because he had just returned, and the guy had already gone through everything and wondered if this was really because of the rector's privilege. The rest of the academy members were dumbfounded when they heard that Lin Lei had granted the privilege. After all, this is the highest level of relationship. Why were they even more shocked to see that Chung Tianmo was in the church grounds and decided to challenge the 40 level? Lei Junzi said that since the head of Ling Lei wants to keep an eye on this young man, then so be it. He himself was interested in watching the fight between the main character and the boss, while the young man himself, meanwhile, was approaching the final boss. He remained calm and entered the church premises, where more than a dozen people in identical clothes were praying on their knees. There are 2 bosses in the church, one of which is the commander of the Scarlet Crusaders, and the other is the priest, who stands somewhere behind the first. Cheng Tianmo decided to act according to the proven scheme and once again activated the ghostly cloak to get close to the bosses. After a couple of minutes, all the Crusaders were killed, and the main character, as if nothing had happened, continued to walk forward with a calm gait. The hero understood that later he would have to face 2 bosses at once and would have to sweat, but he had a trump card. He entered the dungeon, where a wounded and exhausted man was hanging in chains, hope in whose eyes had long faded. Cheng Qianmo asked the barely breathing Falban if he wanted to take revenge for what they did to him. The wounded man asked the young man if he could help him, since he was still hanging from chains. Falban was a former commander of the Minor Crusaders, but due to the fact that he stumbled, he was forbidden to appear in these lands. The player has 2 options for the development of events, where the first is to kill him and get blue equipment, or save him and then he will help deal with the boss. But since Falban was seriously injured, he was of little use, and there was little point in the player saving him, but Cheng Qianmo freed him from his shackles and healed him. The healing skill inherent in the priest completely healed the wounded Falban, who was very surprised by this. He began to sincerely thank the hero for the healing, and in response he asked him to monitor his surroundings and said that he would deal with the Crusaders. After some time, the ghostly cloak was removed, and the Scarlet Crusaders immediately discovered the main character. After that, Cheng Qianmo rushed forward with a sharp start, and the Scarlet Crusaders rushed after him. The main character rushed at incredible speed, but his opponents were not inferior to him for a second, because they were also physically developed. At an unexpected moment, the young man stopped and then turned to his opponents to use the next technique. From his inventory, he took out the staff of the water vine to stop the Crimson Crusaders who had gathered in a heap. With one movement of the staff, all opponents were frozen and no longer posed any threat to the main character. The observers were shocked by Cheng Qianmo's incredible techniques and were sure that after such a mob they would definitely die. In his thoughts, the hero said that the show was beginning, after which he used a magic ball, as well as a ball of nothingness. 2 huge balls of nothingness were thrown towards the Scarlet Crusaders, who were immediately destroyed. The observers were stunned that Cheng Qianmo was able to use the same skill within just 5 seconds of each other. Soon, Cheng Qianmo entered the room and smiled, and said that he had finally reached his main enemy. Mogni began to enter an active state, and in a frightening tone, called the hero a pagan, threatening to destroy him. The hero asked whether a person mired in darkness could teach him something, and also asked whether he had truly woken up from his sleep. The enemy jumped and was about to attack from the air, but Cheng Qianmo took advantage of the sky attack and counterattacked him. He did not yield to the enemy for a single moment and continued to inflict successful series of attacks, and his eyes were filled with rage and hatred. The speed of movement and the choice of timings of the hero amazed observers, as well as their devoluto that he dealt with the boss in half a minute. Cheng Qianmo had no intention of stopping and used the pressure technique to finally finish off his opponent. His crushing attack caused incredibly huge damage, which few could resist because it was non-stop. The first boss was destroyed, but suddenly, a frightening female voice asked how he dared to really think that he could cope with her. The hero clenched his teeth in pain, because he was under pressure and would be released in a minute, and he realized that this was the most difficult part in the entire passage. Cheng Qianmo knew that, after Mogni's fall, Wiseman was triggering his resurrection, so the hero would have to face a double boss. But unexpectedly, Wiseman was attacked by Falban, who said in a stern tone that it was time to settle the score, and she was shocked by his appearance. The man did not show a drop of compassion and immediately struck, thereby interrupting the resurrection, while the main character stood aside. Falban said that he did not think that today would be the day to meet their couple, and added that he had been waiting for this moment for many years. Cheng Qianmo grinned proudly and was happy that this character arrived just in time, so everything was under control. Wiseman grew angrier and asked the grinning protagonist if he had freed the character from his shackles. A few seconds later, her tower was torn off and she exclaimed that she would kill Cheng Qianmo, who dared to do this. Falban had already swung an axe at her and said that this would not happen to her, and Wiseman was even a little confused from surprise. The effect ended, and Cheng Qianmo wondered with surprise whether all this was because he helped Falban heal from his injury. He also decided that it was no longer possible to look at the world through the prism of the old apocalypse, because some processes had changed for the better. Shocked observers wondered how the freshman managed to develop such tactics and where he got such strength from. Lei Junzhe joyfully exclaimed that the head could not have made a mistake, and Cheng Qianmo truly deserves to be called the national champion. He Shuzhou, meanwhile, came out of the portal, and the back of his head wondered if no one had come out of the secret realm yet. He laughed confidently and realized that the championship was his because he cleared the cemetery and library in just an hour, and it's unlikely that anyone beat his record. Then the guy looked at the observers with a little bewilderment and asked what was wrong with them and why it was so quiet, because he came first. He began to look around, hoping to understand something, but was dumbfounded when he looked at the main screen. Shuzhou's face immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and he couldn't believe that Chung Tianmo walked into the church. After a while, Lin Lei looked out the window and said that he had not yet seen people who could pass the Scarlet Monastery while at the 25th level. His thoughts were interrupted by a sweet female voice, which addressed him as a grandfather and said that it was time to take his medicine. Lin Lei asked Lin Roxy how long she was going to sit on the Apocalypse continent, and the girl replied that no more than 10 days. The grandfather shocked his granddaughter by asking if she had a fiancé in mind, and also said that he was fine and she could relax. Lin Roxy felt very awkward and said that she did not have a fiancé, and then asked what he was talking about. Lin Lei shocked her even more by saying that he had an excellent candidate in a leading position, and his strength was not bad. The hot-tempered girl replied that she would figure it out herself and said that she had to go, after which she began to run away, never knowing who she was talking about. The elder understood that his granddaughter clearly had a lover, and it was not surprising that she was going to stay on the continent for a few more days. After some time, Lin Ruoxi went out into the fresh air, where she exhaled with relief because the conversation was not very pleasant. Grandfather shouted from the window to her to be careful, because there were bad guys here, and asked her not to let herself be deceived. Lin Ruoxi recalled the early stages of her life and admitted that this was indeed true, because there were a lot of bad guys. She looked at the sky and wondered if Chung Tianmo missed her, and said that she would really like to see him now. After a huge number of adventures, the main character finally emerged from the secret kingdom. Brushing off the dirt from his coat, he was immediately surrounded by members of various academies who begged him to pay attention to each of their academies. Shuzhou felt terrible and realized that it was a shame, because Chung Tianmo was able to become the champion of the province, and next time he will become the champion of the country. It was very noisy around, and the conversations did not subside, but Shuzhou asked everyone to shut up in a loud tone. He congratulated the hero on completing history and said that he himself had the right to choose the place where he would receive his education. Chen Tianmo understood that it was better for him to ask about everything first, because he did not fully understand the essence of her academy. The young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and, smiling, said that he had not thought about it yet, so he would not mind listening to each academy. Representatives of various academies politely told the young man that each of them invites him and is waiting for him at any time. Lin Bing from the student council told Hua Ningyu that it took him a lot of effort to get these tickets and suggested going in the evening. The girl, in her thoughts, called him an idiot, despite his strength and marital status, and understood that it would be nice if all this was just an image. She felt very uncomfortable being around this man and wondered if there was any way she could escape from him. She suddenly seemed to see the light when she noticed Chung Tianmo sitting nearby, who was also having lunch. Hua Ningyu stood up from the table and said that she had things to do, so he could go himself, and Lin Bing froze in bewilderment. He got up from the table and said that it was okay, because they could go next time, but he was soon shocked. The man's face changed when he saw that the beauty sat down at the same table with Chung Tianmo and wondered what kind of relationship they were in. The charming Hua Ningyu told the hero that they had met again, and he responded by asking what happened. She said that she heard that he went far in the last test, and sincerely called it a very cool thing to do. Lin Bing was incredibly angry because he had been pursuing her for a long time, but was ignored, and Chung Tianmo probably likes her. He was not at all afraid and approached the main character, asking him to stand up, which was very incomprehensible and stupid. The man said that the junior should respect the elders, and as the head of the disciplinary committee, he had every right to guide him. After these words, Chung Tianmo became enraged and hit the table with his fist, thereby frightening Lin Bing standing next to him. Also, from an incredibly strong blow to the nose, the food flew up and was knocked over right onto the man standing next to him. One of the guys sitting nearby said that the guy was really cool because he did something like that on the first day. Shocked, Lin Bing froze in place and looked at the main character with his mouth open, who allowed himself to do such a thing. He immediately flew into a rage and swung his fist at him, asking if he really wanted to die, since he allows himself to do this. Chen Tianmo was not at all afraid to stand up for himself and counterattacked the attacker, causing him to fall along with the table to the floor. Hearing the commotion, everyone in the area ran to the scene of what was happening, and the hero apologized in a calm tone and said that his hand had slipped. An enraged Lin Bing, lying on the floor, threatened that he would take revenge, adding that he did not forgive such things. Soon classes began, where the teacher asked everyone to open the desired page and look at the berserker's trajectory. Teacher Gan Yanhui was constantly thinking about how the dean dared to demote him to the position of teacher, which irritated him very much. The strict teacher asked the students what was wrong with their faces and whether he was talking about things that were too simple for them. Chung Chenmo said in his mind that the information was too old, and it is obvious that this specialization has many other useful skills. At one point, he loudly slammed the textbook, making a firm decision for himself that he did not want to follow such rules. He also decided that he was not going to waste time here either, because there were too few people in this world who could teach him anything. Gan Yanhui asked what was the matter and said that even if something happened to him, he needed to report it immediately. Cheng Xiemo did not pay attention to the teachers at all and continued to leave, which made the man very angry. With the help of his ability, he found himself right in front of the hero and, in a stern tone, said that he had better explain himself, otherwise he would not be responsible for himself. The guy replied that since Gan Yanhui was asking so, he would say in just a few words what he had to say. Chung Qianmo fearlessly, boldly, and confidently stated that he did not want to listen to outdated ideas that they did not need at all. The nervous, impulsive teacher Gan Yanhui at that moment was like a teapot that was boiling with his incredible anger. Classmates told the guy that the teacher had more experience than him, so he had no right to talk to him like that and was obliged to apologize. Lin Bin said that during a routine inspection by the discipline department, they discovered that Chung was suspected of insulting a teacher. Then he smiled insidiously, saying in his thoughts that the young man was hooked and now he was in his hands, so no genius could save him. Gan Yanhui asked to stop this and advised the others to maintain discipline and not interfere, and this would be a lesson. Chen Qimo said that he didn't think that the academy would stoop to this level, and the teacher got angry and asked what he meant. The hero replied that the course he had just read contained many errors. If he studied these lessons, it would not lead to any good. The shocked teacher said that the young man had expressed his opinion, but he still had something else to say. He exclaimed that if Chung showed him specific examples, he would quit and not teach, but he did not believe that the guy could do it. Chung Tianmo said that with the teacher's logic, most berserkers are simply taken from the second and will be able to develop in the future. He then continued by saying that he would now show them all the new data, after which he began to write with chalk on the blackboard. The students were excited because the set of formulas for the hero was 3 orders of magnitude smaller than the standard one given in the textbooks. The young man said that he had another set of formulas that refutes the point of view that attributes should be inferior to each other. He said that every person has the ability to think independently, and what he said is not necessarily true knowledge about the practice. Then the main character smiled and asked teacher Gan Yanhui if he had any questions for him. The shocked teacher couldn't believe it was possible and wondered how a newcomer could be so smart. A guy from the student union came into the office and said that Lin Bin was suspected of openly humiliating the first person among the freshmen. The man was stunned and did not have time to explain anything, when they immediately grabbed him by the arms and began to take him to the dean's office, although he tried to escape. Soon, the students were discussing that teacher Gan Yanhui had resigned and left, and the director became alarmed and decided to meet Chung Tianmo personally. Lei Junzhe told the hero that he had rather unconventional thinking, but in the future he should not be such an upstart. He also added that the guy has nothing to worry about, because no one will do anything to him, because Rector Lin understands everything. The main character froze in place after hearing the surname, and immediately remembered Lin Roxy with the same surname. Nevertheless, the young man pushed these thoughts away from himself, realizing that there are quite a lot of people in the world with that last name, and this is clearly a coincidence. After that, he entered the rector's office, and Lin Lei said with a smile that they had met again, which was surprising for the hero. Chen Qianmo was even more surprised because he remembered that this was the old man he saw upon arrival. The main character said with a polite smile that he must admit that he was very lucky because he met with the rector. But after a few seconds, he became wary because strange things began to happen to Lin Lei, and he used the technique. At one moment, the young man seemed to be bewitched and notes of magic penetrated his mind, but he himself could not do anything about it. Lin Lei happily exclaimed that this was amazing because he saw incredibly powerful potential in the young man. He said that he would not ask why Chung Tianmo was doing all this, and he was not going to delve into the past, but he wanted to ask about one thing. The rector asked if he would agree to become the senior teacher of the most special course at Oracle University. The self-confident protagonist arrogantly asked the elderly rector if he would risk offering him such a position. Lin Lei asked how he thought about giving him the Shang Fang blade, but it would not be free, because the young man would help. Then they sat down at the table and the rector said that he was inviting him to discuss his conditions, and if he could fulfill them, he would try very hard. Cheng Qianmo thought and said that he needed a few treasured intermediate herbal designs, and the old man would answer that there would be no problem. He added that the guy could find everything he needed in the museum, for which he allocated 10 million, which he could spend if necessary. Suddenly, the main character received a call from Huang Tian, who called to give two good news and asked which one he wanted to hear first. He said that he had successfully reached level 30 and also needed Cheng Qianmo's help with his awakening mission, and asked if he was surprised. The main character asks the guy if it would be more convenient for him to find an assistant from his university, because it will be easier. Huang Tian said that he was looking for an assistant wherever he wanted, but Cheng Qianmo still agreed and asked him to send the address. Lin Lei said that asking a student at this level for help is quite a unique phenomenon and asked how confident he was of success. The main character smiled at the rector and replied that he was 10% sure of success, which sounded very unusual. After a while, the hero was in place and decided that he needed to investigate everything first and also chose a suitable place to move to the 4th rank. He entered the museum and a polite woman asked him to attach a card so that the system would read the information. Cheng Qianmo attached the card. The manager was stunned that the current deposit score was 10 million. People around were also shocked, because the guy had only enrolled a few days ago, but had already earned such a huge amount. Soon the hero was on the 3rd floor of the museum, where all the drawings were presented separately as exhibits. Among the exhibits, he discovered a lava potion, an ice potion, etc., but all this was not useful to him and he decided to go deeper. Next, he discovered a magic potion and sacrificial oil, and said that the quality is not bad, but he needs something to work out in order to reach the 4th rank. A few minutes later, Cheng Qianmo was very surprised because he did not think that he would find such epic things in the museum. He confidently stated that he would choose the purification power, because in the middle and late stages, there are too many bosses that impose negative effects. Then the main character turned to the system and enthusiastically said that he wanted to transform the purification power now. Cheng Qianmo was very happy because the skill was quite good and now no one could secretly harm him, which could not but please him. Satisfied with himself and joyful, the hero decided that it was time to look at what Huang Tian had learned during this time. After a while, he was at the academy, and Huan, on the phone, asked him to go around the building and said that he would come as soon as the meeting was over. Cheng Qianmo turned his head and saw a guy named Zhao Dabao loudly shouting that if anyone wanted to challenge him, he would be welcome. He confidently said that anyone who could defeat him would receive the entire bank, which sounded very tempting and attractive. Cheng Qianmo took off his hood and said to himself in his thoughts that he would like to become even stronger as quickly as possible while looking at the guy. A guy from the crowd mockingly said that Zhao Dabao came for money and was fighting with youngsters, and asked if he would play with him. In response to this, Zhao angrily shouted that he should shut his mouth because everything is written in the rules, and whoever defeats him will receive the whole bank. The self-confident guy said that even 400 million would not be enough and asked what he thought about 600 million. Zhao Dabao understood that if he won, he would achieve the 2nd awakening and accepted the challenge. But people said that the opponent was very strong. Cheng Qianmo watched with pleasure what was happening, and meanwhile the fight began and Zhao immediately attacked the enemy. The insecure guy was incredibly agile and moved from side to side, gradually approaching the enemy, but still, he was wary. Not understanding where Zhao Dabao got such power that he could not restrain but tried, for fear of losing his reputation. Suddenly, the guy hid something behind his back, and Cheng Qianmo watched the fight and wondered what he would do because he was on the verge of failure. Zhao Dabao was shocked because the enemy used an iron grenade, and the guy shouted that Jinghuai was a deceiver because it was forbidden. But it was too late to speak because within a few seconds an incredibly powerful and loud explosion occurred. Xinghuai looked at the dead Zhao Dabao and mockingly asked if he liked the iron grenade. He told the audience that he was the new leader, but the rules were the same. Those who had the courage could rise up and fight him. Cheng Qianmo laughed in the crowd, and Xinghuai noticed this and asked the guy what he was laughing at. The hero said that he was not a student at this academy, but today was an open day and asked if he really needed approval to laugh. The hot-tempered Xing Huai began to laugh hysterically and asked the main character if he dared to go up to this stage. But he was a little surprised, because within a second, Cheng Qianmo jumped onto the stage and said that he was betting 1,200 gold. The young man with a serious face asked if Xing Huai would accept 600 coins and a room card worth 2,000 gold coins. One of the surprised men in the crowd exclaimed that the guy was level 25 and a known freedom-loving man. The impulsive Xing Huai said that since the guy really wants to lose money, the bet is accepted without any problem. He suddenly tensed up as Cheng Qianmo disappeared somewhere, but within a second a blow was struck to his chest. The self-confident man immediately spat out blood, dumbfounded and trying to understand what had just happened. Professor Liao Guangyuan was informed that things were bad. He had better go to the arena, and the man asked what kind of trifle it was again. The guard said that the professor's son took part in a practice match, but someone seriously injured him and he should take a look. Liao Guangyuan jumped up excitedly and asked who did this because no one should touch his son. Xing Huai was lying on the floor and breathing heavily, and people did not understand who this guy was who knocked him out with one blow. Cheng Qianmo looked at the lying man and, maliciously mocking, told him to immediately give him money. The guy asked if he could wait a few days, and the hero stepped on his chest and asked him to speak louder. Xing Huai answered with pain that there was money, but it was just not here and asked to wait for his father, who is a local professor. The hero excitedly asked if his father was strong, and people from the crowd shouted for him to get out, and also that he would regret what he had done. Cheng Qianmo asked the crowd if they were sure, and then asked if anyone dared to come out to him, adding that the rules were still the same points. People complained that the bet was too high, but the hero replied that they could only bet 300, and if they won, the money would belong to them. After this statement, a guy named Guan Fei immediately jumped onto the stage and confidently announced that he was betting 300 coins. People were proud of this guy because he was a graduate and believed that they were saved, but a second later the guy was thrown off the stage. Cheng Qianmo began to yawn out of boredom and said that he was waiting for the next one, reminding them that they had 4,100 coins at stake. Suddenly, Liao Guangyuan appeared and asked the daredevil what family he was from and what he even allowed himself to do. People immediately recognized the professor and assumed that he had come to stand up for his son, so they were in for a great show. The professor saw his wounded son and became angry, in an angry tone asking the main character to immediately go down to him. Cheng Qianmo laughed and asked if he was laughing, after which he said that his son now owed him money. He smiled intimidatingly at the professor and said that he would let his son go only after he gave him money. Leo asked how much his son owed, and Cheng replied that he still owed him 26 million blue star coins. The professor nearly fainted as his son lost his years of hard-earned savings, something he couldn't believe. But still, he signed a check for the required amount and threw it to Cheng Qianmo, after which he asked to immediately release his son. The main character caught the check and carefully examined every entry on it in order to be careful not to be deceived by the professor. After that, he sharply pushed the injured Xing Huai off the stage with his foot, and Liao Guangyuan was greatly shocked when he saw it. The wounded Xing Huai told his father, who was holding him in his arms, that he must take revenge on this impudent stranger for him. At one point, the guy closed his eyes and his head was back, and Liao Guangyuan was horrified because his son died in his arms. The professor asked Cheng Qianmo what university he was from and whether it was true that he came to Blue Sky University today to challenge them. The young man ignored him, but the man became increasingly angry and asked if he was deaf since he was talking to him. After these words, Cheng Qianmo turned to him and calmly but boldly asked if he was really brainless and asked him to stop talking nonsense. Liao Guangyuan flew into a rage and attacked the main character with his fists, because he could no longer tolerate this impudence, but the young man remained calm. But unexpectedly, his trembling fist stopped right in front of the protagonist's face, who asked with a smile if he dared. The students were shocked that the university had been subjected to shame and humiliation, and then they saw Senior Huang Tian coming here. In his thoughts, the young man himself admitted that Lao Mo was indeed very popular, because he was always surrounded by people, no matter where he was. The excited students begged the shocked Huang Tian to restore justice, because the stranger had injured the professor's son. The young man was pleasantly surprised by Cheng Qianmo's coolness and told people that this student was an honored guest whom he had specially invited. The grumpy Professor Liao Guangyuan said dissatisfiedly that he would not leave it just like that and promised that they would meet again. Huang Tian said that Lao Mo really caused him trouble today and added that he would take him to the second awakening room. The hero slapped the guy on the head and asked if he really didn't understand who was really creating the problems. But the young man laughed. The disciples, discussing the situation, suggested that this tramp could be the external assistant brought by Huang Tian. University director Fei Yingguang told his colleagues that the list of assistants for the awakening ceremony had already been compiled and asked if there were any questions. Worried, Liao Guangyuan proposed to carefully check the new assistant, Huang Tian, and suspend the exam to protect the future star of the school. He then smiled wickedly and realized that if he could interfere with the exam, then he would have a chance to find people to deal with Cheng Qianmo. But Wang Kaifu disagreed and said that Cheng Qianmo is an exceptional talent and they cannot judge him by his level and class alone. The hot-tempered Liao Guangyuan asked if he was so extraordinary that he could help with the second awakening at the 25th level. Fei Yingguang offered to place a bet and said that whoever loses will take responsibility for his words and actions. Liao immediately exclaimed that he accepted the bet because he calculated that if he won, he would be able to get rid of Wang Kaifu and avenge his son. Dissatisfied, Wang said that he also accepted the bet and suggested turning on the screen, because the exam of the second awakening was about to begin. Huang Tian, before entering the underground labyrinth, told Lao Mo that this is a secret area, and to complete the task, you need to find a disc called Norganin. Cheng Qianmo asked if he was sure that receiving this item was enough to consider it a success, and the young man answered flawlessly, yes. The hero said that in that case he had an idea, and the surprised Huang Tian looked at him because he didn't know what to expect. He asked not to play with him or use him as a guinea pig, because today is his second awakening exam. Cheng Qianmo only asked him to stay about 15 meters away from him at all times, not too close and not too far. Within a few minutes, they were in secret areas where the main character was leading a whole crowd of monsters. He made a jump and then landed right next to one of the monsters, who immediately paid attention to him. The elite boss of the 34th level, Louvlor, grinned bloodthirstily and ordered the monsters to destroy the invaders. Huang Tian's worried thoughts said that his heart was always pounding when he followed Lao Mo, and he didn't know if they would succeed. Worried observers wondered how he could attract mobs so quickly and whether they were simply teasing fate. Guangyuan said that Cheng Qianmo might be a spy, and after the exam, they should catch him and demand an explanation for this Oracle University. Wang Kaifu looked at the main screen and hoped that the guys would offer a little effort and not disappoint him. Fei Yingguang hoped that this old man was not lying, and that the skillful guys would show them all the real thing. Cheng Qianmo shouted to his comrade that now is the time for him to join the fight, after which Huang Tian rushed to the rescue. The main character, meanwhile, took advantage of the invisibility effect of the phantom cloak to mislead the monsters. Huang Tian hid behind one of the rocks, watching with a small grin as the monsters ran to the side. Observers were shocked and wondered why Huang Tian was not targeted after Cheng Qianmo disappeared. Director Fei Yingguang jumped up and said with admiration that this move by the protagonist was very smart and brilliant. He said that Cheng Qianmo attracted and distracted all their aggro mobs and Huang followed him, maintaining a safe distance. The director also added that the characters are truly nurtured from a young age, and the cooperation between them is simply magnificent and unparalleled. Huang Tian began to understand Lao Mo's plan and said that they could completely skip all the small enemies, and the exam would be a cakewalk. The hero said that the next boss could not be missed, and asked if the young man remembered where the third boss was. Huang Tian asked if he was checking on him, and wasn't elite boss Aileronus behind the stone door nearby? A slightly nervous Cheng Qianmo asked if he was really going to open the doors and fight the boss head-on. We then whispered something into Huang Tian's ear, who asked in surprise why he had not been taught this in the Awakening Guide classes. Observers were unhappy that the guys were whispering and did not understand why such secrecy, because it was unacceptable. Afterwards, they noticed that Huang Tian was for some reason moving a simple part of the exam decoration, which was incomprehensible. But as it turned out, this was not an easy part of the decoration, and after a few seconds a yellow light appeared, which indicated that the boss was calling. The elite boss Aileronus appeared before the heroes, who threatened that they would pay for this because no one steals the secrets of the creator. Observers were pleasantly surprised because they did not know that the miniature structure in front of the stone gate hid a secret mechanism. Cheng Qianmo said that this is Huang Tian's fight and he will just support him a little because this is a great opportunity to test his current level. After these words, the young man immediately rushed at the elite boss, saying that now everyone would admire his skills. Huang Tian used various techniques, including the backflip kick, rural ghost blade technique, and cross kick. Observers admired the guy's incredible power. One of them said that he would be happy if his students had at least half the guy's skills. Chung Tianmo mentored the guy and advised him to first add a small strike, which would prolong the stun, and he could finish with a strike from the drawn sword. The observers were unhappy that some stranger was giving advice to their genius, and Huang Tian thought about the blow he had taken. Chung Tianmo shouted at him not to be distracted, but it was too late because Ilaranis took the chance and kicked the guy. The boss used the title talisman's soul strike, and the protagonist shouted to the confused Huang Tian to hit the boss now. The young man again brought out the backflip kick technique, the rural ghost blade technique, as well as the small mountain splitting kick. The observers were surprised that Chung Tianmo knew so much about the Blade Master's combinations, and even they couldn't compete with it. Wang Kaifu said that Chung was the top performer in the entrance exam, and he is also the first student to receive the SSS potential ranking. But everyone was surprised and held their breath even more when boss Ilaranis' health bar was already at 0. The boss fell to the ground with a roar. Did not understand why he felt the presence of a titan, but said that this was not the end. The university members were delighted and praised Huang Tian, saying that they should ask him about posting a miniature model after the exam. Director Fei Yinguang remained calm and looked at the main screen, saying in his mind that things were getting more interesting. Huang Tian told the hero that he not only improved the Blade Master's combinations, but also found a hidden mechanism, and he replied that they had to go. The young man picked up a fragment of Thor, which was a key fragment for the final boss, and began to examine it. Qian Qianmo said that this path is too narrow and not the same as the stone corridor before, so they will probably have to fight their way through. Huang Tian ran forward and said that he would focus on distracting the mobs and ask the hero to stop them from killing him. Within a few seconds, a huge flock of monsters rushed after him, and the guy shouted to Lao Mo that now everything depended on him. With the help of a staff, the main character created a sphere of emptiness, which was supposed to help him destroy all mobs. A huge void sphere was released towards a large crowd of monsters, and Huang Tian fell not far from the protagonist. The shocked guy said that when it comes to damage, no one can stand next to Chung Tianmo. An excited member of the academy asked if there was a chance to convince Chung Tianmo to transfer to another school, because such talent should not be wasted. Wang Kaifu said that he personally went to recruit him on behalf of the school, but he chose a low-ranking university, so there is hardly any chance of transferring. In the meantime, 3 monsters stood in the way of the hero, who were not as simple as the earlier ones and were armed with melee weapons. One of them was a black iron gnome, who was a fiery hammer, and his nickname was Gagarin. Qian Qianmo asked Huang Tian if he knew Gagarin's abilities, and the guy replied that his instantly applied debuff and AoE attack were annoying. The hero said that he would take on the boss, and the guy would need to focus on the level and remember to interrupt each fire nova. Gagarin used a fire attack and said in a stern tone that this is the kingdom of the gnomes, in which there is no place for outsiders. The effect of increasing fire damage was applied to the heroes, and incoming fire damage was increased by 150 units. But the dwarf was surprised when Chung Tianmo used the passive ability of purification, after which the effect of fire damage was removed. The main character began to attack him using the techniques of Heavenly Retribution, Falling Spike, Weaving, as well as Combo Dash. Huang Tian said that Lao Mo is a real beast, because he does something incredible with his skills as a battle mage. Gagarin decided to end the little man as soon as possible, after which the process of using the fiery nova began. Confident Chung Tianmo smiled and said that now there will be a way out for Huang Tian, because he needs a break and use the ice block. The stunned young man asked not to arrange this for him, and asked with a cry whether he really did it on purpose right now. Huang Tian nevertheless rushed into battle, and Gagarin, meanwhile, took advantage of the fiery nova, which he had to shoot down. But the young man rushed into the battle in time, as a result of which the blow was successfully delivered, and the use of the fiery nova was interrupted. A few seconds later, he was thrown back by the blast wave, and Chung Tianmo protected himself with an ice block. He told Huang Tian with a smile that sometimes you just have to push yourself, otherwise he will never know his limits. An enraged Huang Tian called the main character a bastard and said that he was deliberately teasing him and pissing him off. Shocked observers said that it would be a crime if they could not get Chung Tianmo into their school because he was a child prodigy. The main character, meanwhile, told his colleague that he had a cooler technique and asked if he wanted to learn it. Huang Tian asked him to stop teasing him and just tell him, because he was talking to him while fighting the boss. Cheng Qianmo advised the guy to pay attention to the moment when Gagarin raises his hand and asked if he sees something special. Huang Tian carefully watched the process of raising his hand, hoping to see what the main character was talking about. Gagarin used a fire damage boost, and 5 layers of boost were applied to the young man, and the incoming damage increased. After this, Huang Tian said that he saw that before the dwarf raised his hand, he slightly pulled his right hand back. Cheng Qianmo said that the moment he takes it away, the guy needs to use Ripple Punch to counter the debuff. Gagarin once again extended his hand forward, and the main character said that he was again acting exactly as before. Huang Tian followed the hero's advice and used the Ripple Punch, which had incredible power. On his first attempt, he failed and 6 layers of damage were applied to him. And Cheng Qianmo asked him not to be distracted and to train further. The young man continued to train, and during the training process, the main character instructed him and pointed out mistakes. Disgruntled observers said that no matter how strong Cheng Qianmo was, he could not treat their genius as a guinea pig. Once again, 10 layers of fire damage enhancement were applied to Huang Tian, and the incoming fire damage increased by 1,500 units. Cheng Qianmo asked not to blame him if they remind him later, but with his current debuff, Gagarin will kill him with 1 blow. Huang Tian realized that this was his last chance, and being furious, jumped up and swung his sword at Gagarin. The young man managed to thrust the sword directly into the enemy, thereby preventing him from carrying out another attack with increased fire damage. He laughed happily because the fire damage boost was ineffective and realized that he had finally succeeded. Cheng Qianmo interrupted his joy and said that he would only save him after he successfully completed 10 times in a row. The hero watched Huang Tian's fight and saw that he had finally mastered this skill, and such an opportunity for training is extremely rare. At one point, he said that it was his turn to show himself and took advantage of the explosion of blinding signs. This technique was incredibly powerful, and everything around was purple, and Huang Tian was even a little confused. After using the technique of exploding blinding signs, Gagarin fell to the ground with a roar, showing no signs of life. Cheng Qianmo asked Huang Tian how he felt, and the guy confidently replied that now it is easy to cope with someone at his level. The observers were delighted and said that they had to do everything possible to keep Cheng Qianmo, otherwise he would become their #1 enemy. The main character, meanwhile, told his comrade that the final boss was waiting for them ahead, and it was time for him to start Ajad's room. They entered the room and Cheng asked if he knew the strategy for fighting the final boss, and Huang replied that the most difficult thing was to deal with small monsters. Huang Tian said that she agreed with the normal battle strategy. They should split responsibilities, and one would kill the boss and the other would clear out the small monsters. Confident Cheng Qianmo surprised the guy by asking if he wanted to hear his plan because it was better. The young man was dumbfounded because the boss of the 38th level was waiting for them, and he was simply talking about forced murder. The heroes confidently said that as long as they can kill him quickly enough and control the rhythm of the damage, this boss will be easy to deal with. Huang Tian analyzed his words and realized that this was a bold plan, but it was worth at least trying. Cheng Qianmo used the Sword Soul, the Blade Breaker, the Crusader's Mercy, the Mobile Turret, and the Melf's Blessing. One of the observers said that today he realized that a person who can do everything, like a tramp, can be really strong at the right time. Huang Tian, meanwhile, was very surprised to see the main character standing next to a huge mobile turret with a smile. Cheng Qianmo said to focus on applying vulnerability debuffs to the boss, and the guy should focus on dealing damage. After these words, the main character used an electric flash noise burst, as well as a piercing bullet against the boss. Azada was slightly confused after the damage he received because he did not have time to react to the enemy's attack. The boss was in a state of shock, as well as a broken armor state that increases physical damage by 10%. The angry boss ordered the rest of the monsters to go and apprehend the statues, which had come to life and were trying to harm them. Cheng Qianmo understood that in order to kill the boss quickly, they needed to apply as many vulnerable debuffs as possible in order to receive enough damage. Excited, Huang Tian asked if their attack was enough, and the protagonist said that their damage would increase significantly later. After these words, Lao Mo activated blinding signs to confuse the enemy, which he did and caused enormous damage. A joyful Huang Tian called the hero the best support in the entire country, and he asked him to continue attacking and not be distracted. Azada became angry and began to call his slaves, after which all the statues were resurrected and stood up to help him. Panic began in the observation room, because the damage of the heroes was not enough and their plan was considered too risky. Liao Guangyuan gloated and said in his thoughts that it seemed like the time had come for him to return, because there would be no better moment. Chang Chanmo, meanwhile, remained serious and cool-headed and was completely focused on killing the boss. Azada received incredibly huge damage, and both death and life attack techniques were used against him. The boss was destroyed and crumbled into small pieces, finally saying that the great race of Titans would definitely condemn all vile people. His small remains were scattered all over the room, and Huang Tian wiped it off his forehead after a difficult fight and watched it. He told the hero that this was to be expected from him, and Cheng Qianmo chuckled and said that life is more interesting with a little chaos. There was silence in the conference room, and only director Fei Yingguang said that Oracle University would soon rise in the hierarchy. He said that since the outcome had already been decided, Wang Kaifu and Liao Guangyuan could settle the conflict between themselves. With tears in his eyes, the professor fell to his knees and admitted that he was wrong and did not expect Cheng Qianmo to be so strong. Fei Yingguang chuckled slightly and asked, "What about the incident in the arena 2 hours ago, which he spoke of in a completely different way?" Professor Liao Guangyuan turned pale because he did not understand how his previous conflict with Cheng Qianmo reached the headmaster so quickly. He tearfully begged the director for forgiveness, saying that he was blinded by concern for his only child and acted recklessly. It became clear to everyone that he had abused his power to create a personal feud with Cheng Qianmo, and dared to use his position to take revenge on the genius. Fei Yingyuan said that the last act of mercy he offered him was to submit his resignation letter tomorrow and ordered him to be taken away. 2 guards immediately began to bring in the crying Liao Guangyuan, who continued to beg for his life, but no one listened to him. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianmo and Huang Tian were congratulated by the system for breaking the record and received a platinum treasure chest as a reward. The joyful Lao Huang said that he not only received a platinum chest, but also promoted to level 31, which is incredible. Cheng Qianmo was very happy because the experience for the secret area is enormous and he has increased by 2 levels and will be able to enable the Didi Assistant service. The hero decided that he would allocate all his stat points to strength, because this wave of improvements would push his combat power to 30,000. Then he opened the diamond chest, from which excellent equipment fell, namely poison shoulder pads, which made the young man happy. Cheng Qianmo knew that in the future, he would just need to gather all the monsters together, use the network, and then eliminate them with an AoE attack. A joyful Huang Tian said that he had received another high-level item, and asked the hero to show his reward. He was stunned to see the equipment for the second awakening and said that he had completed it, but he didn't even have any such equipment. Huang Tian said that he had officially graduated from the university and asked what Lao Mo's plans were for the future, since he planned to take refuge with him. The main character answered with a smile that he would definitely tell him as soon as he finished his second awakening. Soon, they were at the university, where a joyful Wang Kaifu said that Cheng Qianmo looked like a completely different person and had become even stronger. The main character immediately asked if it was true that their purpose for calling him today was to convince him to transfer to their university. Wang Kaifu admitted that this was true and said that earlier, during the entrance exam, he tried to personally recruit him, but failed. He said that Director Fei also agreed to accept any conditions that Cheng might offer if he joined their university. But Cheng Qianmo, without thinking twice, replied that he was forced to abandon this application, which surprised everyone present. He said with a serious face that, since he had chosen Oracle University, he would under no circumstances change his decision. The hero also added that as long as the Blue Sky University starts a conflict with them, the Oracle will never become hostile, and he can guarantee this. Fei Yingguang was delighted with the confident answer and said that they would not insist because it was his right. But Cheng Qianmo suddenly said that he had a plan that could benefit both of them, which sounded very interesting. The students discussed that the director had personally invited Cheng Qianmo and he would stay at the university for a while to help the students pass the secret dimension. A young man named Berserker came into the hero's office and said that he had obtained the spirit of the cosmic cicada and asked when they could start the exam. The delighted Cheng Qianmo said that a first-class cosmic cicada spirit was quite good and it would be impolite to refuse. Surprised Berserker Lu Kui asked, "Is it possible that the exam will start right now and he doesn't even need to prepare anything?" The main character said in a serious tone that if he does not believe in him, he can take his item back and leave. The excited guy said that he was simply afraid that it would be too difficult for him and asked to be allowed to escort the hero. They soon went outside, where the students were discussing that Cheng Qianmo would not be an easy task, because Lu Kui's berserker talent was not very good. The main character advised the guy to relax and not worry about the opinions of others, because he needs to believe in himself and his vision. Worried, Berserker said that he was unlucky, and the card he had just chosen was Demon Mountain, and its difficulty was slightly higher than Oldman's. Confident Chung Chanmo smiled and asked the guy not to worry, saying that he always keeps his word. People were perplexed that not even half an hour had passed, and Berserker Lu Kui had already completed the first and second bosses. The demonic dragon Zat, who was the final boss, begged him to stop beating him, but no one would listen to him. Shocked, Berserker Lu Kui wondered why he didn't meet Chung Tianmo earlier, because he wouldn't have wasted so much time. The system congratulated the main character on his new record in the Demon Mountain Secret Zone, and he also received experience and a diamond chest. The hero was happy because being an assistant is useful in more than one way, and he can not only receive materials but also experience in chests. He was in no hurry to open the Starlight chests because there were still many secret areas ahead, and decided that he would open them all at once later. The students were shocked because they did not believe that Chung Chanmo was not bragging and was telling the truth, but as it turned out, he even pulled Berserker Lu Kui. They realized that there was no time to waste because he would only be here for 10 days and they all had to get their turn. Berserker Lu Kui stood behind the main character with a joyful face because he had done them a very great service and helped. The guy fell to his knees and began to thank Chung for getting him out to the Second Awakening and giving him hope for a new life. Cheng Tianmo said that there is no need to thank him because he gets money for this and said that they will see each other again someday. One of the men, meanwhile, lined up those willing and said that they would enter the teacher's office by the number he would call. A disciple from the crowd happily asked everyone to pay attention that Master Cheng Tianmo had finally returned and would receive them. The main character froze in place of what he saw because he realized that his office had become like a store with a long line lined up outside. After a while, when I arrived at the university, a black limousine stopped and the excited students wondered if they had really come to challenge them. Director Cheng was asked if he had received any notice about this since their universities and Blue Sky University had never intervened. The worried director replied that he had not received any information about this and realized that perhaps Chung Tianmo had caused a commotion. Unexpectedly for everyone, the main character came out of the limousine and told the director with a smile that he had returned. Shocked, Principal Chen wondered why Chung Tianmo was in Blue Sky University's top-level limousine. Lao Mo said that the person who came with him came to introduce Blue Sky University to discuss cooperation. Oracle University employees wondered why they agreed to cooperate with them if the difference between the universities was huge. Wang Kaifu told the surprise director that their student Chen Tianmo was outstanding and they should appreciate him properly. Principal Chen asked if they had really missed out on some great global event since their students were talking like that. Soon they were sitting at the table, where Wang Kaifu told President Lin that in just 10 short days, Tianmo had helped many graduates get promoted. Lin Lei said that from now on, their universities will form an alliance, and Chen will become the link between them. Wang Kaifu added that President Fei instructed him to convey that he wants to officially accept the hero as a professor for their university. The president did not trust them because this was the first time in the history of the country, and he realized that it was the original Fei Yingguang. Lin Lei asked the main character what he thought about this, and he replied that he did not have much time to deal with academic reports. Wang Kaifu said that this is only a nominal position, and of course, the guy's salary will be the same as other professors from the university. Cheng Tianmo understood that when his guild was founded, he would need many reserve members, so he needed to maintain these relationships. At one point, he exclaimed loudly and animatedly that he would agree to the proposal from Blue Sky University. After some time, the sun set outside, and Wang Kaifu, satisfied with himself, left Oracle University after successful negotiations. The president of Oracle University, Lin Lei, asked Chung Tianmo what he was going to do next because he had many prospects. He replied that he would take time to improve, and tomorrow they would go to the Apocalypse continent for the final push before the Second Awakening. Surprised, Lin Lei asked what level he was now. The hero replied that he was now at level 29. The president was incredibly happy and said that with such speed of improvement, he would definitely participate in the inter-university tournament in 3 months. Chung Tianmo first heard about this tournament, and the man replied that it was an annual ranking competition for universities. Lin Lei said that the competition will be divided into the regular advanced category. The final rankings directly determine the university rankings. He added that at the current rate, the guy will be a strong contender in the regular category, and Oracle University will have a chance to shine. Chang Qianmo understood that this time, the tournament would also be an opportunity to make himself known, and it was time for him to formally introduce himself to the entire Xia country. After a while, the main character was on the street in Thunder City, and unexpectedly, the beautiful Lin Ruoxi wrote to him. She asked where he had gone. The hero replied that he had important business and was delayed, after which the girl asked where he was now. Lin Ruoxi wrote that she was on a mission in the Ridge Mountains, but this place was very far away and she would not have time to return to see it. Chang Qianmo asked if she had really found the hidden task, and the girl replied that he still had amazing abilities because he guessed it right away. She then asked what he would do if she said that her family was going to find her a partner, and she heard that he was very distinguished. The hero replied that he would wish him happiness because she would torture the poor fellow, and Josie got angry and said that she did not agree, but now she decided to agree. The girl closed the digital display and said that she would go to her grandfather as soon as she returned, and Chang Qianmo would have a surprise. She raised her head proudly and said that even if the other party showed interest in her, she would not agree. The heroes laughed because as soon as he said some nonsense, Lin Ruoxi took it seriously, which was very funny. After some time, he arrived at the right place where the man said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked the guest of honor to sit down. Chang Qianmo asked if they had collected the requested materials, because he needed 2 more materials for the 1,000 Blades of Light umbrella. The man said that he does not neglect any task and added that he managed to collect 4 of the items surveyed. He then opened the box, which contained the Frost Spring, Strange Demonic Mushroom, Blood Jade, and Moon Shadow Holy Flame. Although Chang Qianmo was surprised, he still said that their auction house was not that efficient, and the man said that he had done everything to collect them. The main character no longer began to sort things out and asked how much he wanted for all these obtained items. The excited man said that he spent 1,000 gold on it, although in fact he spent much more, but was afraid to voice the real price. Chang Qianmo threw the bag of gold coins and said that he would accept it given the man's goodwill, and promised to recommend him to his superiors. The owner of the auction house thanked the main character for his location, and the young man silently began to leave with the chest. Go outside. The hero said that if he was not mistaken about the yin-yang holy silk, then this place should have it. After a while, he was in one of the stables and said that he could get to the branch of the Dark Brotherhood through the cellar, but he needed the killer's badge. The Dark Brotherhood is an organization of hired killers, and he came here to earn some money and after a while get a killer mask. The mask does not provide any special characteristics, but hides all personal information about the owner, and while he is wearing it, no one will know his real identity. There are 8 ranks in total in the Dark Brotherhood, but most people were stuck at the bottom 4, and in the meantime, Chang Qianmo opened the gate. The main character approached a woman in a black mask and, after greeting her, said that he was applying to join the Dark Brotherhood. People around him looked at him in bewilderment, because those who are in the Second Awakening Assassin class apply here. The girl said that the registration fee would be 100 gold pieces. Then, she gave the sign of the participant and told the hero to go up to the hall for the test. He immediately went to the registration hall, where, meanwhile, there were people taking the test. The test was controlled by a strict girl who hit one of the men with a rope and said that he had failed and could come next. People were afraid of her, and one of them said that this is Ah Quan, who is a rare rank assassin, and she is 1 step away from joining the Jew rank. Suddenly, Ah Quan stood between the men and said that she did not mind being discussed, but for this they must be strong enough. She asked them to approach one by one and said that if their combat strength exceeded 20,000, then she would pretend that she had not heard anything. The terribly frightened men begged her to forgive her for the gossip and tried to assure her that they would not dare to do this again. And Swan began to wave the whip and shouted that they should not force her to do everything herself and asked not to hesitate. Zhao Ergu, Wang Tongshan, and Song Yuji saw within a few minutes that they had failed and failed the test. The girl said that they were just a bunch of trash and asked how they dared to talk about her, after which he ordered them to be sent to a water prison. The guards immediately grabbed the terribly frightened men and dragged them to prison, while they begged to be spared. Tired, Quan saw Chang Qianmo and asked if he also wanted to join the Dark Brotherhood and said that he was not even in the Second Awakening. She said that he shouldn't simply waste time, and the main character confidently answered her that none of this mattered. And Quan said that if his combat strength is not higher than 20,000, he will not pass the test. And if he does not meet the standards, then he will also be sent to prison. But after a few seconds, the woman was dumbfounded because she saw that the hero's combat power was 30,058. The dumbfounded woman was amazed at such fighting strength at level 29 and asked who he was. Chung Qianmo asked a shocked Ah Quan if he was now qualified enough to take the test. She admitted that she had underestimated him and said that he now needs to pass a test which consists of 4 stages. Ah Quan then said that these stages test his strength, agility, physical fitness, and spirit in that order. But if he dies, the level will decrease. In his thoughts, a focused Chung Qianmo said that this place is much more interesting than his previous world. Colleague Ah Quan, meanwhile, approached the girl and asked if she had not yet found a suitable candidate for him. The girl answered with a smile that she might have found it, but first they would need to see the test results and then draw conclusions. Chung Qianmo, meanwhile, found himself in the right place and wondered if this was an independent place outside the secret worlds, which was interesting. The system notified that the next wave would arrive in half a minute, so candidates must be prepared to attack the waves with all their might. Everything was as Chung Qianmo expected, and the 4 stages of the test are equal to the 4 main qualities of an awakened person, and the first stage is to test his strength. He realized that since aids were prohibited, the test was meant to evaluate his strength and skill, and used sword transformation. The main character appreciated the scale and realized that the height of the wave was comparable to a small tsunami, and his observers had high expectations from it. After a few seconds, the main character used a bloody sword, which he held very tightly in his right hand. He then put forth his best efforts and used the destruction by swinging the bloody sword. A wave similar to the height of a tsunami was cut by the protagonist's bloody sword with just one swing. The system notified Chung Qianmo that he had cut the wave and passed the first stage, and he received an A+ as a grade. He was also informed that the gate on the left led to the next stage, and the gate on the right led to a restroom where he could recover. The main character decided that he would go through all the stages at once, because completing them without interruption improves the final grade. Companion. Ah Quan was shocked, because judging by the color of the portal, the guy received a grade of 5+, and she did not understand how this could be. With a smile, Ah Quan asked Feng Ying what her grade was when she took the test, and the girl answered that it was a 4+. The girl teased her, saying that the assassin only received 4 points, and Feng Ying replied that she took the test when she was at level 32. She assumed that the guy was level 40, but Ah Quan covered her face with laughter, and the girl asked why she was laughing, and Quan hoped that Chung Qianmo would continue in the same spirit, and if he received 2 A's, then he was exactly the one she was looking for. The hero was at the peak of the snow game, and the system notified that an avalanche would begin in 40 seconds, and he must get to the bottom. The young man understood that in order to overtake an avalanche, one must have exceptional speed, and as expected from the agility stage, everything revolves around it. He then drank the agility elixir and said that he had a high agility score. At this stage, there is no prohibition on using the elixir. A few seconds later, the test began, after which the high-grade agility elixir took effect and the hero rushed forward. Chung Qianmo knew that he needed to take advantage before the avalanche started and run as far as possible. A huge avalanche was catching up with him in the back at great speed, but the main character did not lose his head and kept a cool mind. At the last moment, he turned around and used the ice wall to stop the avalanche rushing towards him. Excited, Chung Qianmo knew that he needed to increase his speed, because the ice wall could only last for a maximum of 2 seconds. He also remembered that it didn't matter how fast the avalanche was because it would never be faster than free fall. Chung Qianmo realized that if he did not take measures to reduce his speed, he would be crushed. But after 100 meters, there was an area not covered with snow. On the move, the main character decided to use the transition to the form of a spear, which he managed to do very quickly. He then took advantage of the axial vortex, which was necessary in the situation of an avalanche approaching from behind. The main character understood that no matter what he did, a second avalanche would not start in this zone, and with the help of a rope he tied himself to a tree. With a deft movement, he pulled himself up to the tree and realized that his on-the-fly plan had worked successfully. Pleased with himself, Chung Qianmo said that when it comes to speed, he never loses and can be sure of it. The system congratulated the main character on the fact that this plane had been passed, and as a rating, he again received 5 with 2 pluses. Surprised, Feng Ying said that judging by the color of this stage, it can be said without a doubt that this guy again received an A with 2 pluses. And Quan confidently said that since the guy received 2 A+ in 2 stages, then he was exactly the one she was looking for. Feng Ying looked at her reaction and her thoughts and said that this guy has problems because he receives too much attention from Quan. Chen Qianmo was in the physical training stage in the lava cave, receiving damage from the environment where the burning state was applied. He drew attention to the fact that people lose glasses and health just from walking in this place, which even sounded very funny. The hero understood that he would not last even a minute, even with elixirs, and therefore he needed another plan as soon as possible. First, he decided to check whether his health points would drop when he entered the lava zone, or when he touched the surface. With the help of a hook, the main character moved from one place to another so as not to lose health points once again. He did this masterfully and did not stop for a second, as a result of which within a few seconds he was in place. Cheng Qianmo didn't notice at the beginning and immediately stepped onto the surface, so his health points dropped, but this time he lost them while he was in the air. He had an idea and activated the air state, path acceleration, and absorbed the ultimate level agility elixir. The main character rushed forward again because he wanted to see how far he could jump at his fastest speed. He skillfully used the grappling hook, throwing it in different directions and gradually approaching his target. Chen Qianmo was pleased because one jump was 600 meters long, which was a pretty good start. The protagonist then used the 1,000-blade stream of light umbrella and built a large ice wall right in front of him. He didn't stop for a second and continued to move forward. Then he didn't have time to stop. The ice wall allowed Cheng Qianmo to move further without taking damage, which gave him some confidence. The hero understood that he would soon reach his goal because there were only 700 meters left, after which he changed his weapon to a machine gun. He then exclaimed that he would use a howitzer charge before firing towards the ice wall to destroy it. Confident in his actions, Cheng Qianmo used the mechanic's signature skill, namely summoning, and the air combat skill, Storm. With the help of a long rope, he controlled the sky grid, in which there was a powerful combat charge for the explosion. With a wave of his hand, he threw the sky net in the right direction, and he jumped back to avoid getting hit by the blast wave. Chen Qianmo admitted that the result was not bad, because his points and health only dropped twice, and in total, he lost 200 points. The system congratulated him on passing the physical training stage, for which he received an A with 2 pluses, and called 2 pluses unnecessary. Shocked, Feng Ying wondered if A+ was the highest rating, and said that this shade of red was terrible. She nervously asked Quan who this person was, and she replied that she didn't know either, but did they know that his combat strength was at the level of 30,000? Feng Ying was dumbfounded that the tramp got an A with 2 pluses on 3 tests in a row and asked if they were trash. She said that with such results, he would receive the rank of Qi, and also expressed confidence that the higher-ups would like this new one. Quan said that if she reported, it might be taken away, but she waited for half a year and finally found a top-quality product, so she couldn't miss it. Worried, Feng Ying said that if their superiors blame them, then she herself knows how dire the consequences will be. Then she told everything about pretending that she wasn't here today, after which she began to leave the room. Cheng Qianmo, meanwhile, was in the library and realized that judging by the previous rules, this stage should test either spirit or wisdom. He was surprised when he learned that the spiritual power stage depended on spiritual power to help find the path and admitted that this method was very creative. But still, there was a big problem. After which the main character closed his eyes and decided to try to feel it first. Cheng Qianmo felt tired and realized that if he did not reach the required threshold, it would take a lot of time to get out of this labyrinth. But still, the hero smiled insidiously and said that the creators of this stage, most likely, did not calculate his trick. The joyful protagonist used a ghost cloak and activated the invisibility effect, after which he learned that he could walk through walls. He remembered that the invisibility effect was a bug with which one could ignore territory. Rows of tall bookcases were also considered territory. The system congratulated him on passing the stage and joining the Dark Brotherhood, and the overall grade was an A with 2 pluses. Chen Qianmo was very happy because his last obstacle to reach the 30th level disappeared easily, and this was an unexpected surprise. He remembered that before changing his class there was one thing left, namely, he needed to obtain the sacred yin-yang silk. The system sent him another series of notifications, and the main character was surprised that even a tramp could upgrade his class. The other candidates for the Dark Brotherhood were stunned, because this stranger received an A with 2 pluses on the test. Strict and merciless, Ah Kwon ordered her subordinates to lock up candidates who had not yet started taking the test. Frightened and anxious candidates shouted that they just wanted to leave and that they had come here to take the test and that this was not the right thing to do. Although Ah Kwon wanted to arrest them, she understood that this guy would be very useful to her, so she would have to arrest all these people. Nevertheless, she ordered them to be released a little later and to give compensation of 100 gold pieces each, promising that the expenses for this would be covered. Meanwhile, Chung Chanmo emerged from the portal to the ordinary world, who was absolutely calm and kept his hands in his coat pockets. And Swan congratulated the main character on receiving the first rating of 5 with 2 pluses in the entire history of the Dark Brotherhood. The young man was embarrassed and said that he was just lucky. But in his thoughts, he wondered why she suddenly behaved differently if she was furious. The girl was even more surprised when she saw the guy's badge and realized that he immediately got into the Chai rank. She said that with his level, not everyone can get such an assessment, and also that from now on, they are colleagues and asked to follow her. Chung Xiamo decided to follow her, and if something went wrong, he could activate the stealth mode and immediately escape. And Quan gave the hero the assassin's clothes and said that if he wants to take on the assassin's mission, he should just go to the mission hall of the second basement. She said that given his strength, he would clearly advance to the Zhu rank in 2 years, and also expressed great expectations for him. Chung Chiamo happily said that this was great, and also realized that she was called that because she liked to talk about the same things. And Quan said that because of his exceptional talent, she wanted to share information with him that she couldn't tell anyone else. The main character promised with a serious face that he would not tell anyone about this, but in his thoughts he said that she had fallen for it. The woman said that she had long ago discovered a mysterious cave, inside of which there was an ancient altar that no one had yet discovered. Chung Tianmo realized that it was because of the altar that she was behaving so strangely. And since she did not activate it herself, it means that the matter is due to the level limitation. He looked worried, and Quan said that there was a beast inside the cave, and she was limited by level restrictions and could not go there. The main character realized that she had found the altar, which is located behind the waterfall in the drifting stream of clouds. He also realized that she was trying to take the altar for herself, not with her own hands. And since she was so heartless, then he would also be unfair. The young man pretended to trust her and said that he wanted to try because demonic monsters should not be too strong. And Quan said that she justified her high respect and they shouldn't waste time, after which she grabbed the guy's hand and ran forward. After a while, they stopped and she said that they were at a place called the Drifting Cloud Stream. The woman also said that behind the waterfall, there was an ancient altar, and added that she would guard the altar and he would need to go in and complete the task. Chain Chanmo scratched the back of his head and said uncertainly that they fully trust her strength, but there is one thing. He asked if she was sure that the demonic beast was not too strong and if she knew exactly what level it was because he was worried a lot. And Quan, placing her hand on his shoulder, said that she didn't know either, but judging by the level of the seal, the level of the monster should not be too high. She also said that he would take her rescue tool with him, which might be useful to him in battle. The woman handed him an azure pearl, the activation of which temporarily increases health and which he can only use once. Encouraged, Chung Chanmo took the pearl from her hands and confidently promised that he would complete this mission and not let her down. And Suan looked after him, and in her thoughts said that if he copes, then in the future she will reward him, but if not, then she will only blame herself. Within a few minutes, the main character crossed the waterfall, after which he continued to walk forward carefully and with a little fear. He looked at the pearl with a smile and said that it was an excellent item, and as a rule, only a newly rich man could get it. The hero decided to use a leper mask, putting on which you can get the appearance of the gnome race for the next half hour. The mask was pulled on, and within a few seconds he turned into a gnome, saying that it was very surprising to use this mask here. The hero remembered that the demonic beast should be at the 40th level of the stone rat, but with its strength it would be difficult to face it. Also, the main character was reminding himself that he couldn't let Ah Quan use it, and in front of him, he suddenly heard a strange sound. A few seconds later, a huge rat with red and bloodthirsty eyes appeared in front of him, which was in an unfriendly mood. An excited Chung Chiamo greeted the rat and said that he was a leper gnome and, like her, he was a creature of the Apocalypse continent. The main character tried to gain the trust of a huge rat and asked if it was really stuck here without food. The hungry rat immediately began to nod its head, and hope appeared in its eyes, which was a victory for the hero. Chung Tianmo smiled and told her that she was lucky to have met him, after which he stood up to throw a lot of food at the rat. Incredible joy appeared in the eyes of the huge creature, after which the rat began to absorb all the gifts from the gnome. The hero told his brother Rat that he shouldn't rush because he has more, if this is not enough, after which he added that he himself is still in a hurry. Chang Tianmo did not waste a second of time and quickly moved forward because he had little time. He analyzed the situation and said that this time he would need to learn the skill of Second Awakening in advance. The system announced that the main character could choose to learn one Second Awakening skill from any class. Joyful Cheng Tianmo realized that the time had come to play with otherworldly objects and chose to learn the Deadly Wave. He immediately activated a Death Wave. Once activated, he can release waves of death energy. The hero realized that he could use this as an explosive skill that would transform a passive skill in the future. Ah Quan became wary and wondered why there was no noise, since half a day had already passed since this guy entered there. She understood that he had not died, because there was no cry for help, and a level 40 demonic beast would not be able to kill him with one blow. The surprised gnome asked the hungry stone rat if he supported the seal that was outside. Cheng Tianmo realized that the altar no longer had power and asked the rat if it knew how all this happened. The hungry animal immediately became furious, and its eyes filled with anger, after which it was ready to attack the main character. But as it turned out, it was not anger at all, and the main character once again threw food to the rat, and it was distracted by the treat. And Suan noticed the noises and was a little happy because she realized that it looked like the hero was fighting a monster. The girl breathed a sigh of relief because Cheng Tianmo finally began to act, but was glad that he acted carefully because this way there was a greater chance of success. Cheng Tianmo, meanwhile, invited the stone rat to go with him because the altar would gain enough energy in a few months. The rat dropped a tear, and the hero said that there was a man at the entrance who tried to kill him, so he had no choice but to enter the cave. He then said that he had a plan that would help them both leave this place safely, and the rat listened to him attentively. After some time, the hero ran out of the cave, shouting that the stone rat was trying to eat him, and the rat played along perfectly with him. Ah Quan watched from above and called it a shame, because he couldn't even deal with a level 40 demonic beast. The woman then looked to the side and was very surprised that the entrance seal had been removed, which said a lot. She immediately rushed from her spot in the right direction, because it was understood that the passage to the cave was now open. Cheng Tianmo, meanwhile, was nearby and watched the naive Ah Quan, who so easily fell for his scheme. The inspired hero told the stone rat's brother that they had worked well, and now it was time to activate the seal. The woman, meanwhile, made her way into the cave and was shocked that she didn't have the things she needed, and she wondered who dared to steal it. Furious, Ah Quan wondered who did it, but discounted Cheng Tianmo because she believed that the stone rat had dealt with him. Then she wondered where the window came from in the cave and realized that the altar was activated by the main characters, with whom the gnome entered. Nevertheless, the woman reconciled herself and said that the seal was still missing and decided to return to try her luck in 3 months. She was about to leave the cave, but suddenly a yellow seal appeared in front of her, which threw her aside. And Quan did not understand what was happening and wondered why the seal appeared again and what was happening. She soon realized that there was no turning back and she was trapped. And then she wondered if this was all a trap planned against her. The woman remained adamant and did not give in to panic, saying that if she had to die, then everything would be the way she wanted. She began to scream in rage and asked not to let her find out who did this, otherwise everything will end only when one of them dies. Cheng Tianmo, in the form of a gnome, meanwhile told the brother of the stone rat that he would now show him a magic trick. After a few seconds, he took off his mask and turned out to be an ordinary person, which amazed the rat, which immediately began to squeak. The main character asked the shocked brother of the stone rat if he had scared him with his transformation. Then the young man smiled sarcastically at the rat and said that if he wanted to live, he would kindly give him a chance. After some time, Cheng Tianmo rode at high speed through the desert riding a huge stone rat. The hero told the rat that he was walking too slowly and asked him to move faster, promising that he would give him more food for dinner. The young man was pleased, because those who reached level 30 gained the ability to tame monsters, and the rat became an excellent comrade. He was heading to the Spider Canyon, where the boss Kvelag is located. By killing her, there is a high chance of getting yin-yang silk, which is what he needs. There were people nearby, past whom the main character flew astride a rat at incredible speed. Some called riding a level 30 monster just for show, while others admired the fact that the rat's body was covered with stones. After some time, the main character dismounted, because he had reached his destination and there was a canyon of spiders ahead. Cheng Chanmo asked the stone rat to wait here because the path was too narrow for him to go down. He noticed strange sounds ahead and saw a man trying to escape from a scary spider girl. The main character was surprised because he did not expect to meet such a good future tramp here, who is one level below him. The hero recognized that the guy's evasive movements were outstanding, and then rushed down because he realized that there was a chance to drag him into the matter. Cheng Chanmo went downstairs and realized that he and Quaylog had a big difference in levels, and it would be difficult to evade her AoE skill. Spider-Girl, meanwhile, used a fire technique to burn everything around her and not give her opponents a chance. The main character greatly surprised the guy fighting against the monster, who did not at all expect the stranger to appear. The young man's face was very familiar to him, and the guy happily said that he recognized him, but Cheng Chanmo was focused on the boss. Cheng asked if he knew him, and Li Minghao said that it was thanks to the main character that he had money and was able to pay for his studies. The hero recalled that on the way to Thunder City he was collecting funds, but I was followed by a couple of people who collected unnecessary leftovers for him, and one of them was Li. Li Minghao said that there were many students with him who were also able to get enough money to pay for their tuition, all thanks to Cheng. Cheng Chanmo rushed forward and said that they would talk about this later, because at the moment the guy's level is too low. The hero rushed at Spider-Girl using Dragon Fang, Full Strike, Sky Strike, and Double Strike to knock her down. Li Minghao was shocked by the strength of the young man, as well as the fact that he was only one level higher, but had such techniques. He was even more surprised when the hero pulled out a combat knife and wondered if he was trying to teach him how to be a better tramp. The fight with the vile boss continued and Cheng Chanmo made an air leap to deliver an unexpected blow. Quaylog tried to use all sorts of fire techniques to keep him away from her and prevent him from attacking. Still, the main character managed to get close to her and make a gangster cut, causing the spider to scream in pain. Shocked, Li Minghao wondered if this person was definitely a tramp and whether he was at the expert level. Quaylog fainted for 2 seconds, and Cheng Chanmo had the perfect opportunity to deal damage and used blinding mark suppression. To suppress, it was necessary to direct all the created marks to the weapon, causing an explosion from underground in the direction of the attack. The main character strictly followed these instructions, thanks to which he dealt an incredibly large critical blow to the enemy. Stunned and excited, Li Minghao wondered what kind of crazy attack power this was, and whether he was exactly one level above him. Quaylog was destroyed, and Chen mused that mark suppression could deal significant damage at once and was good for critical attacks. A joyful Cheng Chanmo said that luck was on his side because he was able to obtain the sacred yin-yang silk with 1 kill. The delighted Li Minghao said that the hero had done well and asked if he could become his student because he was a real pro. Cheng suggested discussing the situation first, and Li said that he was a rogue class, and his talent helps him evade dangerous attacks at the right time. The hero thought about it and said that the guy's level was rising quickly because he had recently entered the university and was already at level 29. Li Minghao showed the Spirit Energy Pearl and said that he had obtained the necessary equipment, so he was leveling up faster. Cheng Chanmo took the pearl in his hands and in his thoughts said that the guy was even able to get an item whose chance of falling out was minimal. He then threw the pearl back and told the excited young man that if he wanted to be his student, then no problem. The main character smiled and asked Li Minghao to find him after the second awakening, after which they could discuss everything. After some time, Cheng Chanmo, with his hands in his coat pocket, walked out of the portal like all the other participants. The unfamiliar man immediately turned to the main character and asked if it was true that he was Mr. Cheng Chanmo. The hero asked why he was asking, and the man asked him to follow him because President Zhang invited him. After a while, Cheng Chanmo entered the office of the president, who asked the student to sit down to discuss something. The man introduced himself as the president of the Capital Management Association, whose name was Zhang Shaoyuan. The worried hero wondered why the president was staring at his ring so much and assumed that his target was Elder Qin. He asked the president if there was anything he wanted to discuss, and Zhang Shaoyuan said that the great thing was that he had just enrolled but was already at level 30. The president then added that Qin learned of Cheng Chanmo's achievement and told him to use what was in the box after his second awakening. The hero wondered why the box was sealed with magical power and realized that he would have to achieve the second awakening to open it. Cheng Chanmo asked Zhang Shaoyuan to convey his gratitude to Elder Qin and said that he would not refuse the gift. Soon, he was in the second awakening class and Lei Junzi asked if he wanted to rest, but the hero confidently replied that he could handle it. The young man then said that he had a request and asked if the school could ban the live broadcast of his Second Awakening mission, because it was special. The director promised that today's Second Awakening exam will be closed to everyone, including the university teachers. He asked the guy if he had chosen an assistant for you and asked why there was no one else here. Chung Chamo surprised Lei Junzi very much by saying that he would take the Second Awakening exam alone because he didn't need anyone else. He then abruptly stepped into the portal, going to the Second Awakening exam, further surprising the director with his unpredictability. Excited, Lei immediately went to Director Lin and reported that the hero had just returned, but had already left for the exam. Lin Lei smiled and, while trimming the plant, said that it looked like him and added that it was probably good to be young. Lei Junzi said that Chang Chamo asked not to show the exam to others, but he agreed, and even teachers would be prohibited from watching. Lin Li was silent for a few seconds and analyzed the situation that he heard from the mouth of the laying out director. He then calmly said that for the sake of such talent, they would make exceptions and added that Lei Junzi did a good job this time. Lin Roxy entered the office and told grandfather that it was time to take his medicine and added that he could continue the conversation. Lei Junzi smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she had become even more beautiful, and the girl replied that he was laughing at her again. The man said that he would not do it again, and added that she could talk to her grandfather, and he would not disturb them. Lin Lei reached for a glass of water and said that the guy he wanted to introduce his granddaughter to had returned. Shocked, Lin Lei almost spilled the glass and reminded her grandfather that she told him that she didn't want to go on a blind date. Grandfather said that he had already agreed with him and now he was taking an exam, after which he would arrange a meeting. And Lin Roxy did not know what to do. The girl tried to object, but Lin Lei said that he would not force her, but she would have to at least meet the guy. Chang Chamo was riding a rat at that time. Realizing that in order to pass the SSS-RANK quality assessment, he would have to give his all. He used 2 skill fruits, after which all stats increased by 10%, which was what the heroes needed. The main character was very happy, exclaiming that his body was filled with power and the time had come to become the legendary Soulbinder. Cheng told the Stone Rat Brother that today would be the last time he would be with him, and once he successfully purified this realm, he would free him. After some time, the main character was chased by a huge crowd of monsters who were bloodthirsty and eager to destroy him. Negative side effects were imposed on him, and the hero realized that by attracting so many monsters, he was looking for problems for himself. Cheng Chanmo then asked Brother Stone Rat to look at the stone in front of him and then jump on it. The Stone Rat immediately followed the instructions of the protagonist, successfully jumping, while the monsters were left behind. Then the hero ordered the rat to jump again, but onto the stone wall on the other side, which it successfully did. A few seconds later, Chung Chamo and his faithful rat found themselves on the stone wall, while the monsters remained below. The hero drank the elixir of life, thinking that as long as he could use the hills to jump on, he would be able to leave the battle state. All debuffs were removed, and Cheng Chanmo said that it would be better if the recovery was shorter, because then he would not worry so much. He understood that if he wanted to get SSS rank, he would have to clear all the mobs, and at the same time, he would be able to complete the mission of killing. The hero told his brother Stone Crisis that he could stay on high ground because there was a Thika martyr right before the first boss. Then he confidently made an elevated jump, landing successfully on the ground and continuing forward. There were many scarabs around, and Chung Chanmo remembered that his goal today was to obtain SSS rank, so he needed us to clear the area. He used a claymore and said that while Tekka the Martyr was inspecting the environment, he needed to first deal with the scarabs. Several explosives were installed around the perimeter, after which the main character retreated to a safe distance. Cheng then began to run to the side because Tekka the Martyr was about to enter the territory of the scarabs and fireworks were about to go off. Everything went according to plan, and the hefty monster entered the scarabs' territory, after which the main character pressed the detonator button. Following this, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred, and Chung Tianmo opened his umbrella so that it would not be stained with the monster's blood. The system notified him that he had eliminated the boss of the 36th level, whose name was Tekka the Martyr. Chung Tianmo stood aside for a while, examining the body of the giant monster, with a huge sword floating in the air above it. The joyful hero grabbed the guard's sword and said that this sword was even better than his umbrella of 1,000 blades of glowing light. The desert city once had a legendary weapon called the Glory of the Ancestors, but it was split into two, creating two fake weapons. One part was in the hands of Chung Tianmo, and the other was the Blade of Retribution. And if they united, the ancient glory of the ancestors would be reborn again. He understood that the glory of the ancestors could not be taken beyond the borders, but if he received it, he would easily pass through this secret kingdom. The hero was riding a rat and drew attention to the military camp, after which he ordered the stone rat to lure all the monsters and then run away. The stone rat obeyed the protagonist's order, after which the attention of the monsters from the military camp was attracted. The monsters from the military camp did not have time to react, and Chung Chanmo rode away on a rat, not giving them a chance. After some time, he ran into the Devil Executioner of the Sands, who was an elite boss of the 36th level. The stone rat immediately stopped abruptly in front of the elite boss, while the protagonist tried to remain calm. He did not have a clear plan of action, and he dismounted from the rat, rushing at the Executioner Devil, frozen in place. Chain Chemo then grabbed the monster standing there by the arm, loudly shouting for him to get out of here immediately. The self-confident protagonist, after these words, pushed the elite boss away, causing him to fall into the crowd of his comrades. The people in the cages greeted the warrior and said that 5 of them came to the city for adventure, but they were captured, and they began to ask him to free them. Chain Chanmo freed the people from the cages without a second thought, and they, in turn, began to thank him, saying that if it weren't for him, they would all have died. The enraged Executioner Devil stood at the head of the crowd of monsters and shouted that the price for the escape of these people, without exception, was death. The girl in the nurse's costume began to panic and said that they were finished, and the magician said that the zone was full of monsters, and there were at least 100 of them. The stern guy took command into his own hands and said that if they guard the stairs, then everything would work out, and ordered them to focus. He then turned to Chung Chanmo asking for help, and the hero replied that he would help them as soon as they needed him and asked them to go ahead. The commander thanked him, after which he ordered everyone else to prepare for battle and declared the battle begun. A crowd of giant monsters immediately rushed at the people, who deftly dealt with them using various techniques. One of the team members told the leader that they would not be able to hold them off alone because a group of monsters would soon break through their line of defense. After this, the monsters attacked the team member, grabbed his neck and began to choke him, and he begged the team leader for salvation. The nervous leader turned to Chung Chanmo for help, who remained cool and used a magic bullet. 3 of the group's members were killed in the fight, and the leader fell to his knees and was exhausted, no longer able to resist. He angrily said that they would have won if they killed the remaining monsters, but only he and Nanny were left, and the leader could not believe that he would die here. The leader was shocked when the main character came to the rescue, using a spear to pierce one of the monsters in front. With the help of fire techniques, the main character dealt with the monsters without much effort, without giving them a chance to counterattack. After this, the detachment commander began to thank the hero for the measures taken and said that, fortunately, 2 more survived, but at the same time he took out a dagger. But the exhausted leader was shocked when the tip of the protagonist's sword was at his throat, which was incomprehensible at that moment. Cheng Chanmo looked at him intimidatingly and asked if he had pulled out the dagger to thank his savior. The insidious leader asked how he understood this, and the main character did not waste time talking and used the suppression of the blindness mark. The hero understood everything because he had already cleared the city of Peskov a bunch of times, and the true second boss was a small team that consisted of 5 of them. These 5 people are not a team looking for adventure at all, but traitors to a race of people who had no choice but to flee to this place. If he hadn't helped them enough, they would have died too soon, and the Blade of Retribution would not have dropped when they died. Chan Chanmo took the blade and smiled, saying that it was a pity that he had just received it, but it already needed to be merged with the ball. After a few seconds, the fusion process began, after which a legendary weapon called the Glory of the Ancestors should appear. The merger was successful, and after a few minutes, the protagonist, pleased with himself, was looking at the legendary weapon. He was very pleased with everything, because the characteristics were frantic, but now he needed to find something to sharpen the sword. After a while, near the lake on the top of the hill, he met a crowd of monsters who were considered the strongest mobs in Sand City. Cheng Chanmo was glad that he met them, because he could use them to sharpen his sword and use the mountain wheel. A crowd of bloodthirsty monsters immediately attacked the main character, who remained calm and not at all afraid of them. Using his entire body, the protagonist swung the legendary weapon to mow down all the monsters in one go. The effect of weak ancestors was activated, and incredibly huge damage was dealt to the monsters, resulting in the attack being successful. Chung Chanmo was pleased with himself, because with just a couple of simple swings and 24 elite mobs were killed, there was a rush of blood. He brought up that there was still a final boss, the nine-headed snake, with whom he could have fun. Otherwise, he would be very bored. The main character noticed strange sounds in the water, after which fog appeared, which forced him to pause. The nine-headed snake Gazri, who is an elite level 40 boss with 26,000 health points, emerged from the water. Confident Chung Tianmo told the snake that he killed the leader of his tribe of nine-headed snakes and boldly called him a non-entity. After the bold expressions of the main character, the snake flew into a rage, after which it began to swing its tail to attack the enemy. The main character was not at all confused and grabbed the legendary weapon and then swung it, causing enormous damage to Gazra. The elite boss screamed in incredible pain, and he was also shocked that Chung Tianmo had ancestral glory and did not believe that it was possible. The young man did not pay attention to his words, and with eyes filled with rage, he used a murderous wave and rushed at the enemy. With the help of a killer wave, he approached the nine-headed serpent as close as possible to deliver the decisive blow. Gazre was beside himself with rage and, at the same time, shocked because he did not expect the guy to be so close. Chung Tianmo unleashed an incredibly powerful series of attacks, causing irreparable damage to the enemy and leaving him unable to counterattack. The furious monster screamed in incredible pain and could not believe that his sunset had come, after which he fell under the water, being dead. The hero exhaled tiredly and said that the load from constantly activating the killer waves was great, and in the meantime, his skills had increased. He then wondered what class the Soulbinder was and whether he would be able to excel in all the classes of the Second Awakening. Chang Tianmo wondered if he could be an expert in all the 5th level Awakening classes if he continued to advance. The inspired hero said that perhaps he could break through the abyss and kill all the demons and monsters. Meanwhile, Lei Junzi commanded the workers who were decorating the premises before the winner Chung Tianmo returned from the secret realm. The young man working on computer equipment asked if Director Zhang was too cautious. He said that Oracle University is in a terrible state, but one call is enough to scare the director. The man asked TV presenter Li Yueshan, who was one of the country's most beautiful presenters, if she was ready to go on air. The dissatisfied girl said that she wanted to interview at Hegemon University, but the director sent her here to interview a boring guy. She told everyone that they could check the current status of Oracle University and added that she was here last a couple of years ago. The broadcast began, and Li Yueshan began to broadcast that they had arrived at Oracle University and invited viewers to watch Chung Tianmo's exam. The cameraman looked at the charming TV presenter through the camera with a smile, and she continued to broadcast to the audience. In her thoughts, Li Yueshan said that there was nothing to worry about, because the interview was very boring and it was unlikely that many people would watch it. Then the slightly surprised girl drew attention to the black cars stopped near the university. The director of the Demon University and Wang Kaifu got out of the cars and asked each other if they had come to the graduation of student Chung Tianmo. The surprised TV presenter watched the men, and the cameraman continued filming the men. In the conference room of the Cloud Hegemon University, meanwhile, there were members of the university watching the broadcast. Director Wu Shuiqing asked those present to feel free to express what Oracle University was up to. Administrator Zhou Siwei said that he knew that Cheng Tianmo was this year's provincial champion, but his class was a tramp and they did not take him to them. Another man said that Cheng Tianmo received an SSS rank for the potential grade, and perhaps because of this, Lin Lei is promoting his university. Zhou Siwei wondered in his mind whether this old man really wants to get into the top universities in the country, despite the fact that everything has changed. The director then said that they should not be rude and told the member of the university that they would go there on his behalf. The insidious director grinned and asked the man not to forget to take with him the boy who had already returned yesterday. Chung Tianmo, meanwhile, was wandering through the desert and remembered that he had not yet opened the box that Elder Qin had given him. As expected, now the main character could open the box and decided to see what was inside it. Slightly excited and surprised, the young man opened the box from which a bright yellow light was visible. He was very surprised and happy because it contained an SS-RANK skill book, which even had passive skills. Then the process of acquiring skills began, and the system congratulated Chung Tianmo for learning a passive skill, namely Explosion. The joyful hero scratched his head and said that this gift was too much, but he would definitely thank Senior Qin for it. After the young man added the first 20 points that he received as a reward for the second awakening into the spirit, so as not to be exhausted. Cheng Tianmo did this and said that he needed to deal with 2 new passive skills, and the first slot should be given to the Killer Wave. He was calm, because this passive skill does not have a permanent effect. Otherwise, his MP would immediately end, and he would be helpless among the monsters. The hero understood that during the middle stage he needed to increase his agility, and then he would use the second transformation slot for this skill. Chung Chanmo was happy because he transformed Lil Roy's skill and realized that he would now be able to restore health points after the battle. He did not expect that he would increase his combat power by 20,000 in one day, and decided to deal with the chest that he had not yet opened when he returned to the continent. Lin Lei, meanwhile, stood near the Oracle Cool, which rang 9 times, and the man realized that Chung Chanmo had succeeded. The Oracle Bell was brought by the first-generation principal, and it rings when a student breaks a record. And in recent years, the bell has only rung a couple of times. The man thought that 9 ringing shows the peak and shows the strongest person, so no one will break Chung Tianmo's record. The main character, meanwhile, came out of the portal, returning from the secret kingdom to the ordinary human world. Coming out of the portal, he was blinded by the work of cameras. Because there were many reporters and photographers around, Chung Tianmo was at a loss, and wondered in his mind if today was some kind of important event, since there were so many people here. Admiring people shouted joyfully that now this guy is the youngest graduate in the history of the country and he succeeded. Presenter Zhou Siwei looked with even greater surprise at the main character, who was so praised by people from the crowd. Chen Tiemo was approached by the director of the Demon University, who said that he came immediately as soon as he heard the news. Wang Kaifu said that she came on behalf of director Fei Yingguang, who asked to convey something but could not come due to an important meeting. People didn't understand what Director Wang said, and would the director of Blue Sky University really come if there were no important matters to attend to? People at the country's main broadcast station were shocked because 5 million people watched the broadcast, which was a record since the station was founded. The station president said that they did not know about such an important event and allowed the capital's television station to gain an advantage just like that. Lei Juns asked the crowd to disperse and said that director Lin Lei was here, walking towards the other directors. The man also asked everyone to be quiet because the director had something to say, and this requires complete silence. Lin Lei congratulated Chung Chanmo and said that he had broken the record, and the 9 rings of the bell were the best evidence of this. The delighted Wang Kaifu shook in surprise upon learning that the legend was true and the oracle bells really existed. Li Yueshan intervened and asked the teachers if they could talk about the oracle bell that was being talked about. Junzei began to say that the bell has magical powers, and when a student breaks the secret world record, it begins to ring. He added that until today, the biggest record was 6 calls, and this record was set personally by their director Lin. The shocked host asked if he really meant to say that Chung Chanmo's potential was greater than that of a person in the 4th awakening. Lei Junzi was angry that they did not believe them and asked how he could lie if he was a respected person. The director of the Demon University asked Chung Tianmo if he could ask for his grade and exam time. The main character replied that his rating was SSS-RANK, but he did not keep track of the time and assumed that it was about an hour and a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, millions of viewers watched the broadcast and wrote many comments about the amazing student. Lei Junzi realized that a bunch of stubborn people did not want to admit a mistake and said in his thoughts that they would see what would happen next. The man then coughed into his hand and asked student Chung Tianmo where his assistant was and why he was nowhere to be found. The hero realized that he wanted to play this concert with him, after which he said that he was alone and he did not have any assistant. With this incredible statement, he shocked millions of viewers who were immediately provoked to write comments. People shouted that he was amazing and were jealous of the beautiful Hu Ningyi, who was lucky enough to be chosen as the student representative and give flowers. The insidious lady said in her thoughts that she needed this man and later she would show what she was capable of, because she had to do a lot to get here. Lin Ruoxi, meanwhile, was upset because she was about to go on a blind date and didn't know what to do. She grabbed her head and said that this guy needs to fail. If that happens, she won't have to go to him. Then she picked up her phone and wondered why so many people were watching the broadcast, because there were as many as 10 million of them. Blue-eyed beauty Lin Ruoxi was incredibly shocked when she saw Chung Tianmo on air. Director Lei Junzi asked everyone to keep quiet and said that he was sure that everyone already knew the results of the main character. He asked the student representative to come up to the stage and present flowers, expressing the hope that everyone would applaud Chung Tianmo's great contribution. The hero looked at the girl and wondered why they chose this particular vixen, and were they really trying to disgust him on purpose? Chung Tianmo mentally called himself pitiful, because for the sake of reviving the great university, he could only sacrifice himself. Hua Ningyi smiled wickedly and wondered what expression he would have when she confessed to him in front of everyone. People from the crowd said that she was very beautiful and the university did the right thing by choosing her, and many were even consumed with envy. The beauty gave flowers to Chung Tianmo and, congratulating him, said that he was the real pride of Oracle University. Then her cheeks turned slightly red and she said that in fact she wanted to tell him something. The guy listened to her carefully, but unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxi appeared behind her, and her appearance greatly surprised Chung Tianmo. The shocked main character asked the girl why she was here, but she was gradually approaching him. Lin Ruoxi did not answer his questions and immediately rushed into his arms, calling the guy a bastard, but he still did not understand anything. The girl realized that her grandfather wanted her to go on a date with Chung, and asked why he didn't tell her that he had entered Oracle University. Lin Lei was shocked by what he saw and said in his mind that he was not finished with Chung Tianmo yet, and also called him a scoundrel. The hero felt awkward and asked the girl to stop scolding him, because this was a live broadcast and he shouldn't lose his reputation. Lin Roxy realized that she was really on a live broadcast and froze in place, not knowing how to behave. Wang Kaifu asked Lin Lei what was going on, and he replied that it was a problem, but he couldn't tell them that Chung Tianmo would soon marry his granddaughter. Lei Yunzi exclaimed that the celebration ceremony was closed and invited all colleagues and friends to the classroom to make an important announcement. People began to leave, and Chang Tianmo put his hand on Ling Ruoxi's head and asked if she would cry now that everyone had left. The girl called him a bastard and said that he only knows how to mock her, and the guy just giggled. Ling Ruoxi ran away crying, saying that she would not bother him anymore, and Chung Tianmo felt awkward and did not know what to do. After a few minutes, the main character walked away while simultaneously thinking about the events taking place in his life. Hua Ningyu was upset and understood that her opponent was Lin Ruoxi, who was superior to her in everything and had no chance. She did not want to become a disgrace to the university, and unexpectedly, she dropped the bouquet from her hands and fell to the floor, remaining unconscious. Many members of the universities gathered in the conference room, where the atmosphere was a bit jittery and everyone was waiting to hear the announcement. Lei Junzi said that the director of Oracle University was here and asked everyone to come in and take their seats. Then, a calm Cheng Tianmo entered the room, realizing that the director would announce exactly what he was thinking today. A nervous Li Yueshan wondered why Chen was going to the main seats, since he was not qualified enough to sit there. The cameraman pointed the camera at the hero, and university members said that Chen Qianmo got into Oracle University, and this was a big loss for them. Wu Xuexing asked what the recruiting director was doing, and Lu Guangdi replied that previously the hero was too weak and no one could predict his future. The director asked him to forget about it, and asked him what he thought director Lin Xiao would try to do next. Lu Guangdi said that they must be just trying to become the best university again, and he would do the same if he had such a trump card. Wu Xuexing admitted that his analysis of the situation was not bad and said that they should dampen this enthusiasm, adding that Zhou Siwei and his gift will be here soon. Lin Lei announced that from this day on, their university and Blue Sky University would form an alliance and exchange resources and assistance. He added that they will also open a teacher qualification department with student Chung Tianmo as the temporary director. People were perplexed because a second awakening student who had just graduated would be teaching teachers at other universities. Zhuo Siwei suddenly entered the room wearing a black suit and said with a smile that Oracle University was quite ambitious. He said that their Cloud Hegemon University would like to know about this joint improvement proposal for 2 weak universities. Lei Junzei became angry because no one invited Siwei, but through clenched teeth he greeted him and asked him to sit down. The man asked Lin Lei if it was true that the student of the Second Awakening would be the director of the Professional Development Department. The principal asked if they had any advice for him, and Zhou Siwei asked if Chung Tianmo was qualified to lead the class. Chen asked if he really needed knowledge from their university for this. The angry man replied that this was exactly the case. Zhou Siwei then asked if they really wanted to conduct an experiment on their own students, or if they were treating the future of the country as a joke. After this, people began to agree with him, and considered it nonsense for teachers to be taught by a student of the Second Awakening. People have realized that Chung Tianmo is still a student, despite his achievements, and it seems that Oracle University is willing to do anything during a crisis. A nervous Wang Kaifu said that the hero has a high standard of teaching and has received the recognition of several teachers, but the confident Chung Tianmo simply asked what test he would need to pass if he wanted to become the director of the department. Zhou Siwei replied that their university had set up an arena and its owner was a graduate Qi Hong, and if the hero defeated him, they would fall behind. Cold-blooded Qi Hong was a genius of the Second Awakening, and 2 years ago, he broke the records of many scammers at the Heavenly Hegemon University. Jiwei told Cheng Qianmo that if he fell behind, he would be in trouble and asked if he dared agree to the fight. The university members were nervous because there was a difference of 10 levels, and Wang Kaifu said that if the hero did not agree, then the department would not be able to be opened. The main character confidently and calmly replied that he agreed to accept their challenge, which angered Zhou Siwei a little. Excited people discussed that there would be problems at the Oracle University, and newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Lin Lei said that the conference had come to an end and asked everyone to follow him to the fighting ring because they had no other choice. But unexpectedly, a man entered the room and said that he was able to arrive for a big event, and people paid attention to him. A bristly man in a black cloak asked Director Lin if it was true that he was organizing some kind of competition. Lin Lei was happy to see committee member D and said that there was going to be a conference today, but Hegemon University was planning to challenge them. One of the men explained to the other that Dia Yuanhao was a trusted assistant to the Qin elders and also a big shot. Excited, Zhou Siwei began to explain to the man that they were organizing friendly matches in the arena to check the students' progress. Di Yuanhao said that he is here today to express his best wishes to the Faculty Development Department of Oracle University. The director, meanwhile, looked at Cheng Qianmo standing next to him and wondered if he might turn out to be a relative of Elder Qin. He then promised the committee member that their Oracle University would never disappoint the association. Cheng Qianmo in his thoughts called Qin resourceful because he was able to silence Zhou Siwei with one movement, and he should go to him. Di Yuanhao said that the association would wait for the achievement of Oracle University and said that it was time for him because he still had business to do. Those present in the hall discussed that the association was on the side of Oracle University because even a committee member mentioned Cheng Qianmo. The perplexed Zhou Siwei did not understand why the association supported the hero, and whether he really had roots that were unknown to him. Zhong Hongshan received a notice ordering him to do everything to form an alliance with Oracle University and realized that the director had also made a decision. He stood up and announced that from this day on, Magic Spirit University will join the alliance, and Cheng Qianmo will be the director of the promotion department. People discussed that if the Management Cooperation Association showed its position, then of course they would all follow it. All the representatives of various universities present raised their hands and said that they too would like to join the alliance. An angry Wu Shuiqing hit the table and asked, "When did Oracle University become so close to the association?" Lu Guangdi said that if they can defeat Cheng Qianmo and prove that they are so strong, then he will not become the director and the problem will disappear. The director agreed with him and ordered to tell Zhou Siwei and Qi Hong to do everything to defeat the main character. Cheng Qianmo, meanwhile, approached Zhou Siwei and asked him to quickly move on to the battle, because if they finished early, he would have time for dinner. Siwei understood that the association had already expressed its position, so even if they won the duel, they would simply slap the association in the face. Suddenly, he received an order from Wu Shuiqing to do everything to defeat Cheng Qianmo and promised that he would take responsibility if anything happened. The man grabbed the microphone and exclaimed that they would fight because the Silver Moon would not be afraid of a tramp who was 10 levels lower. After this statement, Zhou Siwei said that it was time for them to go to the fighting ring, and Cheng Qianmo moved forward with a smile.